Seo-hun sits alone in a cafe on a rainy day, reflecting solemnly as she stares at a yellow envelope on the table. Her inner monologue reveals the weight of the moment. Today's the day, but she admits she can't help having mixed feelings. Her phone buzzes loudly against the table, displaying an incoming call from Era. The call interrupts the silence and hints at a looming confrontation. Seo-hun answers the call, her expression weary and hesitant as she softly greets the caller. She braces herself for the emotional backlash that's sure to follow. Era explodes through the phone, shouting in disbelief. Young Seo-hun, have you lost your mind? You're getting a divorce? Seo-hun clenches her phone with frustration as people glance at her reaction. As she walks through the cafe, Seo-hun keeps the phone to her ear and replies dryly, I'm not deaf. Her sharp tone shows she's unfazed by Era's dramatic outburst. Era reminds her who her husband is, Ma Kijin, once the most desired man in Luminous. Dressed in a sleek suit, Kijin is shown adjusting his tie confidently, exuding charm and status. Seo-hun responds quietly but firmly, I know. I was one of them. Her voice holds the weight of someone who's seen the illusion and lived the reality. Era warns her that there are countless women waiting to snatch Kijin up the moment he signs the divorce papers. Seo-hun stands near a coffee shop, calm and unmoved, replying, That's not news to me. When asked if she's doing this because he cheated, Seo-hun flinches slightly, her eyes reflecting pain. The question clearly hits a sensitive nerve. Era continues, brushing off the infidelity as a normal part of marriage for people like them. She even suggests revenge, saying, Just have an affair of your own. Seo-hun stands calmly in the rain outside the cafe, holding her phone to her ear. Her voice is steady but resolute as she declares, He crossed a line. A painful memory flashes back. Seo-hun recalls the moment she caught her husband in their home with another woman. Dressed in robes, the couple stood together, facing her without shame, deepening her sense of betrayal. Still on the phone, Seo-hun admits that even if their marriage was only for convenience, he went too far. Her expression softens with hurt pride as she defends the boundaries that were broken. Seo-hun ends the call abruptly, telling Era, I have to go. It's almost time for him to arrive. Era's panicked voice tries to stop her, but the call ends with a firm beep. Lowering her phone, Seo-hun presses her hand to her forehead in emotional exhaustion. She reflects that this is why she hadn't wanted to tell Era and bitterly blames alcohol for her moment of vulnerability. Sitting alone on a bench, Seo-hun glances down at her phone as a new notification appears. Oh, it's a message from him, she murmurs, her expression unreadable. The message from her husband reads, I'm on my way to Seoul right now. I should be there on time. Seo-hun stares at the screen, absorbing the finality of what's ahead. Seo-hun clutches her phone and reaffirms her decision. With conviction in her eyes, she silently tells herself, I made the right decision, before replying with a simple, okay. As rain falls heavily, Seo-hun lifts her umbrella and walks forward, her internal monologue echoing in the gloom. Nothing good will ever come out of this marriage. A divorce is the only answer. Walking alone in the rain-drenched city, Seo-hun begins to question the aftermath. With a quiet, hesitant thought, she wonders, but what do I tell my parents? The weight of family expectations begins to settle in. Seo-hun recalls that just this morning, her in-laws sent a large shipment of fertility supplements and food, including finest rice, clearly unaware of the crumbling state of her marriage. Their gesture only adds to the pressure and emotional weight she carries. As she visualizes her husband embracing another woman, Seo-hyun wonders if she should reveal the truth about his affair to the family. The image reflects her internal conflict between exposing him and preserving appearances. Suddenly, a speeding black car splashes muddy water all over Seo-hun as she waits by the roadside. The violent splash symbolizes the messiness and indignity she's enduring. Soaked and speechless, Seo-hun stands under her umbrella, her chibi form humorously portraying her silent, drenched defeat. The irony of her situation leaves her emotionally numb. Despite the humiliation, Seo-hun forces a bittersweet smile. Tears glisten on her face as she remarks, Well, if this isn't the perfect way to see my soon-to-be ex-husband, determined to reclaim her pride, Seo-hun reminds herself to look on the bright side. Today marks the end of her waiting, Of the years she swallowed her pride and endured silence as his wife. She approaches the courthouse in the rain, her back straight and umbrella firm. With resolve, she declares internally, "Those days are over now." Seo-hun gazes up at the courthouse sign and finds it oddly surreal. How strange, she thinks, as if the finality of it all still hasn't fully sunk in. She waits quietly outside, puzzled by her husband's absence. It's not like him to be late, she wonders. Did something happen? With time running out and the courthouse nearing its closing hour, her phone suddenly vibrates. She reacts with surprise, a flicker of tension returning as she checks the screen. Seo-hun answers the unexpected call with a calm introduction. "Hello, this is Jong Seo-hun." The voice on the other end immediately asks if she's Mr. Ma Ki-jin's wife, catching her off guard. The caller reveals they're from Jeil Hospital and informs her that her husband has been in a car accident. Shock spreads across Seo-hun's face as the gravity of the news sinks in. The hospital staff explains they need a legal guardian's consent for emergency surgery and urges her to come immediately. Still processing, Seo-hun cautiously asks, "Where did you say you're calling from again?" At the hospital, Seo-hun rushes through the halls as a surgeon steps out of the operating room. The atmosphere is tense as she prepares to hear the outcome of the emergency procedure. Seo-hun anxiously asks, "How was the surgery?" Her expression reveals her growing worry, despite her conflicted feelings. The surgeon assures her that the worst is over, but expresses concern about a head injury. Alarmed, Seo-hun repeats, "He hurt his head," struggling to absorb it all. A visual of the crashed car shows smoke rising as the doctor continues. While the airbag saved Ki-jin's life, it also caused a traumatic brain injury. The situation is far more serious than expected. The doctor tells Seo-hun they've done everything they can, but nothing about his recovery is certain until he wakes. Her heart thuds heavily as she clasps her hands, anxiety consuming her. Then comes another blow. The doctor mentions someone else was in the car and is now in critical condition. Seo-hun's mind races as she mutters, "He was with someone?" The doctor specifies it was a woman in her late 20s who was seated next to Ki-jin and asks if Seo-hun knows who she might be. Caught between dread and realization, Seo-hun barely manages a stunned, "Oh." The doctor informs Seo-hun that the unidentified woman had no ID and no emergency contacts. An emergency operation was necessary to save her life, but her condition remains critical. Concerned, Seo-hun asks, "How bad is it?" With a grave expression, the doctor reveals that if the woman doesn't wake up, she may enter a vegetative state. Shock and disbelief wash over Seo-hun as she quietly utters, "Oh my God." The doctor bows respectfully and adds, "For now, we can only hope for the best. Please excuse me." Seo-hun is left alone with the heavy weight of everything she's just heard. Overwhelmed, Seo-hun stumbles away from the hallway, pressing a hand to her face. Her body language reveals both emotional collapse and physical exhaustion. As Seo-hun stands by the hospital's reception area, Mr. On approaches and asks if the operation is over. Still shaken, she turns to him and softly acknowledges, "Mr. On," noticing her disheveled state. Mr. On comments, "Gosh, you look awful. Did you also get into an accident?" Seo-hun waves him off with a tired smile, replying, "No, I'm fine." Mr. On hands over a paper bag, saying, "Here are the spare clothes you asked for." Seo-hun accepts it with a simple, "Thank you," as she prepares to compose herself. With her gaze turned upward, Seo-hun explains, "He just came out of surgery," referring to her husband. She suggests they transfer him to Sama Hospital before his identity is discovered. Seo-hun urges Mr. On to be as discreet as possible. "We want to avoid causing a scandal," she says firmly. Mr. On complies with a quiet, "Yes, Ms. Young." Mr. On then asks cautiously, "Should Ms. Song be transferred as well?" hinting that the woman involved in the accident might be someone familiar and worth covering up too. With firm resolve, Seo-hun looks Mr. On in the eyes and says, "No." As news headlines begin surfacing online, Seo-hun knows the damage control has already begun to slip. One article reads, Sama Corporation's heir Ma Ki-jin suspected of having an affair, accompanied by a photo of him and his secretary, and the added note, "He was spotted walking out of a hotel room with his secretary." More headlines spiral across social media and broadcasts. Sama Corporation's heir is getting divorced, Did he cheat on his wife? And Mr. M got into a car accident while secretly meeting up with his secretary. The scandal threatens to explode just before the divorce is finalized. Seo-hun internally reflects. I have to avoid that at all costs before the divorce has been finalized. She instructs that the secretary remain in the hospital until her condition improves. Mr. On acknowledges with a simple, understood. Mr. On walks away, leaving Seo-hun silently behind. She watches him with a solemn gaze, burdened by the weight of her public image and the decisions she must make to protect it. Seo-hun enters the hospital room. Her figure is composed, but the quiet click of the door signals a tense confrontation ahead. Ma Ki-jin lies unconscious in the hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages. Seo-hun stands beside him, thinking, I thought he would wake up right away, but he's still unconscious. Seo-hun sits by his bedside with a soft plop, looking at him silently. Her expression is unreadable, hovering between pity, reflection, and bitterness. She gazes down at the divorce papers, Form Number 2, application for divorce by mutual agreement, and silently muses, when he wakes up, he'll probably ask for this. The document is ready in her hands, signaling the closure she's preparing for. With a somber look and no word spoken, Seo-hun sits still, deep in thought. Seo-hun kneels by Ki-jin's hospital bed, gently asking if he's awake. She introduces herself softly, hoping he'll recognize her. It's me, Seo-hun. Ki-jin slowly stirs, letting out a pained ugh as he clutches his head. He's clearly disoriented and struggling to grasp his surroundings. Seo-hun watches him with a hopeful and slightly confused look, unsure of his condition. Her expression hints that something unexpected is unfolding. From the hospital bed, Ki-jin looks at her in confusion and asks, Who are you? And why are you looking at me like that? His words hit her like a wave, revealing he doesn't remember her. Seo-hun's face stiffens with shock as she processes what he just said. Her voice trembles as she utters, What? With a distant gaze, Ki-jin calmly but blankly asks, Do I know you? Confirming her worst fear, that he has no memory of her at all. Seo-hun stands at Ki-jin's bedside, stunned as he looks up and asks, Do I know you? Her heart sinks at his distant gaze and unfamiliarity. Seo-hun's face tightens with disbelief and desperation as she asks, You don't recognize me? The pain is evident in her trembling expression. Ki-jin turns his head slightly, confused and cold. He replies flatly, Should I? Making it clear he has no memory of her. Panicked, Seo-hun dashes toward the door. Her voice shakes as she says, Hold on. I'll get the doctor. Unable to process the situation, Seo-hyun watches anxiously from the doorway as two doctors attend to Ki-jin. He sits up, still dazed, as they begin to assess him. Seo-hun stands quietly in the doorway, her hand against her chest. Her expression is a mix of heartbreak and helplessness. One of the doctors gently asks Seo-hyun, Could I talk to you outside for a moment? She follows him, holding her hands tensely. Outside, Seo-hyun gasps, Amnesia? That can't be. The doctor explains that Ki-jin likely suffers from selective amnesia, as he still remembers his own name. The doctor elaborates that in some cases, patients struggle to remember particular events or people. Mr. Ma seems to have trouble recalling both. Clutching her chest and forehead in distress, Seo-hyun listens as the doctor says recovery is uncertain. He tells her it depends entirely on the patient's own process. She clenches her fist tightly, overwhelmed by thoughts of the consequences. His mother might collapse upon hearing the news, and she wonders silently about how his father will react. A sense of dread and responsibility fills her as she tries to steady herself. Holding her throbbing head, she winces in pain as a deeper worry takes over. What's going to happen to their divorce? The weight of the situation begins to unravel her composure. A flashback from 10 days ago begins beside a bright poolside. Just 10 days ago, her friend, Era, asked, Is your husband still seeing that woman? Lounging on a chair, she responds with a heavy truth. He still comes home every night, but his heart stays with the other woman. Her words are calm, but their sharpness reveals a deeper wound. Era reacts with concern, asking why she isn't more outraged. She can't comprehend the emotional detachment in the face of such betrayal. Seo-hun with the book admits she expected this from the start. There was never love between her and her husband, so she feels no betrayal, just a cold acceptance. Era, still emotional, reflects on the reality of arranged marriages. Watching her friend's calm reaction makes her want to avoid such a fate altogether. She reminded Era that Era once had a crush on the cheater. Flustered, Era protests that it was before she knew he was unfaithful and quickly takes it back. Seo-hyun slapped Era's back, making Era yelp in pain. It's playful, yet slightly frustrating. Holding her back, Era complains about the sting. Meanwhile, Seo-hyun, composed and slightly distant, begins to walk away, telling her friend to take her time while she heads inside. Seo-hyun sighs deeply, slumping against the bed in a hotel room. Dressed in a robe and slippers, she holds a drink and wears an exhausted expression, hinting at emotional fatigue. Still seated in her robe, she addresses Era, lamenting that she was reminded of her cheating husband. She reveals that this vacation was meant to be a break from all the pain and drama. She recalls how people once envied her marriage because her husband was the only son of Ma Jinchul, chairman of Sama Corporation. He had everything: money, power, fame, and good looks. Although their marriage was arranged, she once dreamed of falling in love with him and being loved in return. A romantic image of their wedding captures the naive hope she held at the time. Her dreams were crushed the moment they met, but any illusions she had about their relationship disintegrated from the very beginning. During a formal dinner, her husband dispassionately states that they'll live on separate floors, offering to swap if needed. His tone is cold, detached, and transactional. As he focuses on his meal, he coldly adds that he needs time to find another candidate, implying that she was merely fulfilling a temporary role. She questions whether he's asking her to stay away from him, to which he responds with a pragmatic explanation. The successor of Sama Corporation is still undecided, and the power struggle is about to begin. His expression remains serious as he asserts he doesn't have time to concern himself with anything outside of his goals, further reinforcing his emotional distance. Back in the present, the woman reflects bitterly that he told her not to expect anything from him. She regrets agreeing to the arrangement, realizing now how emotionally taxing it would be. Sitting across from each other at a formal table, the woman solemnly agrees to the man's terms. There's a calm finality in her words. I understand. I agree to your terms, as they appear to seal some kind of serious agreement. Despite her outward composure, doubt flickers across her face. She begins hesitantly, but revealing inner conflict even after agreeing to the deal, eating together like a real couple. Though holding a wine glass with grace, there's an underlying weight behind the casual gesture, linking arms with him in front of others. The scene shows them playing the part, but the warmth appears one-sided. She leans in with emotion while he stays expressionless. She recalls how he would smile at her warmly whenever their eyes met. That small gesture sparked something tender inside her. Caught in that illusion, she admits it made her wonder if they could truly be a real couple. Her expression glows with fragile hope. That fragile hope shatters like glass as she delivers the crushing revelation. I never expected him to have a mistress. Her idealized image fractures under the weight of betrayal. She reflects bitterly that it wasn't about him being too busy for her. He was simply preoccupied with another woman. The light-filled balcony contrasts with her growing emotional darkness. Standing in the open air, her expression is filled with despair. How much longer do I have to live like this? She whispers, caught in a life that feels more like a prison. Just then, Era bursts into the room with urgency. Seo-hyun, bad news, she shouts, breaking the spiral of melancholy with a new tension. Seo-hyun, still in her robe, looks confused and concerned as she asks, "What's going on?" Era responds gravely, handing her a phone and saying, "Your husband, just read this." The article reveals that Mr. M, a prominent financier known for his charm and status, was seen entering a VIP hotel room with his secretary. Seo-hyun, reading the article, looks stunned, gripping the phone, and exclaims in disbelief, "A tabloid." She stares at the phone in shock, repeating, "A tabloid." Her expression shifts from confusion to anger as the reality begins to sink in. Gripping her phone tightly, her emotions flare as she screams internally, "If you're going to cheat, at least don't get caught." The phone trembles in her hand as her frustration boils over. She turns to her friend and urgently asks if the story has already been published. Era, looking worried, reveals that it hasn't aired yet. It was sent to the broadcasting station she works at. She warns her to act quickly if she wants to keep it under wraps. Seo-hun, composed but tense, sets her phone down and calmly says, "Thanks for telling me. I should head back to Korea now." Her decisiveness hints at the storm she's preparing to face. As she gets dressed, her friend expresses concern and asks what she plans to do about the article. The woman, resolute, answers that she's going to ask her husband to stop seeing the other woman. Dragging her suitcase behind her, her friend's voice trails with worry. "Do you think he'll listen to you? What if he refuses?" With a fiery gaze and unwavering determination, she replies without hesitation, "Then I'll divorce him." Her hair glows in the light, echoing her resolve. A taxi pulls up to a grand building under a clear blue sky. The atmosphere is calm, in stark contrast to the storm that brews in her heart as she approaches the next chapter of confrontation. Stepping out of the taxi, Seo-hun reflects that although it's only been 10 days since she left, it strangely feels like she's been gone for much longer. Her expression is a mix of nostalgia and quiet anticipation. Glancing at her phone, she sees the date, Saturday, July 25th, 8:25 a.m. She wonders aloud if he'll be surprised that she's back earlier than expected. She punches in the code at her front door, the keypad beeping as she gains entry. With a steady expression, she admits to herself that nothing could have shocked her more than what she recently experienced. As she enters, she pauses mid-step, sniffing the air with confusion. "Why do I smell food?" she thinks, puzzled. Her eyes sharpen with suspicion as she notes something even stranger. "We've never cooked in this house." The realization unsettles her. Suddenly, a noise startles her, prompting a sharp turn of her head. "Huh? What was that sound?" she whispers, heart pounding. A woman's voice echoes from the front entrance. Noting Seo-hun heard something that sounded like a door opening. Internally, Seo-hun recoils. It's a woman's voice. A voice I shouldn't be hearing in my house. In a jarring moment, a woman with long, dark purple hair appears in a stark, high-contrast scene. Her name is called out with sharp disbelief. Song Chiron. Seo-hun stares in shock and betrayal. "He brought her to my house?" she thinks, rage and disbelief washing over her. "How could he?" Inside the house, the man calmly reassures Song Chiron, telling her she must have misheard something and insists they're the only ones there. But she's not convinced. "No, I definitely heard something," she replies, while he holds her close. As she opens the door, the woman reflects on the unfamiliar gentleness in his voice, something she's never heard before. She repeats his words mockingly. "All right, we can check it out if that'll make you feel better," and walks further in, her face tight with restraint. Inside, her husband and another woman dressed in robes quietly step toward the entrance. Their calm movements echo in contrast to the tension that's slowly building in the room. She debates whether to hide, but quickly dismisses the thought. It's already too late. Instead, she embraces the moment, deciding firmly, and besides, "I don't want to." Suddenly, her husband stands face to face with her in the entryway. Both are frozen in silence, tension sharp between them as their eyes lock unexpectedly, neither ready for this confrontation. Peeking from behind her husband, the girl with violet hair notices something is off. Her eyes widen in confusion as she softly asks, "Is someone there?" Standing tall and firm, Seo-hun stares directly at them with clenched fists and a fierce gaze. Her name spills from the shocked girl's mouth, Ms. Jong, breaking the silence like a slap. A tense confrontation unfolds. Seo-hun, standing at the entrance, demands, "What are you doing here?" She faces her husband and his mistresses, both in bathrobes, suggesting a deeply awkward and unexpected encounter. The atmosphere is heavy with suspicion and defensiveness. Seo-hun bristles with indignation, retorting sharply, "Do I have to call in advance to come back to my own home?" Her glare and words make it clear she feels wronged and is asserting her rightful place in the house. The husband tries to maintain a calm front, reminding her that she was supposed to be away for 2 more days. His tone is firm, implying that her early return disrupted something he wasn't ready to explain. He crosses his arms and continues coldly, saying she should have rung the doorbell if there was a change in her schedule. His demeanor shifts the blame to her, ignoring the deeper issue brewing. With an impassive expression, he justifies his remark by saying it's out of common courtesy for your cohabitant. Internally, she echoes his words, My cohabitant, he says, betraying a mix of disbelief and emotional sting. Seo-hun takes a bold step forward, asserting her authority. She reminds him that she paid for half the cost of this house, and thus has every right to enter as she pleases, revealing this is not merely an emotional dispute, but one grounded in ownership. Confronting him further, she glares at the mistress and challenges him. Shouldn't you apologize for bringing a woman to this house without my permission? Her tone is sharp, revealing jealousy, betrayal, and rightful indignation. The mistress responds defensively, questioning if Ms. Song has a conscience and accusing her of overstepping by barging into the house. Still, she shifts tone quickly, apologizing sincerely and taking responsibility for her presence. Looking remorseful, the mistress pleads, "This is my first time coming here. Please forgive me. It won't happen again." Her body language and soft tone contrast the tension, clearly showing she feels caught in the crossfire. Seo-hun is unmoved, her hand raised in frustration. "Forgive you," she repeats with biting sarcasm, adding, "You should at least be a little more discreet." Her words sting, signaling that apology alone won't erase the damage done. Fury erupts as Seo-hun grabs the robe off the startled mistress, shouting, "How dare you wear something that belongs to me?" The mistress cries out in shock as the robe is yanked off her shoulders. Embarrassed and exposed, the mistress quickly covers herself and apologizes, explaining that she had no other clothes to change into. Her voice trembles with regret as she tries to explain her situation. Seo-hun clenches her fists and winces, shouting back through her embarrassment, "You shouldn't even be changing your clothes here in the first place." Her guilt and frustration blend into one overwhelming moment. Seo-hun, pointing angrily, orders, "Get out of my house." The mistress, overwhelmed and near tears, pleads her case, explaining that she had only come to report something to Mr. Ma and never intended for this misunderstanding. With a cold accusation, Seo-hun questions, "Did you have to get undressed for that?" The mistress stammers in defense, insisting, "No, you're mistaken." Seo-hun fiercely and growls, "Just how ill-mannered can you be?" Her contempt is palpable, and she looks down on the girl with burning judgment. Tapping his fingers in frustration, the husband listens as his wife scolds him, urging him to reconsider associating with the girl. She warns him against keeping ties with someone she sees as beneath them. The husband steps forward, blocking his wife from the mistress and calmly but firmly says, "That's enough." His expression is unreadable, but his words are final. With arms crossed, the husband addresses the situation. He apologizes for the scene but reminds the woman, "You keep calling this your house, but as we had established before our marriage, the first floor is my personal space." His expression turns colder as he adds, "Didn't we agree to maintain a strict boundary?" The weight of the unspoken terms between them now hangs in the air like a wall neither of them can cross. Seo-hun furiously confronts her husband and the mistress standing before her, demanding accountability. She insists that what happened is basic common sense, while the other woman defensively claims they never even went near the second floor. A clenched fist underscores the tension as the husband firmly states that the garden is shared by both parties. He adds that the woman in question never actually stepped on the garden, reinforcing her innocence. Seo-hun turns her head sharply, incredulous and offended, as she responds with an irritated, "Excuse me." From the second floor, the husband casually shrugs and clarifies the situation. The mistress never touched a single blade of grass. He carried her inside through the front gate, completely bypassing the disputed area. The mistress is gently ushered away as a hand slides over her shoulder. She's told, "We'll continue this conversation later," signaling the end of the confrontation for now. With solemn determination, the husband announces, "I'll send my guest home first," while guiding the mistress out. Seo-hun stands still, left behind in the room, feeling broken. Set against a black backdrop, reflective thoughts emerge. Did we end up like this? Followed by the haunting memory of their agreement. "I'll take the first floor, and you'll take the second." Tears stream down her face as she silently processes the emotional distance between her and the man. The reality of their arrangement is beginning to crush her. A flashback reveals the cold, businesslike agreement at the heart of their marriage. Seated across a table from Kijin, Seohan recalls how she accepted his terms, not for love, but as her only way to escape. In a spotlighted memory, she stands demurely beside her seated father, whose stern presence dominates the scene. Her internal voice confesses, "My father is a very conservative man," hinting at the oppressive forces that led her into a loveless marriage. Her father coldly tells her that attending art school is acceptable, but implies it's only because it's not too much education. He dismissively says there's no need for her to be highly educated, reducing her dreams to a trivial pastime before marriage. Standing near a large, empty birdcage, the girl reflects on her situation, comparing herself to a caged bird. Her internal monologue reveals a deep longing for freedom and escape from her restrictive home life. A formal photograph of a handsome man lies on a table. A voice introduces him as Ma Kijin, the son of a powerful chairman, and informs her that a meeting has already been arranged between them. Recognizing the name and face, the girl says aloud, "This is Ma Kijin." She recalls that he is well known in elite circles and admired by socialites. She thinks about his reputation, level-headed, skilled in management, and with a pristine personal life. On top of everything, she notes that he's also incredibly handsome. Clutching a phone with fierce determination, Seohan sees this arranged meeting not as a trap, but as her chance. It's a possible path to escape her father and begin living life on her own terms. In hindsight, she realizes the pain of choosing a marriage devoid of love. Desperate for freedom, she had agreed to a future with someone who had no affection for her. Ma Kijin extends a folder toward her, suggesting she manage one of the art galleries under his mother's direction. His tone is casual, but his words carry weight. Seated across from him, she is surprised by the proposal. He reminds her that her graduation exhibition is over and gently nudges her toward taking a step into the working world. Stunned and holding the folder, the girl softly repeats, "You're giving me work." Her expression is a mix of disbelief and new realization, as if this moment signifies a turning point in her life. In a shadowy memory, her father's voice echoes, "There's no need for you to work or study. Your priority should be to support your husband." These words haunt her as she reflects silently. No one's ever asked me to work before. She clutches a document in her hand, hesitantly asking, "Are you sure about entrusting me with something like this?" The uncertainty in her voice contrasts with the momentousness of the opportunity. With a calm demeanor, Kijin sips from his mug and responds with quiet confidence, "Is there a problem with that?" His tone implies trust, shifting the narrative she's always known. Bathed in golden light, she beams with a radiant smile and exclaims, "I'll do my best." The moment captures her resolve, newfound hope gleaming in her eyes. Her inner monologue wonders if this was the turning point. Could it have been from that moment? I started to think he was a nice guy. In the next breath, preparations for an art exhibition begin. We're holding a Jean Roy Basquiat exhibition at the gallery. Strolling through a tree-lined path, she walks beside him as he explains, his work hasn't been displayed in Korea in recent years. From what I remember, the last exhibition took place in Manhattan. There's a sense of shared achievement between them. In a playful moment, she proudly declares, "That's right. I managed to achieve such an impressive feat." He nods approvingly. "Our gallery will get to display some of his artworks starting next year." "Nice work. It was a good decision to put you in charge." On a quiet sidewalk, he turns to her and gently says, "You can head home first. I have to finish some things before I get off work." The professionalism is balanced with consideration. Back in the office, she sinks into her chair with a peaceful smile. He may be a little blunt, but he understands me. It's a moment of comfort and quiet satisfaction. A still desk, papers awaiting action. She sits across from them with a soft, thoughtful smile. Time flies when I'm with him. She reflects, her heart beginning to move in unexpected ways. Seohan stretches at her desk, a bright smile on her face as she cheerfully anticipates, "Oh, I'm already looking forward to our next dinner date on Saturday." Her excitement radiates warmth, completely unaware of the emotional storm about to unravel. In a quiet internal monologue, she reflects on the origin of her emotional attachment, wondering, "Why did you have to be the first person who believed in me?" She tries to justify their arrangement, reminding herself she accepted this relationship under the condition that he wouldn't cross certain boundaries. Her thoughts turn bitter as she recalls the betrayal. He brought his mistress to their shared home while she was away on vacation. The discarded clothes and scattered fruit on the floor speak volumes, and her disgust boils over. How repugnant! Despite the pain, she manages a small comfort. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. At least she didn't have to beg him to stop seeing the other woman, and with quiet resolve, she walks away, holding on to her dignity. She remembered. She had even bought him a souvenir while he played the loving partner with someone else. Like newlyweds, she muses bitterly. Falling face up onto her bed with a heavy heart, she calls herself foolish for having believed in something so empty. Her body sinks into the mattress as she whispers to herself, "What should I do now?" The sunlight seeps through the windows, and with quiet resolve, she reaches a conclusion. "Well, there's only one thing I can do," she tells herself. The air suddenly filled with a new sense of direction. Kijin enters the room casually, shrugging off his coat, unaware of the emotional confrontation awaiting him. His demeanor is calm, perhaps expecting another routine evening. Facing him directly, the woman speaks clearly and without hesitation, "I want a divorce." Her expression is firm, no longer weighed down by confusion or self-blame, while he stands in silent shock. Kijin processes the declaration with a composed face and brushes his hair back. He responds with surprising ease, "All right. When?" He stands across from her, face calm but firm, and asks, "When?" The question hangs in the air like a challenge, while she faces him silently, her long hair cascading down her back, tension simmering between them. With a bitter smile, she narrows her eyes and scoffs, "Huh. You've been waiting for this moment, haven't you?" Her tone is sharp, accusatory, wounding in its truth. She waves a hand dismissively, clarifying, "Don't get me wrong. It's just that I know I'm in no position to argue with you if you're demanding a divorce." He responds with cold indifference, "Sure, thanks." Kijin reminds her, the general election is in less than 6 months, warning her that a scandalous divorce wouldn't help her father's image. It's not concern, it's strategy. She looks away with narrowed eyes, thinking to herself, "I know he's not actually worried about me." She recognizes this moment for what it is, a veiled threat. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she thinks, "He's letting me know that I have more to lose from the divorce than he does." The imbalance of power between them is stark. From the stairway, she calls out bitterly, "Shouldn't you be apologizing to me?" Without looking back, he replies, "If I do, will you accept it?" She follows him in silence as he calmly pours himself a drink. He answers his own question, "I know you won't." He smirks as he sips from the mug, voice low and taunting. "You have too much self-respect for that." His arrogance stings more than an apology ever could soothe. She firmly taps her hand on the table and declares, "The general election is my father's problem. It has nothing to do with me." He shoots back coolly, "You're the only one who thinks so." Kijin coldly reminds the woman that his family funded their lavish wedding and contributed a significant amount of money to her father's political campaign. He warns that if her father loses the general election, they'll both be in serious trouble. Furious, Seohun shouts back, accusing him of crossing the line and making it clear that she's had enough of his manipulation and arrogance. Trying to brush off the confrontation, Kijin tells her not to be so hasty and criticizes her for being emotional, something he claims is out of character for her. Her expression hardens as she internally rebukes him, thinking, "Not like me? You don't even know me." Her words reveal the deep emotional disconnect in their relationship. As she watches him standing beside another woman, she questions whether he expected her to pretend nothing happened. Her eyes are filled with pain as she contemplates his betrayal. She walks away without looking back, telling him that she'll inform her father of the situation and he should handle his own side. He calls out her name in desperation, but she keeps walking. He grabbed her wrist and reasoned if she thinks their business is a joke. She's known about Ms. Song for some time, but chose silence because he never cared whether or not he was with another woman. Shouting in frustration, Kijin accuses her of using his infidelity as an excuse to file for divorce. His face is twisted in anger, failing to grasp the deeper pain he's inflicted. Seohun clenches her fist in silent fury, her eyes burning with defiance. She seethes internally, "How dare he put this on me?" unwilling to shoulder the blame he's tried to shift onto her. Facing him directly, the woman acknowledges her own fault, She didn't confront him about his affair sooner. But she makes it clear that no amount of endurance can suppress the truth anymore. I thought I could put up with it, but it turns out I can't. Kijin responds with a calm yet cutting remark, suggesting the true tragedy lies in the financial loss. With a cold expression, he reminds her, your family invested tens of billions of won in this marriage. In a bold act of resolve, she yanks her arm away from his grip. But like you said, she declares, I have too much self-respect to keep living like this. Her voice is sharp and unwavering. You asked when I wanted to do this? I want a divorce right now. She doesn't hesitate to add, if you don't agree, I'll tell both of our families about your affair. Later, she splashes cold water on her face at the sink, seeking composure. The reality of the confrontation still lingers, washing over her just like the water on her skin. Staring into the mirror, droplets falling from her chin, she mutters to her reflection. There's still a lot left to discuss before we can finalize our divorce. Her expression is one of pain, but also clarity. The couple stands facing each other in a bar lined with bottles. He says he needs more time, wanting to figure out the best time to end things. He raises his hand slightly, signaling for a pause in their tension. With a firm voice, he suggests, let's negotiate. As Seo-hun exits a restroom, she internally mocks his suggestion. How can I negotiate with someone suffering from amnesia? She thinks, walking away with veiled sarcasm and bitterness. Mrs. Ma and her husband arrive at the hospital, their expressions tense and concerned. Mrs. Ma clutches a handkerchief nervously as Seo-hun begins to address them. She rushes toward Mr. and Mrs. Ma in the hospital waiting area. They urgently ask her what happened and plead for answers. Mrs. Ma breaks down in tears, pressing her handkerchief to her face as she cries, my poor son. Her grief is overwhelming and immediate. Seo-hun gently comforts Mrs. Ma as she sobs. Mr. Ma stands silently to the side, watching the exchange. With teary eyes, Mrs. Ma suddenly turns and asks, is this your doing? The young woman looks startled and confused, responding, pardon? Mr. Ma explains that the police briefed them on the way to the hospital and informed them that she was the last person to contact their son. The accusation begins to take form. He continues, stating that their son got into an accident at the exact moment she called, implying her phone call may have caused it. Seo-hun looks shocked, her face pale with realization. Mr. Ma states that she called their son 3 times. He scolds her for not knowing better than to call someone who was driving, emphasizing how dangerous that decision was. With guilt in her voice, Seo-hun apologizes, telling Mr. Ma that she was too careless. Her words are hesitant and burdened with shame, as Mrs. Ma watches her with solemn eyes. Mr. Ma, his expression stern, demands an answer. He wants to know what made his son drive recklessly in the rain. Seo-hun lowers her gaze, visibly distressed by the implication behind his words. Overwhelmed by emotion, Mr. Ma erupts, shouting that he wants an explanation. His anger is intense, fueled by confusion and grief over his son's accident. Just as Seo-hun struggles to respond, she's interrupted by someone. Mr. Ma recognizes the approaching figure. Seo-hun's father arrives, flanked by bodyguards, and demands answers. With urgency in his voice, he asks, what's going on? Is Kijin okay? Seo-hun softly mutters, father, as he swiftly brushes past her, rushing toward Mr. Ma. She watches him anxiously as tension hangs in the air. Her father bows respectfully before Mr. Ma and expresses disbelief at the news, acknowledging the pain he must be going through. Mr. Ma greets him formally, referring to him as Congressman Zhang. Seo-hun explains he came as quickly as he could, apologizing for his appearance and attire, having been in too much of a rush to change. Mr. Ma walks away sharply, remarking with disdain, you were golfing in the rain? TSK. His frustration is evident, leaving Seo-hun startled in his wake. As Mr. Ma strides off, her father chases after, calling out, sir. Seo-hun slumps into a chair with a heavy sigh, physically and emotionally drained. Her expression is filled with guilt and exhaustion as she tries to process the confrontation. Placing her hand over a file, she questions herself. Could it really have been my fault? The weight of doubt begins to crush her composure. Determined but still conflicted, Seo-hun grabs the file and heads toward the door. Her mind races. If it was, what do I do? Zhang storms down the hallway, flanked by his bodyguards, frustration evident on his face. "Damn it! What on earth is going on?" he mutters, needing answers. Standing over Seohan, he anxiously asks, "How's Kijin?" His presence is tense, demanding a response she hesitates to give. Seohan looks up and quietly responds, "He's not doing great." The somberness in her tone hints at something deeper. Growing impatient, father signals his guards to step back and insists, "What? Be more specific." The atmosphere thickens as he prepares for the worst. With a heavy heart, Seohan reveals the truth. Kijin sustained a head injury and is now suffering from amnesia. Her words carry both sorrow and fear. He asks if the chairman has been informed. Seohan answers that she told Mr. On, so the news should have reached the chairman by now. The situation is unfolding faster than any of them can control. Her father tries to reassure her, telling her not to worry because Kijin is strong and will recover quickly. She responds faintly, "Yes, I'm sure," though her expression remains conflicted. He silently watches her with suspicion and intensity, his eyes narrowing as he stares at her closely. Sensing his gaze, Seohan stiffens in alarm as he bluntly asks, "What are you holding?" She grips the folder in her hands tighter, startled. Caught off guard, she hesitantly responds, "In nothing," while subtly trying to hide the folder from his view. Her father shifts forward on the bench, studying her reaction. His unfinished question hangs in the air as he begins to ask, "Are you?" He finishes his sentence with a sharp question, "Thinking of getting a divorce?" The woman's eyes widened in shock, visibly shaken by the direct accusation. Her father bluntly asks her if she's thinking of getting a divorce. His posture is firm while she sits stiffly, clutching a folder on her lap and avoiding eye contact, clearly caught off guard. Seohan tries to shut the conversation down, saying, "Please don't intervene. This only concerns the two of us." But he firmly replies, "That's not true," his tone suggesting deeper stakes are involved. With a hardened expression, the man declares the issue also concerns Sama Corporation and himself as a congressman. He reminds her that she needed his permission to marry, and the same rule applies to divorce. His voice cold and confident, he tells her she should have realized this by now. As he rummages through his pocket, it's clear he's about to present some form of evidence or leverage. He slides a note revealing a damning report. Ma Kijin of Sama Corporation seen going into a VIP hotel room with his secretary, Ms. S. He confronts her directly, asking, "Is this the reason?" Shocked but composed, Seohan stares at her father and asks, "How did you find out?" Her question suggests she's been carrying this burden alone until now. Her father explains he was golfing with Bureau Chief Mr. Sung earlier, who mentioned the rumors were widespread. He sighs, noting that no one wants to expose them first. Understandably, no one wants to make Sama Corporation their enemy. Dismissing her concerns, the man coldly remarks, "You're considering a divorce over such a petty issue?" He rationalizes it as trivial, saying it's not a big deal for a man to see another woman if it's for work. He harshly tells Seohan to grow up, claiming marriage is the same for everyone and calling it foolish to dream of romance at her age. His condescension leaves little room for empathy or understanding. With quiet resolve, Seohan finally speaks up, her voice low but firm. "I'm not foolish." Her words mark a subtle but significant resistance, hinting at her inner strength and refusal to accept his version of reality. She speaks with veiled pain, her voice trembling as she says, "You wouldn't say that if you knew what I've been through." Her expression darkens, revealing years of hurt buried beneath her composed surface. Rising to her feet with finality, she declares, "I'm done with this marriage." Her father looks up at her, stunned and speechless, as her resolve hangs in the air like a closing door. As she walks away, her father begins to ask, "Does your mother?" But his question is cut short by her departure. Her steps are determined, yet something heavier seems to follow behind. Suddenly, she spins around, furious, and yells, "Father!" Her outburst slices through the hallway. Her father glares and demands, "Did she teach you to cause trouble like this?" He coldly dismisses his wife's worth, saying there's no reason to live with a woman who can't even educate her own daughter. Shocked and betrayed, she exclaims, "How could you? Are you really using my sick mother to blackmail me?" Her voice shakes with disbelief. unable to comprehend the cruelty behind his manipulation. Unmoved, her father shrugs and responds, "Call it what you want. You don't stand to gain anything from this divorce." His tone is cold, calculated, as if already certain of her powerlessness. He patted her shoulder as he left his parting words, "You're no longer a child. I believe I got through to you." Her silence speaks louder than any protest. Her father walks away, dismissing the storm he's just created. He told her he'll see Kijin before he leaves. Their footsteps echo in opposite directions as they pass the hospital chairs in cold silence. With her face buried in her hands, Seohun breaks down and cries out in anguish, "What more do you want from me?" Her body trembles under the weight of emotional exhaustion, grief, and pressure. In a bitter inner monologue, she acknowledges her father's political motives, needing Sama Corporation's support until the general election, but condemns his cruelty. Forcing her to stay in an unhappy marriage is a price too low, even for him. She tightly clasps her hands, trembling with rage and heartbreak. Through clenched emotion, she declares, "Is low even for you, father?" Trying to compose herself, she breathes deeply and rests her hand on the seat. Her resolve strengthens as she says, "I need to pull myself together. I have to go see Kijin." She walks down the hallway and stands before the hospital room labeled Mr. Kijin. With determination, she says to herself, "For now, let's just face things head on." Inside, Kijin sits up in his hospital bed, shirt discarded and bandages wrapped around his torso. She is stunned by his half-naked state and internally yells, "Why is he half-naked?" Kijin, looking at her with calm detachment, says, "You must be my so-called wife." His words are cool and distant, carrying no warmth. As she approaches the bed, Jung Seo-yun softly apologizes for not introducing herself earlier. She admits, "You're right. I'm your wife, Jung Seo-yun." Kijin, still seated and half-wrapped in bandages, suggests dryly, "Should we shake hands?" His tone is laced with sarcasm and distance. She blinks in confusion and asks, "Excuse me?" Kijin responds with a half-smirk, "I'm just saying you're being very formal." The air between them remains tense, but the conversation begins to shift from formality to something more personal. Seohun's expression is firm as she questions him coldly, asking if he expected a tearful hug from his soon-to-be ex-wife. Her composed demeanor contrasts with the sharp sting of her words. Standing across from his bandaged figure, she admits she's shaken, not by his condition, but by the fact that he didn't recognize her. The reality of his amnesia unsettles her more than she expected. With a calm and almost gentle smile, the man acknowledges her discomfort but asks her to try to get used to the situation. He hopes she can help him adjust too, suggesting a willingness to reconnect. In a comical moment, the woman inwardly notes how unusually calm he is for someone suffering from memory loss. His demeanor throws her off, as if something isn't adding up. She reflects quietly that maybe being emotional never suited him anyway. Her expression is conflicted as she watches him stand there, steady and unaffected despite his injuries. Snapping her out of thought, he casually asks if she plans on just standing there. Caught off guard, she responds instinctively with a startled "sorry." He smiles and playfully asks if she's not going to give him a welcome-back kiss, saying he heard they were very much in love. The question stuns her, given their estranged status. Shocked by his sudden boldness, she clenches her fist and blurts out, "WH." Her face flushes with disbelief at his inappropriate suggestion. He nonchalantly explains that her father had scolded him for forgetting everything about the love of his life. The father's guilt-tripping was so intense, he jokingly says he almost wished he hadn't woken up. The woman reacts with wide eyes and a dramatic expression, shouting, "Wait, what?" Her shock deepens as she tries to process the absurdity of what he just revealed. The injured man, still bandaged and shirtless, processes the threat he just received. Realizing his father's manipulation, he suspects this hospital stay is being used to overwrite Kijin's lost memories with new ones for ulterior motives. As Seohun steps closer, the man addresses her gently. He tells her the person who spoke earlier shouldn't have said what they did, suggesting the information was potentially harmful or revealing. The scene focuses on a desk with neatly stacked trays and a pen resting on paper. Kijin asserts that he disagrees. Because of what was said, he now knows how to act around her. The man smiles and speaks sincerely, saying he's going to treat her as his wife, the woman he can't live without. His declaration is filled with conviction, despite his amnesia. She expresses uncertainty, lowering her gaze. She explains that without his memories, it might not be possible to rebuild their bond. Feelings, she says, can't simply be fabricated. Acknowledging the truth, he admits she feels like a stranger to him now. But he reveals that he's lost an entire year's worth of memories, explaining his emotional disconnect. Despite the missing memories, he softly adds that she's still the one he needs the most. His voice, though gentle, carries a quiet desperation. With a faint smile, he points out that even now, he needs her help to get dressed, something the doctor didn't assist him with. His tone suggests both a literal and emotional dependency. Looking at her warmly, he explains that knowing they once shared an intimate relationship makes it easier for him to ask her for future help. Then, more tenderly, he asks if she minds. Her hand hesitated, but she silently began helping him put on his shirt, slipping it over his injured body. Her actions speak louder than words, hinting at care, familiarity, and quiet acceptance. She hesitates as guilt wells up inside her, questioning whether she should confess that everything between them is a lie. Her fingers linger near him, torn between truth and the facade she's been upholding. Gazing out the rain-soaked window, she thinks of her mother's fragile health. If her father withdraws financial support, her mother will be left vulnerable, and possibly worse. With a conflicted heart, she resolves to continue the deception for now. Fine, I'll play along for now. I have no other choice. An awkward silence falls between them as they face each other. She stares at him, emotion hidden behind a composed expression, while he watches her quietly, unsure of her thoughts. As rain pours outside, he speaks softly but firmly. I'll be counting on you, wife. Seo-hun stood in exhaustion, her eyes closed and fingers brushing her back. After spending the entire day at the hospital, she acknowledges how sluggish her body feels and realizes she needs to go home and rest. She begins dialing her father's number, the screen glowing with his name. Her finger taps each key with reluctant precision, preparing herself for the difficult conversation ahead. Holding the phone to her ear, Seo-hun declares, "Fine, I'll do it." With a hardened gaze, she commits to pretending to be Kijin's wife. Her father responds with manipulative praise, calling it good thinking, and suggesting it would be a shame to lose such a man. Seo-hun, half laughing in frustration, warns him not to act like it's all for her sake after using her mother to force her hand. Outside in the rain, the conversation continues. Her father claims he already spoke to Kijin about their relationship. Seo-hun coldly questions why he lied when there was never love between them. As her father insists this could be a new beginning, Seo-yun cuts him off with a sharp retort. It's only for 6 months. Her voice is firm, signaling a clear boundary. Walking through a sterile hallway, she repeats her agreement. She'll stay as his wife until the general election. Her tone is resolute, each step purposeful. Seo-hun states her next move without hesitation. After the election, she's getting a divorce. Someone calls her name urgently from behind, but she doesn't turn. Standing before a vending machine, she outlines her conditions. She'll pretend to be a loving wife, but her mother must never be used as leverage again. If that promise is kept, she'll comply. As the king clunks into the machine tray, her father's voice comes through the phone. I promise. Seo-yun stands alone, her posture composed but burdened. Clutching her phone, she steels herself with a quiet mantra. Okay, it's just 6 months. Despite the weight of her situation, she tries to remain composed, bracing for what lies ahead. With resolute eyes, she reminds herself that this is only temporary. All she has to do is pretend to be his wife for 6 months, and then she'll reclaim her life. Near the vending machine, she crouches to pick up a drink, only to be startled by a man in a suit who formally addresses her as Ms. Zhang. Her body stiffens at the unexpected encounter. The man explains that the media has been successfully kept at bay and the details of yesterday's accident have been concealed. He reassures her there's no need to worry about the public discovering the truth. Hearing this, she silently acknowledges the man's competence. If Mr. On handled it, she feels confident that everything was managed well. A composed portrait of Mr. On appears as the narration confirms he's been with Sama Corporation for a long time. His loyalty and reputation speak volumes. Facing Mr. On with a direct gaze, she questions him about his knowledge of the affair. Her tone is sharp, betraying a need for answers. Mr. On claims ignorance regarding Mr. Ma's personal life, but firmly denies any unprofessional conduct with Ms. Song. She challenges him, accusing him of lying and referencing the tabloid coverage. She listens as he feigns confusion, insisting the hotel meeting was work-related and that the rumor is unfounded. Internally, she scoffs, liar. What kind of work would they be doing in a hotel suite? Mr. On attempts to pivot the situation, suggesting that amidst the chaos, this could actually be an opportunity for the two of them. She echoes back skeptically, an opportunity? Her face marked by disbelief. Mr. On earnestly encourages the woman to become a real couple, with Kijun suggesting it would be best for them both. His tone is hopeful, as if pushing for a bond he believes should naturally form. Standing by a vending machine, he shares his long-standing belief that she's the only person who could be Kijun's true partner. He expresses happiness at the thought that this recent incident might draw them closer. The woman scoffs to herself, thinking bitterly that perhaps the man is blind to all of Kijun's flaws because he's cared for him since childhood. Her smirk shows both disbelief and frustration. When asked where Ms. Song is, Seo-hun coolly responds that she's been moved to the critical care center. Her detached tone contrasts with the gravity of the situation. She looks back when the man adds, however, catching her attention and prompting quiet curiosity as she turns to face him. Ms. Song lies unconscious in the hospital bed, hooked up to life support. The monitoring machines beep steadily, while the voiceover reveals that her family is unreachable. Standing at the bedside, the woman remembers that Ms. Song had once mentioned coming from a disadvantaged background. Her expression is unreadable, hovering between pity and judgment. With a cold glare, the woman chastises Ms. Song for once hiding behind her husband and mocking her. Now, powerless in a hospital bed, Ms. Song lies silently as the woman scorns her downfall. Without another word, the woman turns and walks away from the hospital room, leaving Ms. Song unconscious and alone, her exit echoing with silent contempt. Kijun was discharged from the hospital and was accompanied by Seo-hun and Mr. On. In a quiet car interior, the suited driver congratulates Kijun on his hospital discharge. Kijun sits in the back seat, calm but unreadable, as the door shuts with a soft clack. The woman gently instructs that he should work from home until he fully recovers. She initially says Ms. Song will inform him of his schedule, but quickly corrects herself to Mr. On, revealing a subtle slip tied to the past. Kijun is confused by the name Ms. Song, prompting the woman to awkwardly correct herself again. The narration reveals that although Kijun remembers most of his daily life, there are crucial gaps in his memory. Kijun stares out the car window, seeing the woman's reflection beside him. He silently notes that the entire past year, everything about her, Song Chiron, is missing from his memory. Previously, the doctor believed Kijun's selective memory loss isn't unusual. It may have been caused by extreme stress tied to the forgotten memories, implying something painful is buried in that lost year. Her, Chiron, and everything in the past year, nothing in particular stands out that would trigger Kijun's memory loss. Then she remembers one disturbing event. Jang Seo-jun unexpectedly appeared and caused a scene. However, Seo-hun reflects that the incident with Seo-jun wasn't directly related to Kijun. There must be another, deeper reason for his selective amnesia. Inside the car, Kijun is visibly unwell, prompting concern. He asks how far they are from home, and the driver replies they are 11 kilometers away, estimating 20 minutes without traffic. Seo-hun brushes her hair back and assures the others that she's fine, asking them not to worry about her. Her calm front hides her deeper worries. Kijun, regaining composure, asks if he may offer some advice. With a firm expression, he tells the driver to go ahead and speak his mind. The driver explains that only a few people know about Kijun's memory loss. He warns that if the public finds out, the company could risk losing investor confidence. Sitting pensively in the back seat of a car, the man acknowledges that he's aware of his precarious situation. He's reminded that within the company, powerful enemies like President Ma Ki-tai of Sama Construction and President Takashi Yum of Sama Department Store pose serious threats. The driver advises him to relearn all aspects of his job before returning to the company to avoid being undermined due to his condition. He reassures him that both he and Ms. Young will be there to provide support and answer any questions. Kijin responds confidently, I will. Meanwhile, a confused Ms. Zhang wonders why she's being dragged into this situation, clearly caught off guard. A pair of hands swiftly presents a black folder, stating it contains a list of duties he must begin performing starting tomorrow. Opening the folder, Kijin studies its contents with a furrowed brow and admits, all this looks unfamiliar to me. His expression reflects a mix of confusion and concern. From a wider view of the living room, Seohan explains that the documents are from the past 3 months and assures him she has selected only the most urgent ones. She promises to help him understand them step by step. Kijin is encouraged when told he's a fast learner and will likely return to the office in a couple of months. With a faint smile, he nods and says, all right. Outside in a sunlit courtyard, Seohan curiously asks the assistant, what is it? Signaling a private conversation about to unfold between them. The assistant, standing formally, confesses he took the liberty to reorganize her house while she was away. She reacts with visible surprise, asking him what exactly he means by reorganize. Holding her head in exasperation, Seohan learns that her father has already visited and informed the assistant about the divorce papers. She groans internally, frustrated that her father had met with Mr. On so soon. A peaceful sky and leafy branches contrast the tense subject as someone asks, so? The speaker explains that her father was very adamant about preventing the divorce, adding that he's always hoped the two would have a happy marriage. Seohan, now irritated, stands in front of the assistant and commands him to quit stalling and get to it, indicating her growing impatience with his roundabout explanations. With a dramatic expression, the assistant reveals, I have combined the 2 floors, prompting a dramatic sound effect as the weight of his announcement sinks in. Ms. Young is shocked and outraged as he continues, saying they will live together like regular married couples. She yells, what? In disbelief, her expression filled with protest. In a daydream-like fantasy, the man smiles seductively in a tub filled with roses, slipping off his robe as he says, haha. Come here, Seohan. Mr. On informs Seohan that he has combined the 2 floors of the residence. He declares they will now live together as regular married couples do, enforcing the expectations of their arrangement. Outraged, Seohan asserts that the decision was unacceptable and that he had no right to make such a change. Mr. On calmly acknowledges he may have overstepped his bounds. However, he justifies his actions by saying he would do anything to help Mr. Ma. Seohan scoffs bitterly, turning away. With sarcasm laced in her voice, she remarks how lucky Mr. Ma must have such a loyal secretary. The man bows respectfully and asks to say one more thing. He explains that, in his view, this is an opportunity, and how she chooses to use it is entirely up to her. His words imply a door remains open for choice, not obligation. Seohan looks unconvinced and questions the idea of this being an opportunity. Her expression hardens as she challenges him. Does he really think she wants any of this? Mr. On admits he's not a mind reader but insists that from what he observed, Mr. Ma seemed genuinely fond of her. His tone softens, hinting at sincerity beneath his earlier boldness. He reflects that although the relationship began as an arranged marriage, it was heartening to witness them grow closer. Mr. On asks why she won't use this moment to build a proper family with Mr. Ma. Her eyes lower, conflicted, as she remembers back then. That's right, we used to be that way. She reflects on a time when she thought they truly understood each other. She admits to once foolishly wondering if he liked her, revealing a past filled with naive hope. Her expression tightens with determination as she states, he broke the rule. The moment is heavy, signaling a turning point in her trust. Mr. On questioned, do you really think he had an affair? She replied firmly and confidently, yes, I'm sure of it. Standing outside, Mr. On counters her certainty. It doesn't look that way to me, he says calmly. That's why I'm doing this. Conflicted, the Seohan looks down with uncertainty. Her thoughts echo, he wasn't cheating on me? A crack forming in her previous convictions. Anger floods back in as she clenches her chest and declares, stop. She insists on what she witnessed, him with another woman in their house, dismissing any attempt to question her perspective. Mr. On explains his unwavering faith in the husband's intentions. Having worked closely with him for years, he claims he can read the man's thoughts just by looking in his eyes. With a calm yet resolute tone, Mr. On reveals what he's certain of: he did not love Ms. Song. Seo-hun stands frozen, absorbing this revelation. She questions the timing. What is the point of telling me this now? His reply is filled with quiet regret. I believe I was also fooled by him. He urges her to start anew. His mind is a blank slate right now, he says, suggesting she try acting like a normal married couple, offering a chance to reshape everything. He elaborated that when two people eat, sleep, and wake up together consistently, they will eventually become a real couple, no matter the starting circumstances. After giving his thoughts, Mr. On walks away. Seo-hun stands frozen, digesting the weight of his words. You'll become a real couple eventually. Her expression suggests inner conflict. She repeats the phrase to herself, a real couple. But it doesn't sound hopeful. It feels distant, almost hollow, as she watches him walk away. A flashback or memory shows her father advising her to take this opportunity to fix her marriage. Both she and her father beside her stare forward with cold detachment, backs barely touching. Her fist clenches tightly at her side, frustration and resistance bubbling beneath the surface of her silent composure. Her eyes shine with resolve as she rejects the idea, silently declaring, I don't see that happening. Her face reveals a mix of sadness, clarity, and strength. A quiet scene in the kitchen breaks the tension, signaling a change in pace and environment. Sitting relaxed on the couch, Kijin questions her with cool curiosity. What did you talk about for so long? His demeanor is guarded but interested. She answers from the kitchen, avoiding direct eye contact. She explains that she was thanking Mr. On, who had rushed to help after the accident. Her voice carries sincerity as she adds, he's really good at his job. Seo-hun, twisting open a water bottle, closes her eyes and reflects calmly. She softly says, yes. It's a good thing you still remember him. Her tone suggesting a mixture of relief and nostalgia. Frustrated, she struggles with the bottle cap, muttering, why is this so tight? Meanwhile, the man stands nearby, silently watching her with a passive expression as she sighs in exasperation. Kijin wordlessly extends his hand toward her and says, hand it over. His gesture confident and composed. Confused, she asks, this? While holding the bottle toward him. Kijin, looking slightly impatient, retorts, do you always make people repeat themselves? He takes the bottle from her with ease and opens it with a quick clack, effortlessly loosening the cap she struggled with. He returns the now open bottle to her. She accepts it with a quiet, thanks, while thinking to herself, this is new, as if surprised by the gentle gesture. As Kijin casually sits on the couch, she watches from behind, her gaze lingering. A quiet thought enters her mind. There used to be a time when I longed for things like this. Holding the bottle thoughtfully, she reflects on the moment. Simple gestures of kindness, small compliments, she thinks, and conversations about nothing in particular. She sits down slowly with the bottle in hand as the man watches her from behind. Her inner monologue continues. It's ironic that he's only behaving like this after losing his memory. Kijin, now serious, begins to speak with a hint of hesitation. I've been wondering for a while now, he says, setting up for a question that's likely weighed on him for some time. Seo-hun sits on the couch, staring at the man across from her with a confused expression. He breaks the silence, questioning why things feel so awkward between them when they're supposed to be a married couple. She gives a teasing yet slightly defensive response, claiming he's the only one who finds the situation awkward. With a sharper tone, he reminds her he's lost her memory, not his intelligence, and confronts her about avoiding him since she woke up. She denies avoiding her, saying there's no reason to. The man sits down beside her as she hesitates, admitting that she simply doesn't know how to react to everything that's happening. Internally, she marvels at how perceptive he is, picking up on her unease quickly. Looking up with wide eyes, Seo-hun appears startled by his sudden closeness. She leans in slightly, both curious and cautious. Just as he reaches out his hand, she instinctively slaps it away in alarm. Her startled cry, what are you doing? Cuts through the tension. Kijin retracts his hand with a cold expression, simply stating, that says a lot. His words sting with judgment, hinting at deeper frustration. She clutches her chest, her heart racing as she realizes he may have acted intentionally to test her reaction. Trying to compose herself, she blurts out that he startled her. Sitting back down, he explains that her lipstick was smudged and questions whether his small gesture really deserved such a strong reaction. His voice is calm, but his expression reveals subtle disappointment. With a softened but pointed look, he asks, "Even though we're husband and wife?" The weight of his question hangs between them, challenging the emotional distance she's maintaining. Seohan hesitates, her voice faltering as she tries to explain something, but her internal thoughts betray her worry. She knew it wouldn't be easy to deceive him. Her expression is tense, showing the strain of keeping up the facade. With newfound determination in her eyes, she confidently tells him that he's changed a lot. She silently resolves not to back down so easily, revealing a will to fight through the emotional tension between them. As the conversation shifts, a question hangs in the air. "It's because of me?" The answer comes from off-panel, asserting that she's being too sensitive over something trivial, hinting at deeper emotional conflict and misunderstanding. Kijin, expression unreadable, acknowledges her sensitivity might stem from the accident. Yet, he admits that her changed demeanor makes it hard for him to warm up to her, exposing the emotional wall between them. Sitting side by side, she stares ahead, her tone calm but resolute. He feels like a total stranger now. She admits she can't treat him the same as before, underscoring how much distance has grown between them. Kijin is silent, visibly contemplating her words. From her perspective, she sees his hesitation and notes to herself that he's wavering. One last push might tip the balance. Seizing the moment, she directly asks him if he sees her as his wife. Her expression is serious, the weight of the question demanding an honest answer. Kijin looks her in the eyes and replies truthfully, "To be honest, no." His response lands heavy, a painful confirmation of the emotional distance she feared. Still composed, she agrees with him. She admits they're only husband and wife in name now and insists they can't return to the past, affirming that rebuilding their relationship will take mutual effort. He remains silent for a moment, but finally nods in acknowledgement. The gesture, though small, signifies the first step toward understanding and rebuilding what was lost. As the tension finally breaks, Seohan breathes a sigh of relief, sipping from the water bottle. Her internal monologue reveals quiet satisfaction. It worked. The man reaches out slightly, his tone softening as he admits, "I'll do my best to see you as my wife." It's a hesitant gesture of emotional openness. Their hands meet in a quiet handshake, symbolizing a fragile truce. A thought lingers. "Have you ever thought of me as such?" hinting at unresolved doubts beneath the gesture. Seohan responds with a warm, hopeful smile. "Sure, that sounds good," she says, hiding her deeper thoughts behind an accepting expression. Seohan lies stiffly on the bed, her hands clasped over her stomach as she stares at the ceiling. She internally debates her next move, thinking she'll have to share the bed if she wants to appear committed, but her hesitation is clear. Doubt creeps in as she wonders if this was a bad idea. With a tense expression, she contemplates escaping to the study and pretending to read instead. The door creaks open, and a voice breaks the silence with a simple question. "Are you sleeping already?" His presence interrupts her internal spiral. Seohan is caught completely off guard. Her eyes bulge in shock as she's greeted with the sight of his naked body, her mind reeling in disbelief. Trying to maintain composure, she asks in an exasperated tone if this is a new habit, reminding him he usually dresses before stepping out. Holding his shirt and standing shirtless, he explains with calm practicality, "I can't exactly dress myself right now." The bandage is on his hand hinting at the reason. He looks directly at her and asks, "Give me a hand?" His tone sincere, but the request is charged with quiet intimacy. He takes a step closer, asking if he should come over to her. The physical and emotional gap between them hangs heavy in the room. Turning his head slightly, he adds that he only needs help with one side, reassuring her he can manage the rest himself. Blushing and clearly flustered, Seohyun hesitates, stammering out a soft no, while holding the clothing, caught between instinct and uncertainty. Two hands reach toward each other as Seohyun says, "Give it to me." The gesture is intimate, and the black garment exchange signals the beginning of a quiet yet emotionally charged moment between them. Standing close by the window, She helps her husband slip into his black pajama shirt, her hand brushing against his chest. The air between them is tense with unspoken feelings as their eyes lock, both aware of the closeness. Her fingers tremble slightly as she fumbles and fidgets with the buttons of his shirt. The intimacy of the moment is underscored by her hesitant yet careful touch. Kijin stands silently, water dripping from his still wet hair. His arm injury might be preventing him from drying off properly, adding a layer of vulnerability to his otherwise composed appearance. Seohan watches him with concern, realizing he might catch a cold if left like that. Reaching out instinctively, her eyes show both worry and something deeper as she moves closer. As she gets nearer, he shakes his wet hair, splashing her lightly. She freezes, quietly thinking to herself, he really is good-looking, just as he softly calls her name, Seohan. Kijin, now smiling, gently teases her, saying, "You're staring too much." I'm getting kind of embarrassed. He rubs his face shyly against her cupped hand, but playfully, adding a flirtatious charm. Flustered, Seohyun instantly flinches and blurts out, "I wasn't staring." Her exaggerated reaction and clenched fists contrast with the man's calm demeanor, adding humor to the moment. She abruptly turns and flops onto the bed with a loud FWIP, hiding her face. She explains with a calm voice, back turned towards him, "I didn't button it all the way so it'd be more comfortable for you." Subtly acknowledging the care behind her action without pushing her boundaries. Kijin walked towards the bed and laid next to her. Internally, she muses, "It's strange how little I actually know about him," revealing that despite their physical closeness, emotional distance still remains. As Seohan lies down beside him, she feels her heart pounding and wonders, "Why am I so nervous?" The steady batum of her heartbeat betrays her calm exterior. They begin an unexpectedly intimate conversation as he asks if she sleeps with the lights on. She answers softly, "No," and adds that she likes to be covered with a blanket, their dialogue tiptoeing around their closeness. Lying together on the bed, Seohan rests her head against his shoulder while Kijin lounges beside her, relaxed and watchful. The dim lighting and their casual position reflect a quiet comfort and deepening connection. As they lie under the covers, he gently asks, "What's next?" She turns toward him, surprised by the question and caught off guard. With a sincere expression, he asks if they usually do anything else before bed, perhaps a goodnight kiss, or something more intimate. His words carry a quiet, underlying boldness. Seohan looks up at him, eyes wide and stunned, as he finishes his sentence, "Something that requires a little more time?" The mood shifts, filled with anticipation and uncertainty. Embarrassed and flustered, she quickly turns away and snaps, "What are you talking about? You can't even get dressed on your own." Her attempt to dodge the question adds a hint of playful tension. He reaches out toward her with his bandaged hand and admits, "Well, not right now," but his gesture is hesitant, yet meaningful. Looking up with a determined and soft expression, he continues, "I'd like to know so I can be prepared for the future." His gaze is direct, signaling sincerity beneath the teasing. Her heart races again, batum, as she clutches her chest in panic and wonder. Her thoughts spin into one anxious question, what do I do? Memories and childhood teachings echo in her mind. Don't cause any unnecessary scandals. No dating until marriage. She recalls how she learned about love only through books, never through real experience. Now, with her heart pounding, she quietly admits, "I've never done this before." As he moves closer, her anxiety grows. Just holding hands makes me nervous. She fears that her discomfort will give her away, thinking, he'll definitely know that something's off. Her breath catches as his face draws near, and she internally pleads, "Wait." Their lips almost touch, the moment stretched taut with hesitation. But it's unclear whether it's a plea to stop or simply to buy time before she unravels. Just before the kiss can happen, she lifts her hand between them and asks, "What are you doing?" Her playful tone masks the emotional chaos swirling beneath her calm exterior. A hand reaches to turn on the bedside lamp with a click. She begins to speak hesitantly. "I have to tell you something." The truth is, she finally faces him, her confession poised in the air. With vulnerability in his eyes, he responds quietly, "We've never actually done it," acknowledging the delicate truth between them. In a quiet room bathed in blue light, he skeptically asks, "You're joking, right?" But her reply is simple and firm. "I'm not." The seriousness of the tone casts a subtle tension in the stillness of the setting. She calmly reveals that despite sharing the same bed for over a year, they've never actually been intimate. Her expression is sincere as she confronts the unspoken distance in their relationship. He reacts with disbelief, letting out a disbelieving laugh and calling it ridiculous. His face shows both confusion and amusement, unable to process the idea after all this time. She explains that theirs was a marriage of convenience, not love. "It makes sense," she says, "that their closeness only developed long after their wedding, unlike ordinary couples." While outwardly she claims their love is recent, internally she questions her own words. "Who knew I'd be such a good liar?" she wonders, as doubt shadows her otherwise composed face. His eyes narrow with lingering suspicion as he quietly insists, "Still, it doesn't make sense." Something about the timeline doesn't add up for him. Suddenly, he moves over her, and she gasps in surprise, asking, "What do you think you're doing?" Her expression is one of alarm, caught off guard by his assertiveness. With a faint smirk, he leans closer and answers coolly, "I'm contemplating whether or not I should embrace you." The moment shifts into something more intimate and unresolved. As he leans in, their bodies draw closer under the warm glow of the lamp. He confesses, "It's been a whole year, but we never slept together?" "I don't buy it. Even with a broken arm, it's all I can think about." Lying on the bed, she looks up at him with wide eyes and softly calls his name, "Kijin." A sudden realization flashes across her mind, and she panics silently. "Wait, is that? There's no way I would have left you alone when there's nothing physically wrong with me, that is." If we were an ordinary couple, he hinted at a deeper, unconventional truth beneath the surface. The two lie in a dim bedroom, physically close yet emotionally distant. He sits up at the edge while she lies back, prompting him to ask, "Now, explain. What's the secret between us?" The question hangs heavy, filled with curiosity and unresolved tension. Seo-hun sat up in contemplation, regret visible in her expression. She mentally admits to having been careless and wonders, is it too late to come clean? Her hesitation underscores the emotional weight of the secret she's kept. Facing her directly, Kijin questions the authenticity of their relationship. He asks if her father's claim that they were deeply in love was a lie. His tone is sharp, pressing for the truth beneath their manufactured narrative. Sitting on opposite sides of the bed, the woman answers softly, "It wasn't a lie." Her words are gentle but deliberate, breaking through the tension with sincerity under the evening's quiet. With a subtle, amused expression, the man responds, "Is that so?" His guarded curiosity reveals a mix of skepticism and hope, as if unsure whether to believe or brace for another twist. Seo-hun gathers her thoughts as she begins to clarify her previous statement. "To be precise," she starts, signaling that there's more to the story, a truth that needs exact phrasing. Smiling with subtle triumph and vulnerability, she declares, "You were deeply in love with me." Her hand rests over her heart as she finally voices what she's long withheld, casting a new light on their shared past. Flashback to a past event. Seo-hun stands confidently in a light pink dress, exuding elegance and poise. Down below, two other women gasp upon seeing her, clearly taken aback by her appearance, though the reason is yet unclear. As the woman walks through the room, she senses something is off. Her golden eyes glance to the side, noticing others sneaking peeks and whispering, prompting her to wonder, "Huh? Why does it feel like people are talking about me?" Just as she starts to dismiss the strange feeling, another woman appears wearing an identical pink dress. The sound effects, done, heighten the tension as both women lock eyes in stunned recognition. The two women now stand face to face in a crowded room, both clearly surprised. Seo-hun's internal thought bursts out in disbelief. "Are we wearing the same dress?" She narrows her eyes and addresses the other directly. "Ms. Song, that outfit." Her tone and expression suggest disapproval, and tension rises between the two. Ms. Song, caught off guard, nervously responds, "Oh, Ms. Jong. This was just a coincidence." Her open hand gesture and flushed expression betray her anxiety. Seo-hun folds her arms and cuts off the excuse. "Never mind how it happened. Why don't you change into something else?" It'll be my gift to you, she says sharply. Ms. Song stammers in response. And me? Why should I? Suddenly, Kijin steps forward with a serious expression, clearly having overheard the confrontation. He approaches calmly but purposefully, his presence commanding attention. Standing before Seohan, the man speaks evenly. Can I have a word? The atmosphere between them is tense, hinting at unresolved emotions or conflict. Away from the crowd, he calmly tells her, That's enough. It's just a dress. His arms crossed, he attempts to defuse the situation, while she stands quietly before him, her back straight but unreadable. Seohan vents her frustration, feeling humiliated at an event hosted by Sama, where she's the center of gossip for wearing the same dress as another woman. Her voice trembles with anger as she asks if she's supposed to just accept the embarrassment and whispers of those around her. Her husband sternly rebukes her, telling her she's making a fool of herself. With cold restraint, he advises her not to be difficult, further deepening the emotional rift between them. He delivers a final blow. If Ms. Zhang has such an issue with the matching dress, she should be the one to change since Ms. Song was there first. The weight of being second, even in this small matter, visibly stings. Walking away in silence, Seohan reflects on the moment with heavy resignation. For the first time, she finds herself seriously contemplating divorce. Her hand clenches tightly, trembling with suppressed rage and humiliation. Watching Ms. Song standing next to her husband stirs not just shame, but a fierce wave of jealousy. Back to the current time, Seohan words carry lingering pain, that he was once deeply in love with her. He questioned if she meant that it was one-sided. She answers without hesitation, yes. Her blunt honesty leaves no room for doubt. Stunned, he asks if she's serious. Her response is unwavering, of course I am. She quietly confesses a hidden longing, a past wish that their roles would reverse, and he would be the one who loved her unconditionally. But that wish remained unfulfilled. He challenges her again, asking if she ever thought he'd fall for her. She cuts him down with cool clarity, reminding him that just because someone is loved doesn't mean that love must be returned. The woman reflects on her own resentment, confessing that she once wanted him to feel hurt because of her, just as he made her feel. The visual distance between their younger selves emphasizes how deeply she once yearned for emotional revenge. Now, still seated on the bed, Seohan speaks calmly, telling Kijin, I was slowly getting to know you. The lighting and closeness suggest vulnerability beneath her composed words. He reacts bitterly, laughing at her suggestion that he might have had a crush on her. Her internal monologue reveals that if this painful experience was the price for that opportunity, she intends to make the most of it. With a sly grin, she confirms to herself, I'm going to make full use of it. Her expression reveals both a sense of power and strategic intent, as though she's reclaimed control of the emotional narrative. Seohan admits their parents are oblivious to the truth, still believing their relationship began with love at first sight. She continues, explaining that's why her father shared such a story, hiding the messy reality. She turns dramatically, lit by moonlight, and speaks sharply. I didn't bring this up on purpose to spare your feelings. Are you satisfied? Her question lingers like a quiet accusation. He walks away from her in silence, each step echoing the emotional distance between them. She remains still, watching him leave, her face unreadable. Alone, she exhales a breath and mutters, that must be hard to swallow for such a prideful man. Her body sags slightly, a moment of weariness breaking through her earlier confidence. Her thoughts soften, admitting, I feel a little guilty, but it's quite entertaining to see him react that way. Despite her bravado, her innocence peeks through, betraying that she isn't as unaffected as she pretends. She flops onto the bed with relief, pulling the blanket over herself. I'm glad that's over. Time for bed, she declares, marking the emotional standoff as closed, at least for tonight. He came back and stands at her bedside and asks directly, Do you have any feelings for me? She freezes mid-motion, eyes wide in alarm, clearly caught off guard by his question, thinking they were done talking about this topic. Sitting up with a sigh, she avoids his gaze and says, Not as much as you were hoping for. He responds with quiet disappointment, noting that her feelings aren't as strong as he had hoped. From across the bed, He reminds her that their wedding happened a year ago and questions if nothing has changed since. She admits the emotional gap, saying she's been trying but found it difficult to match his pace. His expression narrows, eyes glinting with emotion as he murmurs. In other words, the tension lingers between them, unresolved and weighted with longing. He asserts that she does have feelings for him, but she quickly turns away. Clarifying herself, she tells him not to jump to conclusions. She was only beginning to develop some positive feelings, nothing more. Looking serious, he asks, "If it hadn't been for the accident, would you have accepted me by now?" The weight of that "what if" hangs heavy in the room. She meets his gaze and softly replies, "Perhaps." Her answer is neither a rejection nor a confirmation, but it stirs something deeper in the air between them. In silence, he tilts back a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down. The gesture feels like a moment of escape, as if trying to wash away the tension building within him. He sets the bottle down with a sharp tap and says, "You said you were still getting to know me." There's a lingering sense of frustration in his voice, edged with longing. As he moves closer, the bed creaks beneath him. His voice turns low and intense, "But I'm not patient enough to wait that long." The moment pulses with anticipation and unspoken desire. Kijin firmly holds Seohun's wrist and stares intently into her eyes, commanding her with a simple but charged request, "Touch me." His tone is serious, while she appears shocked and tense, caught off guard by his unexpected boldness. In a playful tone, the two bicker and quarrel while holding hands. She demands to know what? Why? And he cheekily responds, "So we can get closer," highlighting the absurdity of his logic. She yanks her hand away forcefully, exclaiming, "No, thank you," in protest. Her resistance is firm and immediate, showing she's clearly not comfortable with his advances. Unfazed, Kijin gently caresses his own cheek and smiles softly. "Consider me yours. You can touch me wherever and whenever you like," he says, offering himself with a calm, almost seductive confidence. He moves her hand down to his chest, his heart beating loudly. "Baitum, Baitum." As he guides her fingers, he whispers, "If my face isn't enough, you can touch me elsewhere too," intensifying the tension between them. Visibly flustered, the woman pulls back and insists, "I don't think we'll be able to get closer by doing this." He responds with a smooth retort, emphasizing that touch can create intimacy and shouldn't be underestimated. With a soft smirk, he kisses his own hand and confidently declares, "It's the most fundamental way to earn someone's heart." His gesture is both symbolic and provocative, reinforcing his belief in the power of physical connection. Seohun finally snaps, clutching her chest as she cries out, "You don't even remember me. Didn't you say I feel like a stranger to you?" Her hurt erupts, exposing the emotional gap between them. Internally, she admits, "He almost had me." Calm and unfazed, he responds with a smug expression, "Men are usually more passionate toward unfamiliar women." His words are deliberately provocative, testing her emotional limits. Seohun fumes silently, clearly not amused. Kijin brushes it off with a grin, saying, "Lighten up." It was a joke, though his teasing has clearly struck a nerve. With a confident yet sincere expression, the man looks at her and declares, "I like you. I'll take this seriously." His tone is calm, but the gravity behind his words fills the quiet space with unexpected weight. She reacts with skepticism, confronting him with a furrowed brow, asking, "How can you like someone you barely know anything about?" He smiles back, unfazed, and replies with conviction, "It must be destiny." Facing her directly, he continues, "So you should get used to me, too." Her inner voice scoffs at the word destiny, as though it's too whimsical for the harsh reality she knows. She smirks bitterly in the shadows, dismissing his belief with a silent scoff. In her thoughts, she sets her own boundaries. "Fine. I'm leaving after 6 months, anyway." A strong gust of wind sweeps through the night outside, symbolizing the emotional turbulence between them. Meanwhile, she has already drifted off to sleep, seemingly unbothered, wrapped in her own guarded peace, while Kijin lounges comfortably on the patio, sipping coffee in his pajamas. His relaxed posture contrasts sharply with the storm of thoughts that brewed the night before. Lying on the table beside him is a phone, displaying a photo of her, Jong Seo-yeon. He softly repeats her name aloud, as if committing it to memory or savoring its weight. A subtle smirk tugs at his lips as he lifts his coffee cup again. The moment is silent, but in his mind, he muses, how interesting. The game has only just begun. As his fingers lightly tap the chair's armrest, he repeats the words in disbelief. Me? Having a crush? The thought alone seems foreign to him. He leans on his hand, gaze distant, and mutters to himself. This is a first, quietly acknowledging a feeling he's never entertained before. Sipping from a can under the night sky, he tries to brush the feeling off, telling himself, well, it's easy to put an end to it. The sound of the can clanking into the trash bin echoes his attempt to discard those thoughts. With a sly smile and the moon as his witness, he declares his new plan. I just need to make her fall for me. A brand new day, the phone vibrates urgently. Seo-hun's mother appears on the other end of the call, gently saying, Seo-hun, it's Mom. Seo-hun, startled, answers, hello. Her mother's voice grows serious. Your father told me that you were planning on getting a divorce. Seo-hun's internal reaction is immediate. Why did he have to tell Mom about it? In a hospital gown, her mother's voice trembles slightly as she asks, are you really okay? Revealing the concern that lingers beneath the words. Seo-hun clutches the phone tighter, her voice soft as she says, Mom. Her eyes brim with emotion, clearly overwhelmed. Her lips tremble and her jaw clenches, grit, as she fights the tears. Her thoughts betray her resolve. Oh no. Hearing her voice makes me feel like crying. Standing in front of her wardrobe, the woman insists, of course, I'm fine. But her inner thoughts betray her calm facade as she clenches her fists and silently tells herself, I need to hold it in. She begins recalling her mother's past, how she grew up in wealth, never worrying about money, until she married her struggling father, a divorcee with a child. Despite her privileged upbringing, her mother devoted herself wholeheartedly to raising her husband's son out of love, trying to build a family around him. But her stepbrother remained cold and distant, and her father began to pull away once her mother's family business collapsed. Thinking, I'm the only one she has left. Trying to sound composed, she assures, I'm really all right. Admitting she got the divorce papers impulsively after a fight. She then mentions Kijin, who has been leaning on her ever since the accident. When asked if she's telling the truth, she responds, of course. Why would I lie? And adds that she's going to have dinner with Kijin's family that evening. While ending the call, she urges her mother not to worry, saying, just take care of yourself, and promises to call again after getting ready. Looking at her phone in concern, she reflects that her mother is recovering from a recurrence of stomach cancer, and stress is the last thing she needs. With determination, she gazes out the window and silently resolves, I'll pretend we're an ordinary married couple for 6 more months. Around a grand dining table, Ma Jinchul welcomes everyone with a formal, I'm glad you all came, setting a tone of polite obligation rather than warmth at the family gathering. Chairman Ma Jinchul turns his attention to his son, asking with concern, how are you feeling, Kijin? Kijin responds respectfully, thanking his father and apologizing for the worry he caused. Sitting beside him, a blonde woman listens quietly, observing the tense interaction. Another couple at the table expresses relief over Kijin's recovery. Their reassurances feel slightly strained, especially as one stammers, why you look much better than I expected. Seo-hun internally reflects that this family gathering feels more like a meeting between majority shareholders, underscoring the cold, business-like atmosphere. Sama Corporation, a powerful third-generation family-owned business deeply involved in petroleum, chemicals, construction, electronics, and retail. We learn that Kijin's father, Ma Jinchul, is the current chairman of Sama Corporation, and there are a few key members of this influential family. Ma Kitai, Kijin's older cousin, was expected to inherit leadership through his father, Ma Kwangcheol. However, Kwangcheol died early from liver cancer, shifting the family's succession plan. Kitai's wife, Takashi Yumi, is introduced as a Korean-Japanese woman from a family that runs its own business. Yet, there's an ominous note suggesting their enterprise leans heavily on illicit influence. It was reveals that, according to Kijin, Takashi Yumi's family relies on the power of the Yakuza to expand their operations, hinting at a criminal element entangled with corporate power. Yumi, holding a handkerchief to her lips, suddenly remembers something and says, "Oh, I almost forgot." She brings up the Chinese client, mentioning how they keep pressuring the company to proceed with a certain matter. She reveals it's about the distribution agreement they were supposed to close last month. A man responds that he's tried to delay it due to someone's recovery, but the client seems to be in a rush. He repeats the question to the group, asking, "How should we handle this?" prompting a silent tension across the table. Seohan internally deduces that Yumi is deliberately bringing up something related to Kijin's memory loss. She reflects on Mr. Ma's intention is to make Kijin the heir of Gamma Corporation, though most executives support Kitai. She suspects the woman is cunningly using Kitai to gain control of the company and sees this moment, while Kijin is recovering from his accident, as her opportunity. Yumi shifts the conversation and directly asks, "Kijin, any thoughts?" clearly putting him on the spot. Kijin calmly replies that he will review the contract first before giving a response, deflecting the pressure. Feigning innocence, the Yumi acts surprised and asks if he doesn't remember the situation, bringing up his head injury. She continues with a slightly mocking smile, asking if the injury affected his memory, clearly trying to provoke or expose his vulnerability. Kijin remarks on how interested the others seem in his condition, prompting a relative to reply that it's only natural since they're family. Kijin states he dislikes evasion and wants to be direct, clearly preparing to address a serious matter with the group. He reveals he has no memory of the past year, including the agreement they just mentioned, highlighting his memory loss. Yumi expresses false surprise at the severity of his condition, then subtly questions how they'll proceed with business if his memory keeps failing. Seohan grows visibly upset, thinking to herself that she can't watch this unfold any longer and blaming Yumi for ruining the family dinner. Seohan coldly tells Yumi not to concern herself with the matter, trying to dismiss her interference. Seohan stands her ground and declares she'll support Kijin until he regains his memories, clearly showing loyalty and emotional investment. Feigning concern, Yumi replies that she hopes Kijin recovers soon, then slyly notes how everyone has been talking about him lately. Kijin reacts with a twitch as Yumi adds that people are questioning his mental state after hearing about his head injury. Others express doubt about his ability to return to work, but someone clarifies that his intelligence remains intact. The issue lies solely with his memory. Yumi voices her concern about someone's memory loss, calling it a significant issue. Seohan shifts the conversation and asks Yumi if she remembers which purse she brought to the last month's family dinner. Yumi responds dismissively, saying she owns many purses and doesn't keep track of them all. Her expression shows mild irritation at the seemingly irrelevant question. Seohan recalls the exact purse, describing it as a green leather baguette bag with gold clasps, clearly trying to make a point about memory. Yumi finally remembers the purse and asks what the relevance is, arms folded with a skeptical expression. Seohan calmly points out that no one can recall every detail of their lives, highlighting that even Yum couldn't remember something from just a month ago. Frustrated, Yumi slams her hands on the table and exclaims that personal memory lapses are completely different from work-related ones. Yumi explains that work-related matters are documented and easier to recall, implying a clear distinction between the two types of memory. Seohan shifts the conversation again, asking if Yumi actually wants Kijin to return to the office, bringing the emotional core of the discussion to the surface. Yumi stands in frustration and defensively asks if Seohan is insinuating she doesn't want Kijin to come back, visibly upset. Smiling calmly, Seohan urges Yumi to be more patient and to wish Kijin a swift recovery. She suggests that concerns about his performance can wait until he returns to work. A voice tries to interject with a hesitant "Why you?" but is cut off by a forceful "enough." A clenched fist slams down with a loud "BM," signaling the end of tolerance and rising tension in the room. Mr. Ma stands and confronts the situation angrily, stating that their family only gathers once a month, yet it always devolves into conflict. He pleads in frustration, "Can't we have a peaceful dinner for once?" Yumi, clearly irritated, turns away and declares, "Tieste, I've lost my appetite." As she swiftly exits, someone stammers behind her, Mr. Ma." Seohan sits calmly, brushing her hair as she reflects inwardly. She states that although she doesn't care who inherits Sama, She's committed to acting as his wife for the next 6 months and intends to fulfill that role properly. Seohan walks toward Yumi near the elevator as she calls her name with a calm expression. Their body language suggests an impending exchange, hinting at unresolved tension. Seohan hands something to Yumi and thanks her. The mood appears cordial, but restrained. Seohan comments on Yumi's unusual forgetfulness, referencing how she couldn't remember her bag earlier. Her tone suggests concern, but also subtle suspicion. Seohan abruptly responds that she's more worried about Yumi than Kijin, causing Yumi to react sharply with, "Excuse me? Watch your tongue." Seohan apologizes gracefully, saying she didn't intend to offend and asks for forgiveness with a composed expression. Seohan gestures for Yumi to enter the elevator first, saying she'll take the next one with her husband, maintaining her dignity with quiet assertiveness. Inside the elevator, Yumi stands in front of Kitai, visibly fuming and seething with anger, her eyes glowing red with frustration. Kijin observes Seohan from a distance, reflecting that he once thought she was just reserved and poised, but now sees her differently. He smiles slightly, admitting to himself that Seohan is pretty impressive, clearly intrigued by her poise and control. As the elevator closes, Kijin softly remarks to herself that today wasn't bad at all, looking quietly satisfied, while a small question mark hints at her surprise over her own sentiment. As the elevator doors open, Kijin steps out confidently and compliments the woman with a smirk, saying, "You were pretty hot back there." Flustered by the unexpected praise, Seohan exclaims, "What the heck?" and bashfully tells him not to say such embarrassing things. He smiles as he reassures her, saying she was great and praises her for holding her own against Yumi. Standing side by side in front of the elevator, the woman admits she was extremely nervous, with sweaty palms, but he reassures her, "I'm sure no one noticed." As the elevator closes, their hands slide together in a tender moment, signaling a quiet shift in intimacy. He gently kisses the back of her hand and confesses that although the battle is over, his heart is pounding harder than ever. Looking into her eyes, he softly asks, "May I kiss you?" leaving her surprised and flustered as she responds, "That's so sudden." He closes the space between them, gently cupping her face, and tells her, "Bite my tongue if you don't want to," offering a cheeky escape from consent. Overwhelmed and caught off guard, she is suddenly kissed, her thoughts spinning in confusion. What's going on? In a rush of emotion, she shoves him away, her hand pressed firmly against his chest in a jolt of resistance. Seohan quickly dashes ahead, announcing nervously, "We're here," while avoiding eye contact with the man behind her. Rushing forward, she clutches her lips in disbelief, internally questioning, "Why did he kiss me all of a sudden?" and admits he completely took her by surprise. As the man steps out of the elevator, she turns toward him in shock while he casually remarks, "Don't tell me that was our first kiss." She quietly refutes, saying it wasn't, revealing in narration that technically, it wasn't their first time. A flashback reveals that about 5 months into their marriage, he kissed her while drunk, catching her completely off guard. She reflects silently, eyes closed, thinking he must have mistaken her for Song Chiron during that drunken moment. He smirks and comments, "So this is where you draw the line," seemingly amused by her sudden boundary. She questions him, "What line?" prompting him to clarify that anything up to kissing must be okay now, and that he wouldn't have held back if he knew earlier. He rationalizes his feelings, saying even if it was one-sided, they must have kissed before. After all, they've shared the same bed for a year. As she tries to protest, saying kissing once doesn't justify anything, he places a finger on her lips and corrects her. "We kissed twice," leaving her wide-eyed in stunned silence. He smiles confidently and declares, "It's settled," then, signaling that the boundaries of their relationship have now shifted. Without hesitation, he gently grabs her hand and says, "Let's go eat," the moment marked by the warm gesture of holding hands. She looks at him, surprised, and points out, "But we just had dinner," clearly not expecting his invitation. He calmly explains, "You barely touched anything on your plate," and suggests, "Let's go out for a proper meal," showing concern for her well-being. As the sun sets behind a tall office building, a voice gently declares, "We can call it a date," marking a shift in the tone of their relationship. Kijin, at home and dressed casually, answers a call from her, surprised to hear from her just before her scheduled meeting. Driving with a worried expression, she admits she might have forgotten her laptop, which holds important files, and confesses, "I've never made such a mistake before." Kijin spots the laptop on the desk and reassures her, "Your laptop?" "Yes, it's here," bringing her a moment of visible relief. Still in her car, she considers turning back, beginning to say, "I'll go back and get," before realizing the time crunch. She notices she only has 20 minutes before the meeting starts and concludes, "If I turn back now, I'll be late." With a determined yet apologetic tone, she asks Kijin to send the laptop by express courier, saying she really doesn't have time to return for it. Confused by her request, Kijin responds, "Express courier? Why would you need that?" As her phone remains secured in the car dock, Kijin reminds her warmly, "You have a husband at home," implying he'll take care of it. Looking surprised yet touched, she listens as he offers, "Just give me the address. I'll be there soon," prompting her inner thought, "He's offering to run an errand for me." As the car speeds down the road, the man thinks to himself that he's in no position to decline. He begins to reveal the destination, saying, "The address is." A polished shoe steps out from the car, signaling his arrival with a purposeful step. Kijin leans over with a soft smile, calling out, "Seohyun." His presence clearly unexpected but welcome. Seohyun lights up upon seeing him and exclaims his name joyfully, "Kijin." From above, she walks toward him gratefully, expressing, "Thank you so much." As they clasp hands, she apologizes for making him come all the way, but he reassures her it's no trouble. He's actually meeting someone too. Surprised, she asks, "What?" "Around here." And he nods in response. With a gentle pat on her shoulder, he guides her forward, saying, "Let's go in." Just as they enter, Seohyun hesitates and tells him, "Hold on, Kijin. I'm about to have a meeting," creating a moment of tension. Mr. Reynolds, dressed in a floral shirt, sits calmly at a table as someone off-screen calls his name. His expression is unreadable, waiting for the encounter to unfold. Kijin and the woman enter the room together. She bows slightly and apologizes for their tardiness. Reynolds is visibly surprised at the sight of them together. Reynolds beams with delight as he greets Kijin enthusiastically with a handshake, exclaiming, "Bonjour. Long time no see." Kijin returns the greeting politely, saying, "Bonjour, John." The woman watches the reunion from behind, her eyes wide with surprise as soft sparkles fill the air between the two men. She's clearly caught off guard by the unexpected familiarity. Stunned, she mutters, "You too," while staring at them in disbelief. The sudden connection between the men seems to conflict with what she previously assumed. John and Kijin sit side by side, both looking slightly serious as they ask in sync, "Know each other?" Their mirrored expressions hint at a deeper, shared history yet to be revealed. Seohyun looks surprised and confused as she asks, "What's going on?" reacting to the sudden situation unfolding before her. Facing two men, Seohyun asks who the bald man is. Kijin responds calmly, saying, "Oh, let me introduce you." Kijin introduces Seohyun as his wife, Jong Seohyun, and mentions that she's the director of the Myri Art Center. Seohyun responds with a surprised, "Ah." With a professional demeanor, Seohyun introduces herself, stating she'll be leading today's meeting, as she formally greets Mr. Reynolds. Kijin introduced John Reynolds, and he acknowledged Seohyun. Kijin explains that they met when he studied abroad together. John expresses surprise, saying he had heard Kijin got married but didn't know Seohyun was his wife. He adds, "It's nice to meet you," and she politely replies, "The pleasure is all mine." John then turns to Kijin and asks curiously, "By the way, why are you here too?" indicating he wasn't expecting him. Kijin explains that he heard from Seohyun she had a meeting with John, so he decided to tag along and say hi. With a small smile, Kijin admits it's his fault Seohyun was late, as he chose to follow her last minute. He then says, "I hope you don't mind." John laughs cheerfully and waves his hand dismissively, saying, "Of course I don't. You rushed over here to see me," while Seohyun watches them with unease. Seohyun glances over with a conflicted expression, realizing that Kijin wasn't actually the reason she was late. She wonders quietly to herself, "Is he lying to cover for me?" Kijin gives them space by saying they can carry on with their meeting. Seo-hun turns slightly, watching the interaction unfold. A hand gestures toward a quiet seating area as someone says, "I'll be waiting over there," indicating they'll stay nearby, but out of the way. The group begins to separate. The younger man leads the way to the meeting area, while the older man acknowledges that business comes first. They agree to catch up later. John politely requests, "Ms. Zhang, please tell me all about the upcoming exhibition." She responds brightly, "Of course." Ms. Zhang presents the contract labeled Jean Roy Bascus Exhibition Authorization Contract and thanks him for the meeting, expressing relief that he is in Korea at this time. She begins the pitch, explaining that the Art Center is planning a special exhibition of Jean Roy Bascus's work and that they wish to rent the 3 pieces he owns. Continuing her explanation, she reiterates the request to rent the artworks, as outlined in their prior emails. Ms. Zhang explains that although Bascus is a great artist, he's not widely known in Korea. Their aim is to use the exhibition to introduce him to the public. In the distance, Kijin now sits alone, looking thoughtful as he listens to her presentation. As they prepare to leave, Seo-hun politely expresses their gratitude for the meeting, with a parting, "Thank you for your time today." John wishes them luck with the exhibition and tells Kijin to keep in touch, while Kijin and Seo-hun walk away side by side. Seated in the car, Seo-hun thanks Kijin for helping her earlier and curiously asks how he knew she was meeting Mr. Reynolds. Smiling as he drives, Kijin admits he was curious about what had been keeping her so busy. He explains that he read the documents on her desk and saw a familiar name, and out of concern, knowing John Reynolds can be fastidious, he didn't want her facing the meeting alone. Surprised and touched by his worry, the woman softly says, "Thank you," as her thoughts echo, "He was worried about me?" Outside SB Bank, she tells him the meeting went smoothly thanks to his support. At a stoplight, Kijin calmly replies, "I'm glad I could help my wife out," referring to her as his wife with quiet affection. Inside the car, Kijin gently asks if she feels closer to accepting him now, locking eyes with her in a moment filled with hopeful tension. Her breath catches, heartbeat racing, batum, as she hesitates, clearly flustered by his words and the emotions they stir. As they wait at a red light, Seo-hun nervously alerts the man that it's turned green. He reacts with a nonchalant tisk, leaving her flustered. They finally arrive home, stepping into the entryway together as she softly announces, "We're home." Standing inside, she reflects quietly, admitting to herself that she barely remembers anything from the drive back. Realizing how late it's gotten, she wonders aloud what they should have for dinner, unaware that he's approaching her from behind. Without warning, he hugs her tightly from behind, catching her completely off guard. Leaning close, he whispers teasingly, "Before that, shouldn't you reward your husband for his good behavior today?" Still holding her, he asks with playful intent, "Reward? What kind of reward?" Blushing and surprised, she stammers, "Well, of course," as he gently caresses her cheek, leaving her flustered. He leans in closer, gazing into her eyes and suggesting with a smirk, something like this. She closes her eyes and leans into his touch, thinking to herself, "Oh, this again," as their moment turns tender and romantic. In a dark and ominous space, a man reaches forward with a distressed expression, his voice trembling as he calls out, "Seo-hun." Seo-hun's eyes widened in shock and fear, her expression frozen as something buried deep within her resurfaces. Panic overtakes her, and with trembling hands, she shoves him away, exclaiming, "No." Clutching her chest, Seo-hun backs away, her heart pounding. She silently wonders why that painful memory came to mind so suddenly. Kijin stands silently across from her, his gaze unreadable, while she avoids his eyes, still shaken. Her voice trembles with vulnerability as she says, "I wasn't sure at first, but you're pushing me away, aren't you?" She flinches at the weight of her own realization. As she softly calls out, "Kijin," he silently turns his back on her, walking away without a word, each footstep echoing with emotional distance. Overwhelmed, Seo-hun collapses to the ground in despair, her body slumping under the emotional weight of the moment. In a quiet reflection, Seo-hun admits to herself that it wasn't because of Kijin. She was caught off guard by an old, painful memory that surfaced unexpectedly. Seo-hun clenches her fist and furiously mutters, "Jung Seo-jun." Her expression burns with resentment, hinting at unresolved pain tied to his name. Kneeling on the floor, she clenches her hand tightly, revealing her inner turmoil. She admits to herself that she only agreed to the marriage because she was desperate to escape after a past incident. Still haunted by her trauma, she reflects, "To think I still haven't gotten over what happened that day." Her thoughts are interrupted by the buzzing of her phone. The name, Jung Seojun, flashes across her phone screen, shaking her already fragile emotional state. Slamming her hand down with a thud, she cries out, "Please just leave me alone." The plea echoes her desperation to cut ties. A peaceful morning view of Sama Hospital sets the scene for a shift in location, marking a possible turn in the storyline. A hand knocks on a hospital room door. Knock, knock. The woman now wears a bright yellow shirt and a composed smile as she opens the door and softly says, "It's me, Mom," masking the emotional storm she's just endured. Seohun sits by her mother's hospital bed, who gently insists she didn't need to come, acknowledging her daughter's busy schedule. Seohun reassures her that it's no trouble and asks what she was doing. Her mother mentions she was simply looking out the window, noting there's not much to do in the hospital. The daughter responds with a quiet, "Right," clearly touched by the monotony her mother endures. The mother cheerfully hands her daughter a gift bag, asking her to give it to Kijin on her behalf. The daughter curiously asks what it is. Revealing the contents, the mother explains it's a hand-knitted sweater she made for Kijin and asks if he would like it. The daughter is visibly emotional, telling her mom she didn't have to go to such lengths. The mother replies she simply wanted to thank Kijin. With a warm expression, the mother says she wants to thank Kijin for loving you and taking care of you. The mother humorously claims Kijin is lucky to have her daughter and must have saved 100 countries in his past life. The daughter teasingly retorts that her mom can't even manage household affairs. The mother suggests bearing plenty of children for Kijin. Embarrassed, Seohun brushes her off, reminding her it's the 21st century. The mother expresses relief seeing that her daughter and Kijin are getting along well. Her words carry a gentle gratitude for their growing bond. She reflects that she was initially worried about Kijin, as he seemed cold and distant. A flashback of Kijin in a sleek suit illustrates that first impression. The mother smiles kindly and says she's glad to see that her daughter's relationship is going well, unaware of the hidden truth behind her words. Seohun silently struggles, thinking to herself that revealing her marital problems would break the heart of the person in front of her. Trying to keep up the facade, she insists that Kijin has changed and seems to genuinely care now. Her mother adds that Kijin must truly treasure her daughter, believing his kindness extends to how he treats herself, the mother-in-law too, leaving Seohun confused, asking, "What are you talking about?" The mother points to a bouquet, saying Kijin sent the flowers because he knew she loved them, even going as far as getting permission from the doctor. Surprised, Seohun asks in disbelief if he really sent those flowers. The mother explains that he even left a note with them, touched by this unexpected gesture of sweetness. Reading the note, which says, "I'll send fresh flowers again before these wither," Seohun begins to question her assumptions. Was he truly this sweet? The mother admits this isn't the first time he's done something thoughtful like this. The mother recalls that it wasn't flowers before. It was a designer bag Kijin brought her from a business trip to Italy. Seohun is stunned to learn new information, exclaiming that she had no idea and asking when it happened, revealing her complete surprise and confusion. Her mother explains it happened about 4 months after their wedding, and she remembers it clearly because it coincided with the start of her chemotherapy treatment. Seohun, sitting beside the hospital bed, asks why she was never told. Her mother explains that it was her husband's request to keep it quiet, insisting it wasn't a big deal, and admits she didn't know he had kept it hidden all this time. Seohun reflects silently, remembering that their marriage was actually quite good for the first 6 months, casting doubt over her previous assumptions. She recalls how things suddenly worsened, and how she had always assumed it was due to a mistress, specifically Song Chiron. Doubt creeps in as she questions if something else happened that she wasn't aware of, wondering if Song Chiron wasn't the actual cause after all. Trying to dismiss her spiraling thoughts, she tells herself to stop thinking about it, knowing it won't change anything now. Standing by the hospital bed, she offers to pass the knitted sweater to him, and assures her mother that he'll love it. She then says it's time for her to leave. Her mother gently encourages her to visit again, this time with Kijin, implying a deeper family or relational bond. As she exits, she gives a warm smile and tells her mother to take care until next time, offering a sense of closure and affection. Seohan walks into the building, warmly greeted by colleagues who express it's been too long. She smiles gracefully and responds, "Yes, it's good to see you all." Mr. On welcomes Seohan formally at the door, standing tall in his suit, indicating her presence is expected and respected. She apologizes for arriving without notice. Mr. On reassures her it's not a problem and says the person she wants to see is almost done for the day, then steps aside to let them talk privately. Seohan cautiously opens the office door and steps inside. Kijin at the desk doesn't see her yet, his back turned as he focuses on his screen. With a composed yet hopeful expression, Seohan asks, "Would you have dinner with me?" He responds with a guarded look, asking, "Why? Do you feel bad for me?" hinting at underlying tension or a past conflict. Seohan expresses sincere remorse, saying, "I'm really sorry about yesterday. Let me make it up to you," clearly hoping for reconciliation. He questions her earnestness, asking, all at once, seemingly skeptical about whether her apology can undo the damage done. She replies calmly, if possible, showing both resolve and vulnerability in her willingness to bridge the emotional gap. Kijin leans forward on his desk, looks at her firmly, and agrees, "All right then," signaling a willingness to give her a chance. Seohan curiously asks, "Where are we going?" as she follows the man, who leads confidently with a slight smile. He answers smoothly, "Somewhere we can continue where we left off yesterday," hinting at an intimate moment they previously shared. At the big hotel, he opens the door for her and gently encourages, "Go on in," as she hesitantly steps forward. Trying to calm herself, she thinks, "Don't be scared. I can do this." It isn't a big deal, but her anxious expression says otherwise. He sits casually on the bed, loosening his tie, and teases, "What's wrong?" "Having second thoughts now that you're here." She nervously admits, "It's my first time coming to a place like this with you. I just feel a bit awkward," avoiding his gaze. He gently reaches for her hand, reassuring her with the words, "There's a first time for everything." She sits on his lap, blushing slightly. She looks at him and softly asks, "Should we kiss?" With a confident smile, he replies, "We can do more than just kiss," intensifying the moment between them. Moved by emotion, she closes the distance and kisses him, wrapping her arms around his neck as they embrace. Their kiss deepens as emotions take over, capturing a moment of unspoken desire and vulnerability between them. With a soft, teasing smile, he gazes into her eyes and gently remarks, "You know you've been giving me a hard time, right?" as they remain close. She looks back at him sincerely and calmly replies, "I know," acknowledging her role in their emotional tension. With a subtle smile and a trace of affection, she wraps her arms around him and says, "So, this is your reward," offering herself as a tender gesture of closeness. Outside Sama Hospital, a doctor stresses the importance of absolute rest for the time being, emphasizing the seriousness of the patient's condition. The doctor forbids all strenuous activities, including golfing, warning that even a cold could cause the patient's ribs to fracture again. As the doctor continues his instructions, the woman and man listen quietly. She looks slightly worried while he remains calm and composed. It revealed, things were going very well in the hotel room, until, indicating a sudden change or interruption from an intimate moment. While sharing a kiss, Seohan reflects inwardly that she only intended to pretend to be his wife for 6 months, and now 1 month has already passed. She admits to herself that although the act will eventually end, she wants to remain true to her feelings in this fleeting moment. Touching his shoulder gently, she reflects that the affection may not erase her past pain, but it still holds meaning. As she leans in closer, she acknowledges it may not heal everything, but it will leave her with something worth remembering from this marriage. Suddenly, Kijin falls backward onto a couch with a loud thud, prompting Seohan to call out in alarm. "Kijin!" Panicked, Seohan worries, "Did I push him too far back?" and urgently asks, "Are you okay?" revealing her guilt and concern. Kijin tries to sit up in bed, insisting he's fine, but his body struggles as he rises, revealing he's still in pain. As he clutches his chest in pain, she panics and rushes to call a doctor, alarmed by his obvious discomfort. That was how they ended up in the hospital at the present. The doctor scolds them, revealing Kijin refractured his nearly healed ribs, being nagged by him. Kijin, now in a new outfit, questions with a straight face, "Must we use separate beds?" She crosses her arms and explains, "That's what the doctor told us to do for the time being," standing firm on the restriction. Previously, the doctor had warned them not to roll over Kijin or engage in strenuous activities. She teases him, "Remember?" With a gentle smile, she adds that until he's fully healed, they have no other choice in the matter. Kijin dramatically sighs, covering part of his face, and mutters, "Huh. How torturous," clearly frustrated by the separation. A month passes since Kijin was discharged from the hospital. He and the woman sit across from each other, drinking quietly at the dining table. Feeling restless, Kijin confesses he feels like a deadbeat husband for staying home all day, expressing his eagerness to return to the office. Seohan reminds him of his checkup scheduled for today, her tone casual yet caring as she prepares to leave. As they walk together, he confirms the checkup is in the afternoon. She apologetically explains she can't join him due to a meeting with a client and wishes him to drive safe. Standing before a mirror, he playfully complains that he's going to be in so much pain during occupational therapy, hinting at her unease with a smile. He sneaks up from behind and whispers teasingly, "Are you really making me go all by myself?" His voice laced with playful neediness. He tries to appear frail, but she smiles knowingly, saying she's seen him work out with dumbbells weighing tens of kilograms. "Acting weak isn't going to work on me." He pouts, calling her too cold, but she hugs him, affirming, "I'm hard on you because I care about your well-being." With a sly smirk and sultry eyes, he teases her further. "You can be even stricter if you want. You'd look nice holding a whip." Seohan smiles and teases Kijin, remarking, "Wow, Kijin, you're unexpectedly," hinting at his surprising sincerity or charm. Kijin directly confesses, "My thoughts are impure. I've never tried to hide it," while placing his hand gently on her shoulder, his gaze steady and unwavering. He leans in with tender boldness, kissing her temple and saying, "So I want you in my bed tonight," while she looks up at him with a soft, knowing smile. Seohan chuckles to herself, "Gosh, what a way to start the day," and reflects on how bewildering it once was to be called his wife, though now she's grown used to it. Kijin smiles warmly and thinks to himself, "I'm glad Seohan is my wife," his expression filled with peace and quiet affection. As they leave together, he tells her, "I'll pick you up after work," and she responds, "From the art center?" Before reminding him about dinner at his parents' house after her therapy session. Kijin asks, "Does your father enjoy wine?" She lightly questions, "Are you going to buy a bottle?" "You don't have to," showing a shift in his attentiveness. Their hands briefly meet as he reaches out, saying, "I can't go to my father-in-law's birthday dinner empty-handed," highlighting a sense of responsibility and newfound thoughtfulness. Surprised, he asks, "What's with that reaction? Do I not usually do this?" Puzzled by her expression. She replies, "You've never done this before. You weren't exactly the caring type." He counters softly, "I doubt that. I want to do everything for you, like a mother bird," revealing his growing affection and devotion. Kijin reflects on his past with soft regret, acknowledging aloud, "I'm sure I was the same way before." Her eyes lower as the thought lingers, emotions surfacing quietly. She turns to leave, calmly stating, "I'll get going now. See you." Kijin responds with a neutral, "Oh, okay," watching her walk away. The door closes with a sharp slam, echoing the sudden emotional distance left behind in her absence. Standing with his arms crossed, the man wonders aloud, "What was that about? Did I say something wrong?" Confusion clouds his expression. He reflects on her subtle reactions, noting how she sometimes freezes and flinches over certain things I say offhandedly, recognizing the fragility beneath her composure. He suspects she's hiding something from him, perhaps something tied to his lost memories, leaving him deep in thought and uneasy. A conversation with Mr. On reassures him, "Ms. Zhang hasn't changed." "It's you who did, sir." The implication settles heavily. Mr. On further observes, You've become more affectionate and sweeter toward her, highlighting a change in the man's demeanor. In a flustered reaction, the man thinks, affectionate and sweet? That makes me cringe, masking his inner conflict with humor. Alone, he gazes pensively and admits, I want to know what she's hiding from me. Why does she look at me that way, with those loving yet sad eyes? A deep yearning for truth overtakes him. Seo-hun is bathed in soft light, her expression distant and conflicted. The man watching her wonders silently. Why does she have that resentful look on her face every now and then? Haunted by doubt, he envisions himself on his knees, overwhelmed by guilt. He questions if he wronged her in the past and wonders if that's why she cannot accept him. His thoughts drift to a possibility that stings deeper. Maybe she was once in love with someone else. A vision of Seo-hyun laughing happily beside another man flashes through his mind. His chest throbs unexpectedly as the thought settles. If the reason she can't accept me is because she can't forget that person. Pain grips him from within, both emotional and physical. Clutching his chest, he sits alone on the couch, startled. Was that my rib? Has it still not healed? He asks himself, uncertain whether the ache is from the body or the heart. With a solemn expression, he whispers her name, Seo-hun, as if calling out in longing and frustration. A bright memory pierces through his brooding thoughts. Seo-hyun, smiling brightly, calling out Kijin, like sunlight breaking through sorrow. Back in the quiet expanse of his home, he sits alone, consumed by longing. With a heavy heart, he murmurs, I miss you already. Seo-hun instructs her colleague to free up their best wall, the one with optimal lighting, likely for an upcoming art installation. Her co-worker responds with a simple, understood. The short-haired woman asks when the artworks will arrive, and Seo-hun replies that it will be within a month. Seo-hun glances at the time and realizes she needs to leave, hinting that she has a scheduled plan. She tells Sunju to lock up the gallery and head home, revealing that she has to be on her way. Sunju is surprised she's leaving early. With a soft smile, Seo-hun explains that she has plans with her husband. Excited, Sunju asks if Mr. Ma will be coming to the gallery, clearly intrigued by the possibility. Seo-hun laughs and says she doesn't think he'll come in. He never has. Sunju responds with surprise. Oh. Suddenly, Seo-hun is caught off guard, her expression softening as she says, he's really here. Kijin in a suit with striking eyes, holding a phone, stands surrounded by flowers. Seo-hun calls out his name. Kijin. Kijin smiles and responds. You came all the way in, confirming his presence inside the gallery, a rare and unexpected gesture. He greets Seo-hun warmly, saying, I wanted to see you sooner, hinting at a deeper interest and eagerness behind his visit. With a charming smile, he adds that he was also curious about her taste in art, making the conversation feel more personal and intimate. Seo-hun blushes at his sweet words while Sunju in the background excitedly gushes. Wow, he's so romantic, amid sparkles and glitter. As Seo-hun pushes Kijin towards the exit, Seo-hun reminds Sunju to lock up and have a good evening. Seo-hun, flustered and hiding her face, admits inwardly that his lovey-dovey behavior is embarrassing. The car speeds off with a vroom, marking the start of their evening together, tinged with anticipation. Sitting in the passenger seat, she gazes out the window with a soft expression and quietly admits to herself, I kind of like it. Kijin suddenly poses a probing question, asking if she has an ex-lover who can't forget you, implying a deeper concern or jealousy. Stunned, Seo-hun's eyes widen as he continues, clarifying that he means someone who still has feelings for her. Flustered and defensive, she shouts, and no. Why are you asking such a weird question? Clearly caught off guard. While driving, the man tells the woman he saw a strange man in the parking lot just moments ago. Surprised, Seo-hun questions him, asking, a strange man. Kijin recalled, suspicious man dressed in black with a cap hiding his face, peeking into the gallery. He couldn't make out the man's face. She wonders aloud if the man could be Sunju's boyfriend. The man dismisses that idea, revealing the stranger was lurking around her car specifically. She responds with surprise, really? She ponders the identity of the man but admits, no one comes to mind. Kijin tries to brush off the incident, saying, maybe I'm just overthinking it. She asks what happened to the stranger, and he explains that the man had already left by the time he parked his car. Concerned, Kijin suggests she check the parking lot's security footage when she has time and admits, I can't help but worry. She agrees to look into it. A brief moment of staring at each other, he scolds him lightly, saying, this isn't a laughing matter. She chuckles and replies it was because he was acting like a real husband. He questioned, isn't that what I am? She teasingly jabs back, calling him a husband who's just for show. Visibly wounded by her remark, he continues driving with a deadpan expression while a bold arrow labeled husband for show stabs into his pride. Trying to regain composure, he tells her to stop bringing up the past, reminding her they had agreed to move on, his words underscored by a subtle pout. She laughs warmly and promises to stop, brushing off the tension with a bright, carefree, okay, I'll stop. I promise. They arrived at Seohun's father's house. A finger presses a doorbell with a ding-dong. As they walk through the gate to the inside, she asks if he remembers her father. The two pairs of feet shown reflect their careful steps into a personal moment. He confesses that he doesn't just lack memory of her father, he's lost all data regarding her entire family. Despite this gap, he mentions he took lessons from Mr. On to make a good impression, hinting at effort behind his facade. She lights up as he hands her a gift bag, hoping the wine inside will please her father, a thoughtful gesture meant to bridge the distance. As they arrive at the doorstep, Seohun praises Kijin for going the extra mile, assuring him that her father will appreciate the effort. At sunset, Seohun stands frozen as a familiar voice calls her name, drawing her attention with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. A gentle smile plays on Seojun's face as he greets her warmly, saying, it's been a while, the golden sky behind him echoing the emotion of the moment. Seohun recoils in shock, recognizing him instantly. Her mind screams, Jong Seojun, as her expression hardens. From a distance, Seohun questions his presence, stunned, while Seojun explains that he recently returned to Korea and had tried to reach her, but she hadn't answered. With soft sincerity, Seojun tells her he waited after hearing she was coming for dinner, just to catch a glimpse of her again. Seohun's expression turns cold and hurt as she accuses him. Why did you? You promised we'd never see each other again. In the tension of the moment, another hand firmly grabs Seohyun's, a silent but protective gesture breaking the heavy silence. Still holding her hand, Kijin beside Seohyun asserts calmly, we're going to head in first, making it clear he's drawing a line between her and Seojun. The pair walk away hand in hand, their footsteps echoing with resolve as Seojun watches them retreat into the building. Inside, the atmosphere shifts to formal civility as everyone sits around the dinner table and the father announces, let's eat, ushering in an uneasy meal beneath layers of unspoken tension. Another man on the table expresses concern for Kijin, asking how he's doing after his recent accident. Kijin responds calmly, stating he's making a quick recovery and appears to be doing well physically. Kijin credits his recovery to Seohun's help and presence, while Seohun humbly tells him it wasn't necessary to say that. Seohun's father coldly states that it is a wife's duty to support her husband, reinforcing traditional expectations. Kijin adds warmly that he would be happy to have Seohun with him all the time, suggesting his appreciation goes beyond obligation. He quickly follows up by acknowledging Seohun's talent, saying it would be a waste to keep someone of her abilities at home. Seohun is touched and surprised. Kijin shares that he visited her gallery earlier and was amazed at how well she had managed it, noting it looked more modern than when his mother was in charge. Seohun gazes softly, visibly moved, as she expresses confidence that the gallery will thrive under her leadership. Kijin then looks towards Seohun's father and says he must be very proud of his daughter, placing her success front and center at the table. Her father awkwardly agrees, clearing his throat with a strained expression, suggesting unease behind his forced approval. Seohun receives a rare compliment from her father, who acknowledges her hard work by saying, "You've done well, Seohun." Taken aback but grateful, she softly responds with a polite, "Thank you." A warm moment unfolds as Seohun giggles and beams at Kijin, who looks at her fondly. The soft lighting and floral overlay emphasize the growing closeness between them. The tender atmosphere is abruptly shattered by a loud slam, as someone forcefully strikes the table, fork in hand, an explosion of tension in the middle of the dinner. A dark aura surrounds Seojun, whose cold expression and intense glare suggest burning resentment or jealousy as he stares at the couple. After the meal, Seohun's father turns to Kijin and asks, "Can I have a word with you?" They both exchange a firm, serious gaze. As the two men walk off together, Seohun watches and thinks to herself that it's obvious. He's going to ask Kijin to fund his nomination fee for the general election. Another man excitedly examines an expensive bottle of wine, marveling that it costs as much as a car, and praises Kijin for being very considerate. Beaming with delight, the man suggests, "We should put this on display," clearly impressed by the gift, while Seohun and Seojun in the background remain seated. Feeling out of place, Seohun rises from her seat, thinking to herself, "This is awkward," as the atmosphere becomes increasingly uncomfortable. As she begins to leave the room, Seojun reaches out and says, "Wait, Seohun," trying to stop her from walking away. Seohun turns around and responds coldly with, "What?" her expression guarded and wary. Looking somewhat nervous and hesitant, Seojun softly asks, "Can we talk?" revealing a vulnerability in his tone. Under the evening sky, Seohun faces him and demands, "What is it?" Get to the point, not hiding her frustration. With a close-up of his lips, the man finally begins to open up, saying, "I really regret," leaving his confession hanging in the air. What happened that day? Seojun expresses deep remorse, admitting he blamed himself every day and constantly worried about her, acknowledging her pain and apologizing sincerely. Seohun's inner thoughts reveal her disbelief and anger as she silently fumes. How shameless can he be? The man, Jong Seojun, her stepbrother's best friend, who lives next door and works as a veterinarian. A flashback shows a young Seohun cheerfully asking, "Do my homework with me," as she smiles up at a boy, young Seojun. Young Seojun affectionately agrees, patting her head while she laughs joyfully, with narration revealing he always cared for her like a sister. The memory continues with the two sitting closely on a couch, bonding over shared moments and childhood admiration. She reflects, "We were close, and I looked up to him a lot." That warm reflection is suddenly disrupted by the looming reminder. Until that incident took place. Seohun is startled awake to find Seojun stumbling into her room, clearly drunk. She nervously murmurs, "Seojun," and realizes he's drunk. Seojun, leaning over her with flushed cheeks and heavy breath, whispers her name, "Seohun," as tension builds under the dark backdrop. A shadowy figure looms threateningly over Seohun as she gasps in horror. Her scream of "No" echoes into the silence, filled with dread and resistance. In a quick and desperate motion, Seohun snatches her wrist violently from Seojun's grasp. The action is abrupt, tense, and fueled by raw emotion. Seohun bolts for the door, her hand clutching something as she dashes away, refusing to look back. The man behind her watches in stunned silence, unable to stop her retreat. A solemn wedding portrait shows a couple, both wearing stoic expressions. Seohun reflects regretfully, admitting that the marriage was a hasty decision made to escape the aftermath of a traumatic event. "We agreed to never see each other again." The statement feels final, heavy with unresolved tension. Seojun confronts the man, accusing him of breaking her request to stay away from family gatherings. She expresses regret, saying she wouldn't have come if she had known he would be there. A flashback reveals a sick puppy lying on the floor, bandaged and frail. She recalls contacting the man just once after everything, to arrange a surgery for the dog she was sponsoring. Tensions rise as a flashback shows the couple mid-argument. She confesses that their already strained relationship deteriorated further after that day, and she sincerely wished it would be the last time she ever saw him. Back in the present, Seojun gently apologizes, explaining that her brother told him she would be present. Concern etched on his face, he reveals he came after hearing about her husband's car accident, worried for her well-being. With subtle sarcasm, Seohun questions his sudden concern, noting that she thought he was abroad doing volunteer work. Her expression and crossed arms convey skepticism and cold detachment. She coldly tells him to stop acting so desperate, making it clear that she only agreed to meet him to say this one thing. Her tone is detached and final. With her face turned away, she firmly reminds him to keep his promise, to never come near her again. Her words slice through the night with finality. She closes her eyes and turns away, her hair whipping in the wind as he remains still behind her. Suddenly, Seojun dashes forward, shouting that he couldn't help it. He just missed her too much. His emotions finally burst through his restraint. Shocked, She turns around and asks what he just said, unable to process his sudden confession. Her face is a mix of disbelief and inner turmoil. He confesses again. He missed her and wanted to see her so badly that he flew all the way back. His words echo with longing and desperation. She erupts, shouting at him in fury, reminding him that she is married. Her anger reveals the impossibility of the situation. Clutching his chest, he admits he can't control his feelings. His pain is raw and unfiltered. With eyes full of sincerity, he tells her he really missed her. That's the only reason he came back. His voice trembles with truth. She turns away with disgust, declaring his confession revolting. Her expression hardens, signaling the final blow to his hope. She told him that she'll pretend she didn't hear him. Him acting this way is just going to drive them even further apart. She doesn't expect him to wish her well. So just let her forget him. As she walks away, Seo-jun yells, "Wait, I'm not done yet," and grabs her wrist, desperation flashing across his face. He scolds her to lower her voice, reminding her they're at her parents' house, while he holds her wrist in frustration. Panicked, Seo-hun threatens to scream if he doesn't release her, but suddenly someone steps in. Seo-hun flinches and her expression changes as she softly utters, "Kijun," revealing the identity of the approaching figure. Seo-jun calmly asks Kijun to give them space, stating they're having an important conversation. With a sharp look, Kijun firmly tells him to let go of her hand, his tone low but commanding. Seo-jun angrily protests, insisting they're having an important talk, as he tightens his hold and positions himself protectively between her and Kijun. Kijun's shoes step forward with authority, declaring that not even $1 billion deal would justify leaving the two alone. Tension crackles in the air as both men face off in a cold, intense glare, while Seo-hun stands on the side silently between them. Kijun, with a sharp glare and commanding tone, warns that nothing good happens to people who lay their hands on my wife, asserting his protective stance. Seo-jun responds with a calm but dismissive expression, saying, "We're practically family," trying to justify his closeness to Seo-hun. With explosive force, Kijun knocks Seo-jun's hand away as he grips Seo-jun's wrist tightly, calling out his gaze, his actions, and his tone. None of them imply family in any way, prompting Seo-jun to wince in pain and exclaim, "Ugh." Kijun coldly challenges the man with a cutting question. "Are you sure that's the defense you want to use?" With explosive tension, Seo-jun yanks his arm away from another's grasp, the action charged with hostility and resentment. Seo-jun, eyes blazing with anger, confronts Kijun, yelling, "You have no right to come between us." Calm but firm, Kijun declares, "She's my wife," claiming his ground with an unshakable stare. Seo-jun lowers his tone slightly, but his words remain sharp. "This is a private matter," he says coldly. Their confrontation grows more tense as their feet nearly touch. Kijun warns, "If you truly see her as just a childhood friend," he delivers a chilling threat, locking eyes and stating, "Don't cross the line you're currently stepping on." Fury erupts as Seo-jun grabs Kijun by the collar, shouting, "You son of a," while the word grab punctuates the scene. Seo-hun steps in, distressed and desperate, crying out, "Please stop. Both of you." She places herself between the two men, pleading for calm. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'll explain everything. So for now, let's just get out of here." As she walks away with Kijun, Seo-jun calls out after her in anguish, "Seo-hun, please," with his teeth clenched and eyes filled with growing frustration as he watched the two retreating back. Returning home together, Seo-hun sighs wearily, admitting she doesn't even know how they got back, while Kijun follows closely behind, silently brooding. Kijun loosens his tie and coldly commands, "Now, explain," clearly determined to get answers without delay. She hesitates but questions him, asking how much he overheard, to which he replies firmly, "Just start from the beginning," offering no room for evasion. Focusing her thoughts, she tells herself, "Don't be nervous. Just relax and speak," as she tries to steady her emotions before diving into painful memories. She finally begins, revealing that Seo-jun did something to her that she couldn't overlook, and so she asked for space, her voice steady but firm. Kijun steps closer, sharply adding that she's smart enough to know he isn't asking about trivial matters, making it clear he wants the whole truth. Confronting her directly, Kijin warns, "Tell me, before I really get the wrong idea," his voice rising with restrained fury as he looms over her. Internally, she acknowledges that Kijin is relentless like a bulldog when he's after the truth, but the weight of what she must say still terrifies her. Her thoughts spiral as she silently asks herself how she could ever tell him that Seojun once came into her room drunk and tried to kiss her when no one else was home. Overwhelmed by past memories, the woman feels like she's suffocating just thinking about that moment. Her expression darkens, caught in a storm of emotions she's struggling to contain. She resists opening up, whispering internally, "I don't want to tell him. I can't." Her voice barely audible, she firmly declares the issue as a private matter between her and someone else. Facing the man before her, she snaps with defiance, reminding him that even though he's her lawful husband, he has no right to intrude into her personal life. Her tone is sharp, her boundaries clearly drawn. He confronts her with a heavy question, asking, "Did you love that man?" Her heart pounds, stunned by the weight and vulnerability of the inquiry. Infuriated, she turns sharply and yells, "Are you crazy? How can you even ask that?" Her emotions boil over, refusing to let the accusation stand. He retorts bitterly, revealing his jealousy. "The way he looked at you was like how a man looks at a woman." His words carry both pain and accusation. Angered, she commands him to watch your mouth. "I won't tolerate you making assumptions and jumping to your own conclusions about me even if you're my husband," she declares. Internally, she clenches her fist, wishing to forget everything and move on like nothing happened. But the ache remains, raw and unresolved. Tears brimming in her eyes, she silently pleads with her anguish expression, "Stop rubbing salt into my wound." Kijin looks shocked and hurt as he stares at Seohan, brooding within him if she's making that expression because of another man. Jealousy and heartbreak flash across his face. He confronts Seohan angrily, demanding to know why she's defending a man who doesn't even respect her as a married woman. The emotional tension between them escalates. Just thinking of Seohan once embraced someone she truly loved, holding on to him with quiet longing. Her feelings had always belonged elsewhere, angered him. Kijin silently questions why it feels like Seohan is pushing him away. Her distant gaze and calm expression leave him feeling shut out. Pain throbs behind Kijin's eyes as he closes them, overwhelmed. Without a word, he turns away from Seohan, making a decision. As he walks toward the elevator, Seohan calls out, asking where he's going. Kijin doesn't answer, determined to leave the confrontation behind. Seohan watches him with concern and a hint of regret, softly calling his name, "Kijin," as he walks back out, slamming the door. Kijin drives alone through the night, the city lights and bridge rushing past as the engine roars. The distance between them grows with each mile. Frustration explodes inside him. He slams his fist against the wheel and yells, "Damn it!" The pain of the situation becomes unbearable. With gritted teeth, Kijin questions himself, should I have pretended not to see anything? His anger mixes with heartbreak, torn between what's right and what hurts. He reflects on the situation, acknowledging that it's a matter between two people. Despite only having a hunch, he wonders if turning a blind eye would have made him feel any better. With piercing clarity, he remembers what he saw. There was no mistaking the glint of lust in Seojun's eyes. His denial crumbles under the weight of what he knows he witnessed. Overcome with rage, he nearly loses all rational thought when he sees Seojun grab her wrist. The moment is etched in his mind, intense and vivid. Driving through the night, he scoffs at the phrase, "practically family," clenching the wheel in anger. His bitter laughter hints at deeper emotions bubbling beneath the surface. Stepping out of the car, he prepares to confront the truth head-on. He calls out into the quiet night, "What's your side of the story, Jong Seon?" Standing alone under the city lights, he ponders her reactions, how she flinched at the smallest actions and avoided discussing her past. The breeze carries his heavy thoughts across the skyline. A soft expression overtakes his face as he quietly questions if everything she went through was because of that man. The weight of this possibility stirs something deep within him. A hand hovers over a phone screen with Mr. On's number dialed in, ready to call. The moment lingers with uncertainty, as if the truth is just one conversation away. He lifts his phone and makes a call, introducing himself to Mr. On with quiet urgency. The atmosphere is tense as the city glows behind him. Staring out over the river, he demands a thorough background check on Jang Seojun, his family, workplace, and every current detail. His words carry a sense of suspicion and determination. Mr. An, looking serious and startled, confirms the target is Ms. Young's close family friend and promises to begin the investigation immediately. With cold focus and a piercing gaze, Kijun commands Mr. An to have the information ready by the time he arrives at the office. His tone leaves no room for delay. Water pours down from the showerhead, filling the bathroom with steam and a calming sound as someone takes a quiet moment alone. Seohun, fresh from the shower, dries her hair and adjusts her robe, her face calm but contemplative. Standing in her room, she looks around and wonders aloud. Kijun still isn't back. Her solitude is starting to weigh on her. She checks the time on her phone, 11:48 p.m. on Friday, July 3rd, and wonders if Kijun plans to sleep elsewhere tonight. Sitting in front of her vanity, she reflects with concern. He's definitely going to ask me about Seojun again. What should I tell him? Her face grows tense as she acknowledges to herself, I can't keep avoiding the conversation forever. Worried, she imagines the worst. If she tells Kijun the truth, he might try to kill Seojun. Collapsing onto the bed in frustration, she bitterly mutters, why do I care if he dies or not? He's not my friend anymore. With her hand clutching her chest, she thinks in silence. Kijun matters more to me than anything else right now. She runs her hand across the empty bed and murmurs, has this bed always been this huge? There is an event. The setting is a sleek, modern lounge that sparkles with elegance, yet remains eerily empty. A sense of anticipation lingers in the air, waiting for someone important to arrive. The glamorous Seohun scans the room, noting Kijun's absence and wondering aloud if he will appear at all tonight. Her expression betrays a hint of worry and disappointment. The event introduces Luminous, an exclusive socialite club. It's a domain reserved for the powerful heirs and heiresses of elite families marked by immense wealth, fame, or influence. It reveals that despite her father's rise from poverty to congressman, she still doesn't belong. Her entry into this elite circle only came through marrying Kijun, underscoring how foreign their world remains to her. She reflects on how the privileged elite never truly welcomed her. In their eyes, she is nothing but a commoner, undeserving of their company. Their scrutinizing stares make her feel like an intruder. Every look they cast seems to search for flaws, as if to confirm she doesn't belong. Despite her discomfort, she remains composed, aware that her affiliation with Sama Corporation ties her to these people. She walks among them like an outsider navigating enemy territory. She admits to herself that if Kijun were with her, she would have felt less alone. His presence would have been a shield against the social scrutiny closing in on her. Aware of how quickly vultures circle the vulnerable, she strategizes to avoid interactions until Kijun arrives. She moves with quiet purpose, trying to stay out of view. Standing alone against the city's night lights, she quietly acknowledges how deeply these people exclude outsiders. Her solitude becomes a silent act of resilience. About 5 months ago, during another luminous event, after coming out from the female restroom, Seohun's eye reveals her sudden recognition as she softly mutters, is that, inside the venue, a young woman with violet hair is seen speaking to a man in a suit. He tentatively asks, Ms. Song? Indicating surprise at Ms. Song's presence. Seohun, now visibly alarmed, questions aloud why Ms. Song is here, noting that she shouldn't be able to enter without an invitation. The suited man confirms that Ms. Song indeed does not have an invitation, but he expresses no surprise at this fact, implying skepticism or disdain. Seohun's internal thought asks, is she looking for Kijun, revealing possible motives behind Ms. Song's unexpected arrival. Seohun, resentful, thinks bitterly, how dare a mistress like her show her face around here, hinting at past scandal and hostility. With firm resolve, Seohun prepares to intervene, thinking, I should warn her to leave before Kijun gets here. Before she can act, a confident blonde man steps into the scene, surprising Seohun. He appears interested in Ms. Song. The blonde man casually offers to escort Ms. Song inside, suggesting, I could bring you inside as my +1 if we click, displaying both charm and boldness. Song Chiron politely explains that she's only there to return her boss's phone, which he left in the car, and asks the man if he could retrieve him. Curious, he asks, "Who's your boss?" She answers confidently that her boss is Executive Director Ma Kijin of Sama Corporation. The man reacts with a sly smirk, amused that she is Kijin's secretary. Seohan, watching from afar, recognizes the man. She recalls him as Park Do-hyung, the second son of Daesung Corporation, a major rival to Sama. Though it is a powerful company, its recent electronic products have all been outperformed by Sama. Park Do-hyung taunts the secretary with a condescending, "That's too bad for you," and then unexpectedly lifts her chin with his finger, causing her to react with a startled, "Excuse me." Wearing a sly smile, Do-hyung asks what she can offer in return for the favor, suggesting they go to a lower floor with a place with an amazing view, implying ill intentions. From a distance, Seohan observes the interaction and deduces the floor below houses hotel suites. She disgustedly labels him a pervert. The secretary firmly decides to deliver the phone herself, but as she turns away, Do-hyung abruptly snatches the phone from her, mocking her attempt with "Nice try." Holding the phone out of her reach, Do-hyung criticizes her for being just as rude as her boss for making a stranger run an errand. She pleads with him to return it, saying he's making things difficult. He arrogantly challenges her with, "Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it?" as she demands, "Give it back." In a rising tone of frustration, Do-hyung explodes in anger, calling her a peasant and questioning who she thinks she is to order him around. She flinches and cries out in pain as he assaults her. The attention of the crowd shifts as murmurs rise. Ma Kijin, the executive director, arrives on the scene, walking toward the commotion with purpose. Ma Kijin, now close, commands with icy authority, "Take your dirty hand off my belongings," firmly grabbing Do-hyung's wrist. With a mocking grin, Do-hyung provocatively holds up both the secretary's hand and the phone, asking which of the two Ma Kijin is referring to as his belongings. Kijin abruptly snatches his phone back from Park Do-hyung, signaling immediate tension between them as the atmosphere turns icy. With a smug grin, Do-hyung provocatively asks if he can fool around with Kijin's secretary, complaining that all the girls at Luminous are taken. Kijin coolly responds that Do-hyung can do whatever he wants, so long as she agrees. Do-hyung is stunned by how calmly Kijin responds, admitting internally that he only wanted to provoke him out of frustration from constant comparisons with Kijin by his own father. Resentment bubbling, Do-hyung considers leaning into the chaos and having some fun now that things have escalated. Smirking, Do-hyung directly offers Song Chaerin 100 million won for the night, pointing out her boss already gave the okay. He intensifies the insult by adding that 100 million won for 10 minutes is a tempting deal, challenging her with a smug, "What are you going to do, Miss Song?" Kijin retaliates with a cutting remark, suggesting Do-hyung might not even last 10 minutes, maybe just 5, leaving everyone shocked. Do-hyung explodes in anger, shouting an insult as he lunges at Kijin with a wine bottle, but a security guard grabs his arm to restrain him. Security intervenes to calm the scuffle as Kijin watches silently, while Song Chaerin stands aside looking uneasy. As Kijin calmly walks away with Song Chaerin, leaving Do-hyung behind. Strangely, what she felt while watching that incident was envy. Back to the present time, Seohan's hand gently touches the large glass window reminiscing of the past event and wonders with longing, will he ever go to her aid one day like he did for Song Chaerin? A woman with striking green eyes approaches Seohan, confirming if her identity as the wife of Ma Kijin from Sama Corporation. Seohan responds, slightly wary, "Yes, I am." The woman introduces herself with a confident smile as Lee Yunjin, noting it's their first time meeting at Luminous. Seohan reflects internally, recognizing Yunjin as the daughter of Lee Sang-chul, a political rival of her father's. She recalls seeing Yunjin before during election campaigns. Seohan politely replies, "Nice to meet you," but her reserved expression hints at caution rather than warmth. Yunjin probes further, asking if Seohan is waiting for her husband. Seohan smiles slightly and answers, "I'll go in soon." Though Yunjin continues smiling, Seohan senses no genuine goodwill behind it. She notes that if Yunjin's father had won the last election, Yunjin might have been the one to marry Kijin instead. Seohan, poised but distant, tells Yunjin that she's waiting for Kijin, who should arrive soon. She turns away politely, saying, "Have a good evening." Yunjin lingers, making a pointed remark, "Sama Corporation sure is powerful. Wouldn't you agree?" The tone unsettles Seohyun. Seohyun's demeanor shifts from composed to sharp. She turns around, her voice edged with disbelief. Excuse me? Standing near a grand window, Yunjin comments on the immense power of Sama Corporation, subtly asserting dominance in her poised stance. She recalls how her father lost his political nomination after a sudden change, hinting that Seohyun's marriage into the Sama family was the likely cause. Seohyun, taken aback, demands clarification, clearly unsettled by the accusation and its implications. Yunjin delivers a veiled warning, suggesting they won't lose again. Seohyun firmly distances herself from her father's affairs, claiming disinterest. She doesn't even know much about that topic. Whispers spread among onlookers as their hushed voices and tense stances make it clear an argument is unfolding in public view. As a man approaches, he asks what's going on, and Yunjin welcomes him with a knowing smirk, calling him babe. Recognition flashes across the Seohyun's face. With narrowed eyes, she thinks, that guy is it's best not to get involved with scum like him. Yunjin introduces Seohyun as the wife of Ma Kijin from Sama Corp and proudly presents Park Do-hyung as her fiancé, implying deliberate provocation. With a smile, Park Do-hyung greets the woman warmly, feigning ignorance of the tension, and says he didn't realize she and Seohyun knew each other. He hands out a sealed envelope while announcing, "Here's an invitation to our wedding." Yunjin smiles confidently and invites Seohyun to attend if she has time. Her expression and posture radiate arrogance. As noted by the internal monologue, she's flaunting her engagement to the heir of Daesung Corporation. Seohyun politely acknowledges the wedding date at the Shinra Hotel, but internally suspects the invitation was given out of rivalry. She finds the bride to be a handful, hinting at deeper personal conflict. Seohyun turns away after calmly saying, "I'll see you at your wedding," while Yunjin watches her in silence, her gaze unreadable. Yunjin suddenly accuses Seohyun of insincerity and implies judgment over the groom's second marriage, her tone sharp beneath a mocking smile. Taken aback, Seohyun finds the remark unpleasant and defends herself, saying she didn't even know it was the groom's second wedding, asking not to have her goodwill misjudged. Feigning innocence, Yunjin laughs it off, saying it was just a joke and that Seohyun takes things too seriously, though her dismissiveness feels calculated. Someone claps sharply to interrupt the rising tension and says, Now. Enough with the small talk," shifting the scene with a commanding presence. The smug-looking Do-hyung wonders aloud if Kijin has arrived yet, clearly anticipating his reaction to the alliance between Daesung Corp and President Lee Sang-chul. Smirking slyly, he adds a cryptic remark about which son-in-law will present a gold badge in the upcoming election, hinting at political games and ulterior motives behind the wedding. Seohyun confronts the pair with fiery anger, shouting that she doesn't care, only to be met with a cutting retort from Yunjin accusing her of lacking confidence. With cold determination in her eyes, Seohyun declares inwardly that she can no longer tolerate this nonsense. She unleashes her sharp tongue, calling out the couple's behavior as repugnant and mocking their behavior as pathetic for Luminous, a club that consists of the top 0.01% elites. Their attack is petty because their father lost the previous election. Furious, Do-hyung grabs her by the shoulders and demands clarification, his pride wounded by her comment, calling him pathetic. He insults her, attributing her presence in the club solely to Ma Kijin, calling her worthless. Unshaken, Seohyun confidently replies that while she wasn't born into an elite family, she now has Ma Kijin supporting her, and demands permission to continue. She lashes out again, accusing the couple of being cowardly and disgracefully uneducated, acting like children in a public place. Enraged, Do-hyung raises his hand, shouting in fury as if preparing to strike her. Before he can follow through, someone swiftly kicks him away with great force, knocking him aside in defense of Seohyun. Staggering from the impact, the man glares around in rage, demanding to know who dared to intervene. With a cold, piercing glare, Kijin delivers a sharp remark, accusing the man of failing to entertain someone else's wife and warning that such tedious matters are rude to discuss. And by the way, he was aiming at a fly. Do-hyung responds with disbelief like he would believe that excuse. Kijin smirks as he delivers a final blow, taunting, "Cat got your tongue? Well, I'm glad that shut you up," relishing in his verbal dominance. Tension simmers as Kijin walks past Do-hyung calmly, while the embarrassed Do-hyung clutches his face in defeat, overwhelmed by humiliation. Kijin approaches Seohan, dressed elegantly in black, their eyes locking in a silent yet intimate moment filled with unspoken reassurance. He offers a gentle but firm reminder, telling her she should have stood up for herself if she knew he had her back, his voice both chastising and supportive. Seohan's expression softens, her hand over her chest as she breathes his name, Kijin, her voice trembling with emotion and trust. Kijin extends his hand with a subtle step forward, asking, "Shall we?" inviting her with calm confidence and charm. They walk off together hand in hand, leaving behind the bitter Do-hyung who growls under his breath, that arrogant bastard. Seething with jealousy and smugness, Do-hyung gloats to his companion, boasting about his political connections and mocking Kijin, believing his downfall is near. Kijin sighs in frustration and instructs Do-hyung to investigate who the president of the Nomination Management Committee is. In the background, Do-hyung stands nervously with Yunjin, sensing the gravity of the task. Do-hyung looks confused and stares blankly ahead, asking, "The Nomination Management Committee? What's that?" Now flustered and overwhelmed, Do-hyung yells, "He explains so I can understand." His expression bursts into exaggerated panic, desperate for clarity. A visual explanation appears. The Nomination Management Committee approves any party nominations, and its president is revealed to be Choi Hyung-woo. The narrator emphasizes not to forget this name, marking its importance. That's where everything begins. It's revealed that Choi Hyung-woo is fiercely loyal to Chairman Ma, to the extent he'd jump off a bridge if ordered. Kijin, shown in a sharp profile, commands with cold resolve, "Do your best, whether you have to spend your money or use your connections," pushing for a relentless pursuit of influence. He then declares his intent clearly, "I'll treat you like a real competitor," addressing Do-hyung and Yunjin with steely determination. Under the night sky, the atmosphere shifts. Kijin offers a glass of wine to Seohan seated by the pool, calmly instructing her to drink this. She, blushing, thinks nervously, "How awkward. This is my first time seeing him after our argument last night." She wonders how to break the ice. Kijin manages a hesitant response, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry I was late," trying to mend the silence with vulnerability and remorse. Seohan tries to brush off the moment, assuring him that it wasn't on purpose while laughing it off. Kijin sits beside her, clearly tense and holding his wine glass with a distracted expression. He surprises her by admitting, "It was, actually." Seohan reacts with shock, asking, "What?" caught off guard by his honesty. Kijin reveals a vulnerable truth, confessing that he wanted to see her panic without him, admitting that he wanted her to look for him and need him. Seohan listens quietly, clearly moved and stunned by his confession. Kijin acknowledges the immaturity of his actions, calling them painfully childish. His face reflects guilt and frustration over how he handled things. He admits to getting mad and not understanding the full reason for his anger. Kijin confesses that the thought of another man touching her made his blood boil. His clenched posture reveals how much it affected him. He pleads for clarity, saying the images in his head were dangerous and that he needed assurance nothing happened, that it was just a misunderstanding. His face emphasizes his vulnerability as he repeats that he wished it was all his own misinterpretation, highlighting his inner torment. Seohan realizes she misunderstood Kijin's motives. As they sit together under the night sky, he apologizes for being overly sensitive, and she softly replies, "It's not your fault." She admits that it is true, but insists she never meant to hide it from him, her voice tinged with guilt as she faces the weight of her silence. With pain in her eyes, she confesses that even talking about the incident feels like reliving the trauma, each word reopening old wounds. Her inner monologue reveals a buried truth. She was almost assaulted by her brother's best friend, a haunting secret she had sworn never to reveal. Though she had long intended to carry the burden alone, she can no longer hide it from Kijin. His growing suspicion leaves her with no choice. She has to tell him. As she begins to speak, Seo-jun and I, her trembling voice halts, caught between fear and confession, just as he leans in close. Overwhelmed by emotion, their lips meet in a tender kiss under the starry sky, surrounded by soft glowing flowers, as the silence between them deepens into understanding. The air between them crackles with tension as they lean in close, their lips connecting, kissing, breathless and trembling. Their parted lips hover just inches apart, caught in a moment too delicate to break. The single "ha" as their lips departed reflects the weight of unspoken emotions. Seo-hun stares at him, startled and wide-eyed, as he says, "Don't tell me." Her expression is laced with hesitation, unsure of what he's implying or where the conversation is headed. Her voice rises in frustration as she turns to the side, eyes burning with emotion. "I thought you wanted to know what happened between me and Seo-jun," she says, demanding clarity and honesty. With a calm and bittersweet expression, he replies, "Not anymore." He softens, assuring her she doesn't need to relive painful memories, especially if they're too difficult to face. He gently caresses her cheek, his eyes reflecting both concern and restraint. His internal words whisper, "Just don't," as if shielding her from her own past. Overwhelmed, she gazes into his eyes as he leans in, cradling her face with his hand. Again, their lips meet in a tender kiss, a gesture of comfort, vulnerability, and unspoken promises. Seated together on a lounge chair under the night sky, Kijun makes a bold, teasing offer. "I can bury him 6 feet under the ground for you." His dramatic declaration makes Seo-hun laugh, wine in hand, as the atmosphere shifts to playful flirtation. With a mischievous smirk, she pokes him in the chest and counters, "Not under the ground, but here." Her gesture turns the conversation from violent exaggeration to tender suggestion, hinting at a more intimate longing. He lifts his glass of red wine and, with a calm and suave tone, says, "In that case, I would like to be repaid." Facing her under the glittering sky, he finishes his statement, "With wine that's scented with you." His eyes lock onto hers, deepening the tension as the flirtation teeters into seduction. She brings the glass to her lips and takes a slow sip. Her expression caught between embarrassment but boldness, she reaches her hand across his neck and pulls him in for a passionate kiss. Their kiss turns more intense as he pushes her down on the cot, while hand slides sensually along her thigh, further pushing the boundaries of their flirtation toward physical intimacy. Abruptly pulling back, she scolds him, "Kijun, you can't do this here." Flustered, she demands he remove his hand, worried someone might see. While he tries to protest with a simple, but resigned, Kijun slouches back onto the lounge chair and mutters, all right. His body language reads both playful and disappointed, while she remains seated, still slightly breathless. Looking at her with quiet frustration, Kijun admits, "You just get me so revved up." She responds in innocent confusion, asking, "What did I do?" As the tension between them lingers, unresolved but crackling. Sitting next to her, Kijun gazes with quiet desperation and asks, "You never let me touch you even when we're sleeping in the same bed. Do you know how torturous that is for a man of my age?" His expression is filled with disappointment. Her eyes soften as she blushed, touched by his vulnerability. She gently responds, "I want you to be fully recovered first." He questions, "Does that mean I can hold you every day once I'm all healed?" She retorted, "Every day? Says who?" He reasoned for her to stop pushing him away. It might help him recover his memories. She comforts him that he doesn't have to be in such a hurry. It's fine even if he cannot get back his memories. She is happy with the way things are right now. It feels like they're each other's first love. He humps unhappily and voices his dissatisfaction. "To me, it feels more like a one-sided crush than a first love. A really desperate one." She told him that's a bit pessimistic. She's sure it's not that bad. He leans into her, his head resting on her shoulder as he asks innocently, "How much longer do I have to beg?" He answered bashfully, "I'm trying as well." He confesses, "You're the only one I can lean on." A flashback surfaces as he recalls waking up in the hospital. He tells her that seeing her face in that moment brought him relief. He sweetly tells her, "Of course, it didn't hurt that you're so beautiful, too," catching her off guard with his charm. She whispers his name, Kijun, struck by his sincerity. Beneath a dreamy, starlit sky, Kijun suggests, "Let's just stay here for another 10 minutes, wishing to prolong their quiet moment together. Someone called out to Kijun. Seo-hun and Kijun are warmly greeted by Byung-kwan, who says it's the first time he's seen Seo-yeon since the wedding. There's a casual and friendly exchange as they reconnect. Byung-kwan looks around and asks curiously, "Huh? Ms. Song isn't here with you today?" prompting a subtle shift in tone. He refers to the female secretary who came along with you to Luminous last time, recalling her beauty and how he persistently asked for an introduction because she was so pretty and sexy. Kijun calmly responds, "Oh, her, She quit a while ago. I'd forgotten about her, brushing it off with an air of nonchalance. Byung-Kwan expresses mild disappointment. Really? What a shame, before being interrupted by a greeting from across the room that pulls his attention away. With a cheerful wave, Byung-Kwan says, well, I'll be on my way now. I'll see you later. While Kijin and Seo-hun stand silently behind him, their expressions unreadable. Kijin remains still, a quiet HM, escaping his lips, suggesting a moment of silent contemplation stirred by the mention of the former secretary. At home, as Seo-hun was getting ready for bed, she's startled by Kijin's question, who's Ms. Song? Her expression tinged with concern and uncertainty. She asked, is that what you were thinking about in the car? Kijin, lounging nearby, observes her closely as he confesses that the thought has been bothering him. In response, Seo-hun sets down the bottle and explains that Ms. Song was someone who used to work for him, but quit a while ago due to personal reasons. Kijin appears indifferent and declares, I don't remember anything about her. Seo-hun tries to reason that she's not someone of importance. Internally, Seo-hun admits to feeling a little guilty for dismissing Ms. Song so easily, suspecting that she might have been the most important person in Kijin's past. Trying to ease the tension, Seo-hun flops onto the bed and tells Kijin not to worry. After all, he has selective amnesia and might not remember a lot of people. With a gentle smile, Kijin reassures her, saying, the only person I have on my mind is Jong Seo-hun. A tender declaration meant to soothe her doubts. As they lay together, Kijin softly pleads, let's sleep like this tonight. You always use my ribs as an excuse to push me away, so at least let me have this. Seo-hun was about to tell him something, but her word was cut short when Kijin pecked her on the forehead and whispered, sweet dreams, the warmth between them deepening. A new day begins under a bright blue sky. Mr. On greets, good morning, sir, hinting at the next shift in their lives beyond the quiet night. Mr. Ma questions if the materials he requested have been prepared, and the assistant confirms he has gathered the documents related to a project Mr. Ma and President Ma Kitai were working on. The assistant explains that the documents are primarily about rare earth elements imported from China and assures they've been organized by priority for easy review. Kijin acknowledges the work with a curt, approving, good work, indicating his satisfaction. The assistant exits the office after saying, I'll be right outside. Please let me know if you need anything else, as the office door clicks shut behind him. As Kijin is left alone, he begins to reflect on a vague memory of someone else, specifically, a woman, who once used to walk through that door, someone who wasn't Mr. On. He begins to question the timeline, wondering if Mr. On has always worked for him, then recalls that a year ago, Mr. On didn't report to him. The voice of that image calling, Mr. Ma, echoes as a buried memory stirs. Suddenly, Kijin clutches his head in pain with a sharp UGH, as the word throb emphasizes the sudden, overwhelming headache. With a shaky hand, he presses a button on the desk phone. A voice on the line responds, yes, Mr. Ma. What can I do for you? He begins to sway, visibly dizzy and gasping, ha, while his vision distorts and sweat beads down his face. The concerned voice from the phone repeats, Mr. Ma. Kijin's body collapses to the floor with a heavy impact, unconscious beside his desk, papers scattered, and the room thrown into silent alarm. Mr. On asks if a doctor is needed, seeing Kijin clearly exhausted. Kijin sighs and insists he's fine, explaining that the fatigue came from forcing himself to recall something. He likely overexerted himself mentally. Mr. On questions what was so important to remember, reminding him that he could have just asked instead of straining himself. His tone suggests both concern and mild frustration. Kijin, now composed, straightens his posture and formally asked, Mr. On, tell me about Ms. Song. Mr. On flinches at the unexpected topic. He calmly reveals that Ms. Song used to work there for a while, his expression neutral but knowing, leaving Mr. On to absorb the information. Kijin asks if that's all there is to say. Mr. On replies that there's really not much to report and questions why he's suddenly curious about her. Sitting up abruptly, Kijin says someone brought her up yesterday. Mr. On, still composed, confirms, yesterday, you mean at Luminous? Ms. Song had been with him the last time he visited Luminous. He finds it strange, saying he wouldn't have brought just anyone there, implying she held a special status. He questions internally whether Mr. Ma really brought Song Chiron to Luminous. It's the first he's heard of it, and he wonders if she acted independently. A flashback internal monologue reveals that the last Luminous meeting happened 5 months ago. It was Ms. Zhang's first time attending, meaning Mr. Ma would have been preoccupied introducing her, raising more questions about how Ms. Song ended up there. The two weren't even involved with each other at that time, emphasizing a lack of prior connection. So he admits, "I sent her there," which surprises Kijin, who responds, "You did?" Mr. On explains that about 5 months ago, he was away on business in Dubai, and Ms. Song assisted during his absence by covering for him at Luminous. He reiterates that Ms. Song supported the younger man during his time away, subtly emphasizing her previous involvement in their company. He asked if he should start investigating her background, offering to compile a detailed report on her and her family. Kijin declines the investigation and asks if her resume is still on file. His subordinate confirms they retain all employee resumes for 3 years. Mr. On states that the company keeps all resumes for 3 years after the employee leaves the company. He demands to see the resume, requesting her photo to help identify her. A resume labeled Song Chiron is presented, featuring a simple photo and personal details like her email, address, hobbies, and educational background. Upon seeing the resume, Kijin remarks that she looks very plain, and it's no wonder he doesn't remember her. Secretly, the older man worries the photo might jog his memory and thinks, "I need to get rid of all possible risks." Mr. On smirked quietly with hidden intention. Song Chiron had lingered around Mr. Ma for a long time without receiving a single glance from him. But about 6 months after his wedding, he began allowing her to stay by his side, marking a subtle shift in their relationship. With a radiant smile and confident gaze, Chiron declares, "I belong to Mr. Ma now," solidifying her place near him with bold certainty. Mr. Ma's silence as Chiron makes a bold claim, but Mr. Ma never refutes her, allowing her insolence to go unchecked. Doubt creeps in. Could Mr. Ma truly be in that kind of relationship? After all, he chose an arranged marriage to focus solely on gaining control of Sama Corporation, not for emotional entanglements. He who's known Mr. Ma for 30 years sits with a clipboard in hand, confident in his judgment. He knows Mr. Ma isn't foolish enough to be involved with a mistress. His thoughts echo. The man I've known for the last 30 years isn't such a fool. Confusion settles in. What in the world truly happened? A poster announces the upcoming Jean-Roy Bascus art exhibition, scheduled for July 3rd, with early registration open, hinting at a significant public event. Seohan gazes at the exhibition poster with resolve as preparations near completion. She acknowledges that Kijin played a huge role in helping make it happen this time. A quiet reflection reveals that if the deal with John Reynolds hadn't succeeded, the entire exhibition might have been in jeopardy, highlighting the event's fragility. As the sun sets, the poster glows with warmth. She reflects that so many things have changed since the accident, and that includes Kijin. Bathed in warm golden light, she gazes upward with a quiet realization. The words, "and me," reflect her introspection, as if she's finally acknowledging her own place in the story. She used to feel anger and sadness toward him, but now sees that he's changed. He's no longer the man he once was. As she recalls his affectionate gaze, her emotions swirl. His loving expression overwhelms her thoughts, making it hard to focus on anything else. With her hair blowing in the wind, she makes a bittersweet wish. She hopes he never regains his memories. Previously in a hospital hallway, she urgently asks the doctor if there's any chance of Ms. Song's recovery. He responds grimly, noting her condition remains unchanged even after 3 operations. The doctor consoles her, urging her not to blame herself for the lack of progress. Though he brings no hopeful news, she encourages the doctor that they did their best. All they can do now is to pray and keep the situation confidential. She explains the stakes. If it's revealed that Ms. Song is hospitalized, Mr. Ma's accident will come to light. Worse, if his memory loss is exposed, Sama Corp's stock could crash. The doctor gratefully acknowledges the woman's donation of medical equipment. She informs him that it will arrive today, and he thanks her, saying it will benefit the hospital greatly. Walking away, the doctor internally admits that their financial support is in exchange for silence. She also contacted Song Charon's family, has compensated Charon's family for emotional distress and hospital fees, ensuring nothing will get in the way now. standing beside the unconscious woman's hospital bed. The blonde woman questions her own unease, wondering, but why am I still anxious? Despite the peaceful appearance of the patient, something inside her refuses to settle. She contemplates aloud in her mind. Is she really not going to wake up? Her profile is calm, but her downcast eyes betray a deeper fear and unresolved tension. She wonders if she should feel sympathy, but only feels relief seeing the woman helpless. Her emotions reveal a disturbing sense of satisfaction. Her clenched fist, framed by darkness, emphasizes her building resentment. I'm the one who should be pitted, she thinks, claiming the role of the true victim in their twisted history. A flashback reveals Song Chiron provocatively kissing her husband, fully aware of being watched. Song Chiron's smirk hints at malice, as she knowingly toyed with and provoked her. In the restroom, Seo-hun confronts Song Chiron, warning her about the risks of public displays with a married man. Chiron coyly responds, "Oh, did you see us?" feigning innocence. With a soft smile, she adds, "I'm sorry, I had no idea you were in the parking lot as well." Her faux apology drips with mockery, barely masking her taunt. Seo-hun's voice cuts through the deception. "I never said I saw you two in the parking lot." Chiron freezes, caught off guard by her own slip-up. "Look at Song Chiron on the hospital bed," she scoffs. "You brought this on yourself, Song Chiron." Her words are composed, but her eyes burn with repressed emotion. "Don't resent me for leaving you here like this." She promises to take care of Song Chiron until death. With a final statement, "Let's call it even with this," she walks away, her heels echoing her detachment. Her expression is calm, but her mind appears occupied as she heads toward her next destination. Back to the present, after looking at the poster, she walked away from the building. Outside on a sunlit terrace, Kijin in a vest and tie sits quietly, reading a book with a contemplative look. Surrounded by flowers and gentle light, he looks peaceful, yet deep in thought. Spotting the man from a distance, Seo-hun is struck by his serene presence. Internally, she marvels. He's sitting there like some kind of sculpture. As Seo-hun approached behind him about to tease him, he said teasingly, "You can look a little longer, if you want." His tone is playful but slightly nervous as she tries to mask her own curiosity. He meets her gaze with a sly smile, remarking, "It's rather thrilling to see you stare at me as though you've fallen for me." His confidence catches her off guard. Their banter continues as she asks when he noticed her watching him. He replies smoothly, from the beginning, surprising her with his keen awareness. Seo-hun is stunned that he saw her from so far away, questioning how he recognized her. He simply responds with a compliment. "You're quite eye-catching, Seo-hun." The mood shifts as the man brings up a warning he previously gave her about a strange man lurking around. He reminds her to check the security footage, prompting her casual promise to do it tomorrow. Blushing with warmth, Seo-hun smiles to herself, surrounded by soft flowers. She thinks tenderly, "He came because he was worried about me," her heart fluttering with quiet affection. Seo-hun asks to see his office since she came all the way, and he casually agrees, saying it's nothing special. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure peeks out from behind a structure, watching them. The man suddenly notices something suspicious and sharpens his gaze with alarm, his attention locking onto a potential threat. He shouts, "Who's there?" as the mysterious figure in a hoodie quickly turns and dashes away from the rooftop area. On the phone with Mr. On, Kijin urgently asks if he saw the figure running from the gallery. Seo-hun, alarmed, wonders if the man is a robber since the gallery should already be closed. With a determined and commanding expression, he gives a firm order, "Chase him down." Seo-hun expresses concern about Mr. On's safety, suspecting the fleeing man could be a robber. However, Kijin calmly suggests it's more reasonable to worry about the person who ran. With a confident smile, he assures her that Mr. On is perfectly capable. He holds a black belt in Taekwondo and can handle himself well. Mr. On returns with an apology, reporting to Mr. Ma that the suspect managed to escape. He explains that the man was agile and seemed familiar with the area. Despite following him downhill, he lost him in an alley. In a light jab, Mr. Ma comments, "You must be getting old." Mr. On concedes, saying he's not as nimble as before and believes the man was likely just a common thief. A moment of quiet reflection hits Mr. Ma as he recalls the black-capped silhouette. The figure seems strangely familiar. His inner thoughts grow serious. I don't think I can just brush this off, signaling deeper suspicion and unresolved tension. A nighttime scene reveals a modern building. Siohan asks, "Why did you wait until Kijin fell asleep to call me out here?" Mr. An confesses that he didn't actually lose the man at the gallery. He deliberately let him go because the man was someone Mr. Ma shouldn't encounter. Startled by the revelation, Siohan cautiously asks, "Who was it?" The mystery deepens as the true identity of the intruder remains concealed. Her expression turns serious as he reveals the man they're discussing is Song Charon's brother, connecting a critical piece of information to the past. She questions whether he had come looking for her. Mr. An replies that while the motive wasn't clear, his visit to the gallery suggests she was indeed his target. A new concern arises. The man might exploit what happened to Song Charon to blackmail her for money, signaling a potential threat. Distressed, she buries her face in her hands, haunted by the feeling that every time Kijin gets closer to her, the world around her begins to unravel. With narrowed eyes and a hand still partially covering her face, she regains her composure and prepares to take control of the situation. Resolute, she instructs her assistant to arrange a meeting with the man. He complies respectfully, addressing her as Ms. Zhang. A man with a bold appearance and casual demeanor leans back, blowing a bubble of gum nonchalantly, giving off an air of rebellion. She enters the room dressed sharply in a business suit, acknowledging the man with a calm but watchful "you came," suggesting this meeting carries weight. The man, now seated across from her, comments playfully that she looks like a walking designer brand, confirming her elite status within Sama Corporation. She wastes no time and sternly cuts to the point, demanding to know why he showed up at the gallery the previous day, signaling her intent to uncover his motives. The man, resting his chin on folded hands, expresses disinterest in small talk and bluntly admits he needs money. She responds coldly, listing the medical compensation, nursing care, and consolation fee already paid to the man's family, implying no further help is warranted. The man scoffs at the 300 million won payout, claiming it's insufficient for anyone, while Siohan maintains it's a generous settlement for an accident during a business trip. With a confident smile, the man denies her justification and makes it clear he wouldn't have approached her if that money was enough. He reaches into his pocket, hinting he discovered something significant while going through Charon's belongings. He reveals a photo of Charon in bed with a man, shocked to discover she had ties to Sama Corp's heir, Ma Kijin, whom he suspects was secretly protecting her all along. Pointing to the date on the photo, he highlights it was taken just 5 months ago, visualizing the entire hidden relationship upon seeing it. In a simple yet damning image, he states bluntly that Charon and the woman's husband were lovers. He directly accuses the woman of knowing about the affair, but choosing to ignore it, pointing a finger at her as she sits in stunned silence. Sliding back in his chair, he reflects that something always seemed suspicious. Sama Corp had tried too hard to hide Charon's accident. The man in the patterned shirt confronts a suited figure, accusing him of offering an insulting amount of money for silence. He mocks the excuse about occupational hazards being used to protect the company's image. With a smug expression, the man delivers a bombshell. Charon was with the woman's husband during the accident, implying a scandalous affair. Siohan, trying to stay composed, denies him the satisfaction of a response. She coldly insists she owes him no explanation. Shrugging with mock innocence, the man cheekily volunteers to continue his exposé, enjoying the upper hand. He explains through a simplified flashback that Charon and the husband were in the car together during the crash. Sama Corp tried to bribe people into silence to protect their reputation. The man questions if the husband even agreed to this hush-hush scheme, unaware that the husband suffers from amnesia. Siohan internally notes how close he is to the truth despite not knowing about the amnesia. Outwardly, she cuts him off, saying his story is boring and demanding he get to the point. The man raises a single finger dramatically and demands 100 million won, which is roughly 83,333 US dollars. At first, she thinks the amount is manageable, until he clarifies he wants it every month. She finds the demand outrageous, saying it's excessive. The man, however, calmly counters that such a price isn't unreasonable for someone in her position as Sama Corp's daughter-in-law. The man smugly suggests that taking the photo to a TV station might be more beneficial for him, implying he's ready to use it as leverage. Deep in thought, Seo-hun realizes that giving in might only escalate his demands and allow him to control her further. She challenges him emotionally, asking if he's truly willing to expose that his own sister was someone's mistress. With a cold smirk, he reveals he doesn't care what happens to his sister, calling her names and dismissing her vegetative state. Calmly but firmly, Seo-hun slips a document into her bag and hints that he's more clueless than he realizes. The document is revealed to be a divorce application, and she coolly declares that she had already planned to end the marriage. Suspicious and defensive, the man accuses her of hiding something, but she remains composed, internally noting she came prepared. She delivers a biting remark, pointing out the absurdity of pretending everything is fine when her husband is cheating with his secretary. Unbothered, she tells him she doesn't care if he leaks the photo. It may actually help her. He slams the table in frustration. As she walks away, she instructs him not to let anyone think he leaked the photo and tells him not to bother her at work again. Frustration boils over as Song Charon's brother slams their foot into a wooden chair, shouting, "Damn it!" in a fit of rage, the impact echoing with a sharp wham. A menacing figure with violet eyes and a cold expression reemerges, declaring, "Don't think you got rid of me that easily," signaling unresolved conflict and looming revenge. On the way home, she reflects that staying by his side is only going to hurt me, acknowledging this painful detachment was part of the original plan. As footsteps echo softly, the character wrestles with guilt, admitting they can't keep concealing the truth from him any longer. Seo-hun recalls feeling relief when she first chose to divorce Kijin, though her expression suggests that certainty may be fading. Kijin welcomes her warmly with a gentle smile and a soft, "Welcome home," casting a glow of unexpected tenderness over the moment. She asks with a hesitant smile, "What are you making?" testing the waters of their fragile peace. Kijin responds with casual ease that he's cooking aglio e olio and urges her to wash up and join him, creating a domestic scene that contrasts their inner tensions. She watches him with conflicted thoughts. His smile is so gentle, but she's gripped by fear, wondering how he will react once he finds out about Chiron. With her chest tight and lips barely parted, she questions silently, will he coldly abandon her, or will he be infuriated? The truth she hides trembles on the edge. With tearful eyes and a trembling heart, Seo-hyun stares upward and wonders, must we really end like this? Her expression is filled with a desperate longing to hold on to something she's not ready to lose. Startled by her silence and heavy presence, Kijin turns to face her and softly calls out, "Seo-hun." His eyes reflect concern, sensing something is stirring beneath her composed exterior. Overwhelmed by emotion, Seo-hyun steps forward and embraces him tightly. He returns the gesture with worry, asking gently, "Seo-hyun, what's wrong?" Still holding him close, she finally begins to confess, "I have something to tell you." His voice remains calm and open. "Go ahead. I'm listening." Seo-hun pulls back slightly, looks into his eyes, and admits with vulnerability, "I think I'm in love with you." The moment hangs in delicate stillness as her truth changes everything. She reflects on how he was the first one to truly acknowledge her presence, a memory tinted with warmth as they sit together in quiet comfort. As he gently cradles her face, she realizes that he's someone she can always trust and rely on, her safe place. Even though she tells herself to hold back, his warm eyes and whispered words of love disarm her completely. She can't resist him. Suddenly, Kijin's flustered voice reacts in shock to the confession, exclaiming, "How dare you say that before me? You didn't even give me time to prepare." Seo-hun, looking vulnerable yet sincere, responds softly that it doesn't matter who says it first, letting her emotions guide her over tradition. But he insists it does matter, his voice low but firm, because to him, being the first means everything. A heartfelt inner monologue follows. He wants to be the first to love her, the first to say it out loud, and the first to offer everything he has. His gaze tender, he silently adds that he longs to do so much more for her, to show his love not just with words, but with action. Over the soft simmer of a stove, his thoughts linger. No matter what happens, even if he regains his lost memories and reverts, He wants her to remember that he meant every word. With gentle resolve in her eyes, Seo Hyun tells him, "Even if you come to hate me," preparing herself to be honest, no matter the cost. Her inner voice confesses a quiet desperation to tell him how she truly feels, just once, so she can move forward without regrets. He is puzzled by her words, wondering why she speaks of hate. Her self-doubt surfaces as she worries that he might stop liking her. With a bittersweet smile, Seo-hun reveals her fear that once he regains his memories, he might see her differently. She admits she might have done something hurtful in the past. Looking directly at him, Seo-hun reflects that their past issues likely stemmed from his conflicted feelings for her, not hers for him. A tender smile touches his lips as he softly reassures her. "Even in the past, I'm sure. I must have loved you." Her breath catches at his words, but her heart clenches. Quietly, she thinks to herself, "That's not true, you." Tears stream down Seo-hun's face as her heartache spills forth. "Never loved me," she cries, breaking under the weight of old wounds. He cups her face gently, wiping her tears away, and softly pleads, "Don't cry, Seo-hun," aching at the sight of her pain. He gently licks her lips, cupping her face with tender intensity, the word lick emphasizing the sensual tension between them. With soft vulnerability, he kisses her tear-stained eyelid, a quiet peck, sealing a moment filled with unspoken emotion and aching affection. His eyes narrow with surprise as he confesses, "I've never seen you cry," revealing how rare and moving this moment is to him. Smiling slyly, he murmurs, "You're so beautiful. It makes me want to make you cry every single day." His words laced with affection and dangerous charm. He leans in close and bites her ear gently, marked by the word bite, a teasing gesture that leaves her breathless and quiet. She faces him with curiosity and uncertainty, asking if he had done something she disliked in the past. He answers simply, "Maybe." As he touches her face gently, she responds with quiet acceptance, "I'm sure you had your reasons," trusting his heart despite the unknown. He smiles softly, declaring, "I'm going to think that way even if I find out what it is later." She asks, "Can you promise me that right now?" And without hesitation, he replies, "I promise." He caresses her chin lovingly, reassuring her with a warm voice, "So don't worry," as her golden eyes fill with hesitant hope. In an emotionally charged moment, he pulls her in and kisses her gently, holding her face with tenderness and longing. There's no hesitation in their closeness, only aching vulnerability shared through touch. Their lips meet in a soft, intimate kiss, sealing their emotions with quiet passion. The sound of smooch underscores the sweetness of the connection. With a serene smile, he confesses that his heart is so full he could even forgive her. "Even if you stabbed me right now." His words speak of overwhelming affection that drowns out all past pain. As their feet remain close together in quiet domesticity, she reflects inwardly. "How strange. Listening to your words makes my heart pound and ache at the same time." She thinks, caught between love and fear. In his arms, she wonders silently, "Why do I feel more vulnerable the stronger our love gets?" Their embrace is full of comfort, but it also exposes the rawness of growing attachment. She likens her emotions to standing in the middle of a downpour, blinded, unsure of what lies ahead. Still, despite her fear, she knows one thing. She doesn't want to leave his side. The scene shifts to a peaceful, tree-lined park, providing a moment of stillness and calm. The serenity contrasts the emotional storm just moments before. Sitting side by side on a bench, she reflects that her mind had been hurting from recent events. But now, with him by her side, there's a hint of solace. A breeze rustles by with a whoosh. She acknowledges inwardly that ever since she embraced her feelings, a weight has lifted from her shoulders. Looking at her with curiosity, he asks, "Do you have any hobbies?" He excitedly tells her he wants to do something together on their days off. She pauses, considering the idea, and replies, let's see." She reflects that she's never truly had a hobby of his own. Every instrument, craft, and sport was something she was forced to learn competitively because of her father's strict educational values. She recalls the pressure of always having to perform well, fearing that failure would bring embarrassment to her father. What others enjoyed as simple fun became burdens she had to master. By the age of 20, She only had reading as a solitary pastime, which visibly disappoints the girl listening. She brightens up and suggests they try volunteering. He echoes her suggestion, a bit surprised. She shares that she's been volunteering at a dog shelter since she turned 20, introducing a lighter, heartfelt atmosphere. Thinking it was Jong Seo-jun who brought her there initially, but over time, the puppies became her true reason for returning. Eventually, it blossomed into a genuine hobby. He smiles warmly and tells her it's an admirable hobby, just like her. With sincerity, he offers to help her in any way he can, clearly wanting to be involved and supportive. She lights up at his offer and says it's perfect, because she does have a favor to ask of him. Kijun, with a soft smile, responds curiously to a request, asking, a favor, hinting at an unexpected turn in the conversation. Some moment later, a gloomy aura surrounds Kijun as he frowns, clearly displeased or concerned about the favor being asked of him. A dog, wearing a red collar, looks up with wide eyes as the background dramatically flares, done, highlighting a pivotal moment for the animal. Seo-hun beams with joy and excitement as she spreads her arms wide, exclaiming, "Welcome to the family, Diaku," against a sparkling, heart-filled background. With a nervous smile, she insists, "It's not that big, right, Diaku?" while playfully defending the dog's size, though her expression betrays some doubt. While kneeling beside Diaku, Seo-hun insists he can guard the house from thieves. Kijun, standing with arms crossed, gently counters, saying the only thing worth protecting is her. He stretches out in a hesitant motion and calls, "Come on, boy," as both the woman and Diaku watch, anticipation in the air. Seo-hun tilts her head, puzzled, her expression and floating question marks suggesting she's trying to understand Kijun's strange behavior. As she asks, "Kijun, are you scared of dogs?" he flinches, unable to hide his nervous reaction, confirming her suspicions. In the cold rain, a small puppy sits in a cardboard box outside a shelter. Many dogs are abandoned once they outgrow their cuteness and end up in shelters. Among those abandoned dogs was Diaku, who became a stray after being left behind by its owner. It narrowly survived after being caught in a trap before being rescued. Seo-hun gently hugs Diaku with tenderness and resolve. Her inner voice shares that she only wanted to make the dog happy. Looking up through green treetops, the woman's thoughts narrate that there's a dog she's been caring for over some time. Flashback to the continuation when they were seated on the bench and she asked for a favor. She reveals Diaku has cancer and has undergone chemo. Without her care, it won't survive much longer. With eyes sparkling and full of hope, she expresses how happy she'd be if she could take Diaku home. She asks for his permission with sincere enthusiasm. He replies gently with a simple "sure," causing the atmosphere to glow warmly between them as they sit together in quiet understanding. That was his response when she asked if she could bring Diaku back. But, with the way he's looking right now, Seo-hun asks if he's scared of dogs, noticing he seems nervous around them. He denies it, but his flinching reaction says otherwise. She teases him gently, reminding him that he's raised a dog before. He seems caught off guard and asks if he ever mentioned having one, to which she replies that he did, briefly. Then, she finds a framed photo and curiously asks Kijun, "Who's this puppy?" while he stands nearby, his posture unreadable. She recalls Kijun once telling her about a beloved chihuahua that passed away a few years ago, a memory she hadn't expected him to share. Kijun is surprised he said that, but she confirms it. Reflecting inwardly, she realizes that although their bond once felt shallow, they'd actually shared many casual conversations. With a gentle smile, she assures Kijun, "I'll train Diaku well. Don't worry," showing her commitment to their growing family. As she affectionately pats Diaku's head, she observes that he seems comfortable with small dogs, but tends to be uneasy around larger ones. Kijun, arms folded, defensively insists he's not afraid of dogs. He's just being cautious not to be left out. "This is a man's instinct," he declares, trying to mask his vulnerability. She reflects deeply. Despite his fear, Kijun agreed to live with a dog for her sake. For the first time, she genuinely feels marrying Kijun was a good decision. Feeling closer to Kijun because he's sulking, she casually mentions, "Diaku is a girl," leaving him baffled and asking why she hadn't said that earlier. As they prepare for his return to the office, she insists on dressing him perfectly. Kijin protests, saying he could wear anything, but she sternly shuts that down. Kijin pouts, thinking she should spend more time with him instead of rummaging through his closet. He gently brings up a long-standing question. Why doesn't he wear their wedding ring? The topic clearly weighs on her mind as she finally finds the courage to ask. She recalls giving him the ring when they got married and is now confused by its absence on his hand. She explains that she stopped wearing hers after noticing he had stopped first, a quiet act of mirroring that surprises him. She clarifies that he stopped wearing the ring about 6 months before his accident, even though he had worn it every day before then. She remembers how he used to wear the wedding ring prominently, using it as a subtle shield to deter unwanted attention from other women. Noticing its absence for the first time, she recalls the precise moment the missing ring began to symbolize a deeper shift between them. She confesses she drank with Era for 5 hours, feeling that the missing wedding ring symbolized the denial of her entire marriage. After noticing her husband hadn't worn his ring for more than 3 days, she took hers off too. He probably didn't even notice her ring was missing either. Back in the present, she casually asks, "Why do you ask?" while holding up a jacket. He remarks that her hand looks bare. She offers to wear the ring again, but admits she kept it in the closet. He declines, saying, "It's fine. I don't even know where mine is." She responds calmly, "All right then," but thinks to herself that a ring is not meaningful if not worn together. What a shame. She walks away with the jacket while he quietly watches her, his expression unreadable. He tries to get her attention by saying he has a hospital appointment in an hour, secretly wishing she would offer to go with him. Instead, she simply asks what car he'll take and offers the keys to him, making him silently think, "That's so like her." She makes me want to get down on my knees, paired with a visual of him adjusting his coat, suggesting a moment of silent resolve or affection. He smiles warmly and says, "I'll be back," dressed smartly in a suit, hinting he's off to something important, likely his hospital checkup. A chest x-ray appears with a dramatic "done," emphasizing tension and possible concern regarding the medical result. Kijin, looking anxious, asks the doctor, "So, how does it look?" Still surrounded by tension, reflected in the repeated "dun" sound. Kijin ominously thinks, "I will hold you responsible if you say I still haven't recovered even after doing everything you instructed," as the atmosphere turns dark and intense, pressuring the doctor for answers. The doctor nervously hesitates, stammering, well, unsure how to begin delivering the results. He finally beams, "Wow, it looks like your ribs have fully recovered," delivering positive news with relief and energy. Kijin, still skeptical, asks, "Are you sure?" The doctor insists yes, explaining the recovery was fast since the rib wasn't completely broken. However, the doctor cautions him to avoid lifting heavy things or twisting his upper body during the recovery phase. Kijin bluntly asks, "Will I be able to lift up to 80 kilograms?" The doctor replies, "That might be rather," hinting it's still too risky. Kijin's intense aura pressures the doctor into saying what he wants to hear. "Say yes." "I need a yes right now." But the doctor nervously admits that lifting 80 kilograms or doing push-ups is still off limits. However, the doctor adds with a wink that if the weight is distributed to the lower body, it should be okay, hinting that certain activities may still be permissible if done carefully. Kijin stands and declares, "That's good enough." Internally, he celebrates that the long, agonizing period of abstinence has come to an end. With a determined and mischievous grin, Kijin reflects on how hard it was to resist Seohan every night while sharing a single bed. He pounds the bed with resolve while Seohan sleeps beside him, clearly steeling himself for an imminent move. "Prepare yourself, Seohan," he thinks with finality, indicating he's mentally ready to cross that intimate line. Suddenly, Seohan gets a chill down her spine, sensing something is coming, although she doesn't know what. The mood shifts as Seohan warmly treats her junior to a meal, offering anything she wants as a reward for working hard. The junior cheerfully eats, exclaiming, "It's so good," prompting Seohan to smile and think, "Is this what it feels like to have a little sister?" The mood turns slightly more serious as the junior casually mentions, "Mr. On came by a few days ago," potentially introducing a new twist in the story. Seohan is shocked to hear that security footage was handed over to Mr. On, who claimed a suspicious person was seen near the gallery. She suspects that Song Chi-sung was caught on camera and wonders if Kijin now knows about his existence. Relieved, Seo-hun realizes that Mr. On likely intercepted the footage before Kijin could see it. The girl recalls that Mr. On came by 3 or 4 days ago, definitely less than a week. Seo-hun, trying to stay calm, hides her concern and says, "No, it's nothing." The girl mentions she might have seen the same suspicious person Mr. Ma referred to. She admits she didn't think much of the man initially, assuming he was homeless, but grew suspicious after hearing from Mr. Ma. She recalls seeing him twice. He was limping and peeking into the gallery near the back entrance. A suspicious man wearing a black cap and vest is seen loitering near the gallery, carrying a strange black bag. Seo-hun realizes the man Mr. Ma saw also wore a black cap, but Song Chi-sung didn't look like a homeless man, which raises doubts. She starts to wonder if Song Chi-sung isn't the only one lurking around her. Could there be more than one stalker? Shocked and alarmed, Seo-hyun processes the possibility that multiple unknown men may be targeting her. Kijin visits a jewelry store and examines different rings, looking thoughtful and serious as he considers his options. He points out one ring that stands out to him, and the jeweler acknowledges his discerning eye. The jeweler describes the chosen ring as glowing subtly, modest yet uniquely beautiful compared to the others. Kijin decisively says, "I'll take this," just as someone recognizes him and approaches. Yumi, the woman who approaches, playfully scolds him for not telling her he was visiting her department store. Kijin internally laments, "This was why I didn't want to come," clearly uncomfortable with the encounter. A flashback thought reveals that Yumi has been acting as her husband Ma Ki-tae's representative due to his speech difficulties. Kijin coldly dismisses Yumi's ownership claim, saying he's done and walking away while he lamented she has some nerve calling at her department store. As they walk, Yumi tries to peek at the ring Kijin bought, asking if he got the most expensive one, but he replies she can see it on his wife's finger in the future. Yumi teases him affectionately, noting that he and his wife seem to be getting along well these days, pleased by the gesture of the ring. Kijin sharply tells Yumi to mind your own business, clearly irritated by her meddling. Kijin presses the elevator button while Yumi tries to appeal to familiarity, saying, "We're family, aren't we?" as Kijin silently waits for the elevator. Inside the elevator, Kijin admits he didn't mind thinking that way before, implying he no longer considers her as family. Yumi, with a sly smile, comments that Kijin still seems quite poised, hinting she sees through his composure. As the elevator doors close behind her, Yumi's expression turns menacing, her eyes glowing red, as she says, "Let's see how long you can keep that up." Kijin reflects on her parting words, feeling disturbed. What's that supposed to mean? She leaves a bad taste in my mouth. He walks alone down a stairwell or parking structure, distancing himself from the encounter. His phone vibrates with a call from Seo-hun, signaling a shift away from Yumi's tense presence. Kijin answers the call with a soft hello, the scene ending with Seo-hun's voice on the other end. "It's me." Kijin beams with joy as he answers a call from Seo-hun, visibly overjoyed just by hearing her name. Seo-hun, sitting alone at home, asks Kijin if they can meet back at home, her tone calm, yet serious. Kijin readily agrees, saying of course. "You're the one asking, after all," and immediately starts heading back. Seo-hun sits quietly on the sofa, deep in thought, awaiting his return, creating a moment of quiet anticipation. Thinking back to earlier times, at the cafe, Seo-hun asks for more details about the suspicious man. Her companion describes him as short, shabbily dressed, and hunched over. She repeats the same vague description, short and poorly dressed, emphasizing that she couldn't see his face. She then adds he looked older, possibly her father's age, and wore a safety vest labeled Ohio Construction. Seo-hun realizes that Ohio Construction was written on his vest and recalls having heard of that company before. Seo-hun remembers that her father, when he was a chief prosecutor, worked on a case involving the crane collapse incident. Looking disturbed, she recalls that the victims in that case were employees of Ohio Construction, deepening the mystery. With the sudden realization, she abruptly decides, "Let's head out now," placing her hands firmly on the table, clearly determined. As the two women walked outside, Seo-hun thought, "I don't know what's going on, but having someone who was involved with my father loitering around me can't be a good sign. I need to go see Kijin now," while holding up her phone, ready to take action. She got a call from her father, asking, why didn't she answer his calls? Where is she now? Indicating urgency and worry. She responds calmly, "I'm near the gallery." "What's going on?" Hinting that he may be unaware of the gravity of the situation unfolding. Her father informs over the phone that he received a message from Mr. Sung, the bureau chief. It is revealed that the article includes sensitive information. Someone has leaked that Song Chiron is in a vegetative state in the hospital, which left him stunned. Seo-hun panics inwardly, realizing the moment she feared has finally arrived. Her father added that some scumbag exposed the fact that Song Chiron is currently in a vegetative state at the hospital. He almost had a heart attack when he heard of the news. Seo-hun covered her face in disbelief. The day I prayed would never come is finally here. She anxiously asks when the article will be published, and he replies that it's not yet confirmed, but they must act quickly before it becomes public. He's the only one who knows about this currently. Still processing everything, she agrees and asks if he has any sort of plan to prevent it. She quietly reflects, feeling helpless. What plan could she possibly have in a crisis like this? She ends the call, needing time to think alone. Overwhelmed by uncertainty, her thoughts swirl. What am I supposed to do now? As a taxi drives down the road, she dreads the moment the truth is revealed and wonders what expression he will wear when he finally learns it. She reflects solemnly, thinking, love that was built on lies isn't going to stay strong, indicating her growing doubts and inner turmoil. She sits sorrowfully in a car, questioning if he'll abandon her. Though her father promises to stop the articles, her pessimism remains. Her anxiety builds as she clutches her knees, knowing that no matter what countermeasures we try to take now, the truth will come to light sooner or later, as a tear drops onto her lap, revealing the inevitability she fears. She confesses she tried to endure for 6 months, but emotionally, she has hit a wall. Curled up in the back seat of a car, Seo-hun is overwhelmed by sadness and vulnerability, consumed by the pressure of her secret. I don't want to lie anymore. A peaceful night outside contrasts the emotional storm brewing inside the house. Back home, she sits in silence and darkness on the couch, indicating her emotional exhaustion. Kijin enters, noticing her demeanor, and asks with concern, "What are you doing sitting in the dark?" He approaches her with a warm smile, saying, "I got you a gift," holding out the ring box we saw earlier, unaware of her inner distress. Kijin holds out a small gift bag and asks, "Aren't you going to open it?" as Seo-hun looks on, hesitating to accept his offering. Her slippers click on the floor, tick-tock, and she finally finds her voice, softly saying, "Kijin." She meets his expectant gaze and blurts out, "I want a divorce," leaving him frozen in shock. The gift bag drops to the floor with a thud, emphasizing the weight of her words as he stammers, "What did you just say?" She repeats firmly, "I said, I want a divorce," her resolve clear despite the tension in the room. He turns toward her, voice trembling. "Why?" But she remains seated, unmoved. She reaches for her phone. Kijin stares at her with wide eyes, whispering, "What?" as the reality of her request sinks in. His heart pounds, thump, as he holds her phone screen, asking himself in disbelief, "Is this real?" In the sudden silence, both are left reeling, the unspoken future of their marriage hanging in the still air. A sensational exposé reveals that the hottest man in the financial world, Mr. Ma, is not who you think he is. He looks perfect on the outside, but in reality, he is an adulterer. Despite being married, he was spotted entering a VIP Gangnam hotel with someone other than his wife, a known hotspot for secret celebrity affairs. The woman accompanying him is his secretary, Ms. Song, and insiders claim they've been involved throughout Mr. Ma's marriage. Yet Ms. Song now lies in a Gyeonggi-do hospital on life support in a vegetative state after a car accident, while Mr. Ma heartlessly turned a blind eye to her. In their expansive living room, Kijin stands over his wife with a trembling phone, asking, "Is this all true?" The enormity of the scandal looms over them as he seeks confirmation of the shocking revelations. Seo-hun quietly nods, her gaze heavy with resignation, acknowledging every whisper of the scandal. The silence between them is thick with betrayal. Kijin's mind races. Now that I think about it, there were many strange things. He reels at memories that suddenly make sense in light of her admission. A flash of memory shows her swiftly changing the subject the moment Byung-kwan uttered the name Song Chiron, confirming his suspicions. Her sudden unease in that moment resurfaces in his mind. He recalls all those times when she looked uneasy. It was because of the affair with Miss Song. Each awkward glance and half-hearted smile now speaks volumes. Back in the present, she states firmly, what's written there is all true. Her confession hangs in the air, sealing the truth of the tabloid's allegations. Kijin sinks onto the sofa, the weight of her words pressing down on him. The betrayal's sting crystallizes as he struggles to process her unwavering confirmation. She adds with quiet finality, what's written there is all true, leaving no room for denial. Seohan warns, it's only a tabloid for now, but it will soon make the headlines. When that happens, as Kijin tightens his fist, cutting her off with, I don't care about that. Kijin's voice trembles with hurt and anger as he snaps. Let's talk about you. You've tricked me all this time, and for what? He demands to know the reason behind her long deception, his disbelief laid bare. Seohan lowers her eyes and confesses softly, I had to be your wife. I only agreed, just for 6 more months, she continues, head bowed. Then I was going to leave. Her plan to escape after a fixed period underscores the transactional nature of their marriage. Kijin smirks bitterly and replies, because of the general election, clenching his fist, he thinks, there are so many things I want to ask, but I can't because I'm afraid of what your answer might be. In his mind's eye, he confronts her ghostly figure and wonders, did you ever love me? Were you ever truthful toward me, even for a moment? The questions hang between them, echoing the emptiness of their relationship. Were you okay handling all this by yourself? He wonders, picturing her alone. The once bright illusion of their marriage has faded into doubt and loneliness. Seohan delivers the final blow. That's why we need to get divorced. The word lands like a hammer. Thump, as Kijin reels from the abrupt dissolution of their vows. Panicked, Kijin pleads, no, Seohan. His outcry reveals the depth of his shock and the painful realization that their marriage, built on lies, is irrevocably broken. Kijin flinches, dying inside as Seohyun insists, we can't. His shock and desperation shimmer in his eyes. A single tear drips down Seohyun's cheek against a pale floral backdrop, her solemn expression underscoring the gravity of their rupture. Kijin grits his teeth, thinking through clenched thoughts. What must I do to make you stay? Do I even have the right to hold on to you? His anguish hangs heavy in the air. But we can't get a divorce. It's out of the question, Seohyun counters calmly, meeting his turmoil with unwavering resolve. He storms forward, shouting, you can't just divorce me as you please after leaving me in the dark this whole time. His anguish spills into the grand living room. Kijin's face contorts with hurt as he cries inwardly, you can't leave after making me fall in love with you. The admission raw and heartbreaking. Turning on his heel, he vows, I'll stop this from getting published. Softly, he pleads over his shoulder, don't run away, before I come back, his voice fragile yet resolute as the door creaks closed. Seohyun stands alone in the moonlit room, bathed in cool blue light, her silhouette a poignant testament to the chasm now between them. Kijin stands at the doorway, his face etched with regret as he recalls how Seohyun froze up every time we talked about the past. He remembers her tightly sealed lips, as though she was hiding something, and feels the weight of her unspoken truth. Though she completely fooled him, Kijin admits he isn't angry at Seohyun's deceit. Instead, he's mad at himself for not seeing through her sooner, his hand clenching his tie in self-reproach. His gaze softens as he wonders, I wonder if she's still crying. The quiet vulnerability in his eyes betrays how deeply her pain affects him. Moments later, Mr. An enters, and Kijin demands, did you ask for me, Mr. Ma? Kijin confronts the aide. Mr. An, you fooled me too. He holds up his phone, its glow illuminating his disappointment as he realizes Ma's complicity. He thrusts the phone toward Mr. An. Can you stop this? The stark command underscores Kijin's desperation to halt the impending scandal. Mr. An's face drains of color as he stammers. Tate, this is... The aide's shock speaks volumes about the evidence Kijin wields. Kijin, you don't need to explain yourself. I already know that you were also lying to me. Kijin's steady accusation cuts through the room, leaving Mr. On speechless. Kijin stands firm, resolve hardening his features. Having uncovered betrayal from both wife and aide, he now must decide whether to forgive or to fight back, and the next move is his alone. Kijin's voice is steely as he demands, "Just answer me. Can you stop it?" Mr. On swallows hard and replies, "I can, but I'll need at least a day," sweat beading on his brow. Kijin stands alone in the sprawling office, staring out the window, as Mr. On bows his head in the corner. "You've got it." One day, Kijin confirms. Kijin rests a hand on the marble counter. "I have a question," he begins, the pause heavy with unspoken suspicion toward his aide's loyalties. With Mr. On framed in the doorway behind him, Kijin asks, "Were you on Siahan's side, or was she on yours?" The question cuts to the core of Mr. On's betrayal, forcing him to choose allegiance. Mr. On's voice is firm as he admits, "She was hesitant at first. I'm the one who took the initiative." Kijin's eyes flash with disbelief as Ma continues, "Song Chiron didn't deserve to be at your side." Unrepentant, he continues, "I saw your memory loss as an opportunity." He stands tall. "I will gladly be held accountable for this matter, but I don't regret my decisions," owning his role in the conspiracy. Kijin absorbs Mr. On's words in silence, the gravity of his betrayal settling like a stone in his chest. Mr. On delivers his final verdict. "Song Chiron is not a good woman." Kijin scoffed. "Because of her humble origins?" Mr. On shakes his head. "She's too greedy. Her greed almost ruined you." Perplexed, Kijin asks, "What do you mean?" Mr. On replies, "Besides Ms. Zhang, I was the only one who knew about your relationship with Ms. Song." He continues, "But just before your car accident, a tabloid regarding the same story was almost leaked as well. I looked for the source using all my authority." He drops the bombshell, and found out that it was Song Chiron. The revelation hangs in the air. Kijin's eyes widen in shock. Kijin questioned, "What was her intention?" Mr. On answered, "I do not know. I didn't get the chance to ask her since she fell into a vegetative state. I can only speculate that she wanted to let the world know you were her man." Kijin mutters bitterly, "How arrogant, for a mistress." Yet he immediately scolds himself. "No, perhaps me thinking this way about a woman I may have loved is even more sickening." He asked, "Where is she now?" Mr. On replies gravely, "She's in the intensive care unit at Anson Hospital," revealing the mistress's critical condition. Concern flickers across the aide's face as he inquires, "Are you heading over there?" Kijin simply answers, "Why not?" hinting at personal stakes beyond mere duty. The boss rises and states firmly, "I'll need to see her sooner or later," steeling himself as he prepares to visit the comatose woman who once was his lover. At the hospital, in a stark hospital room, Kijin and Mr. On stands over the comatose Song Chiron bedside, the silence punctuated only by the beeping monitors. Kijin questioned, "Did you say I've known her for 8 years?" The aide confirms the timeline. "That's correct." Kijin gently probes, "How long have we been involved?" Mr. On admits, "I don't know the details of your private life, since you never mentioned her to me or met up with her privately in my presence. I don't think you two were in a relationship when you married Ms. Zhang. I can only speculate that you started seeing each other about 6 months into your marriage." Kijin reflects bitterly that Siohan stayed married to me even after becoming aware of the betrayal, revealing his guilt and the heavy cost of his double life. The aide softens. "She must have suffered quite a bit. She did decide to get a divorce in the end," acknowledging the mistress's heartbreak and eventual resolve. Alone with his thoughts, Kijin wonders, "Was our marriage a nightmare for you?" As dark memories swirl, he's haunted by the pain he caused. A tender flashback shows him embracing Siohan after his memory loss, thinking, "I liked having you around. Did you feel the same way?" Siohan's soft confession, "I like you," drifts over the memory, underscoring the bittersweet sincerity of his post-amnesia bond before reality intruded. A memory flashes of Siohan's face as he leans in for your passionate kiss. Back in the Stark hospital room, he closes his eyes and admits, "I don't know what's true or not," uncertainty clouding his thoughts. With a resigned voice, he turns away from her bedside and states simply, Let's leave, ending the painful visit. Walking away, he reflects. I thought I would remember something if I looked at her face, but I don't feel anything. Even though I'm looking at someone I supposedly kept around me for 8 years. A beautiful vision of Seohun drifts into his mind as he wonders, is it because I've fallen for Seohun? Seated in his car, he answers a ringing phone. Yes, father, his tone polite but distracted. He frowns and asks, what are you talking about? Confusion flickering across his features. He listens intently, then murmurs, all right. After hanging up, he orders Mr. On to turn around. Kijin's father's hand trembles as he reads the tabloid headline, Mr. Ma's secret affair with his secretary, his pulse racing at the scandalous allegations. His father stood up abruptly from the office, flinging papers everywhere and demanding, what the hell is this? As the room swirls with newsprint. Amid the flying sheets, he accuses, is this article true? Is everything the press is saying the truth? Kijin calmly apologizes, I'm sorry. His father roars, cut that crap and explain yourself. At least give me an excuse. Kijin calmly explains, I cannot explain or make up an excuse for something I can't remember, he admits quietly, offering no defense as his father's anger simmers. His father sneers, how could you get involved with Amir's secretary? Though your wife isn't good enough in my eyes, this is completely absurd. By fooling around, you tarnished both my and this company's reputation by fooling around with an employee, his father scolds, while Kijin clenches his jaw in silent resolve. Sighing heavily, her father slumps at his desk and asks, what do you plan to do now? With cold determination, Kijin replies, I will crush them, vowing revenge on whoever orchestrated the smear. Do you know who's behind this? His father presses, and Kijin answers grimly. There is only one person low enough to do something like this. Thinking back to the threat that time, Yumi appears, her eyes glowing red as she taunts. You still seem quite poised. Let's see how long you can keep that up. She sounded like she knew something. What if someone gave Yumi the information and she used that to coerce the press? Clenching his fists, he vows fiercely, I'll never forgive that person. How dare you make my wife cry? As dark thoughts of retribution flash through his mind. At his desk, he circles a journalist's contact on a sticky note and murmurs, right. Okay. Preparing to initiate his retaliation. On the phone, he calmly instructs, all right, please do that. While behind him Mr. On notes, he doesn't look tired at all even after pulling an all-nighter. Glancing at a report, he reviews his schedule. He's been attending meetings with executives from various press companies all day. His bodyguard, panting and dizzy, thinks, on the contrary, I'm the one who's about to pass out. I'm definitely getting old. The phone rings again, and he answers with unwavering focus. Hello. As his exhausted aide marvels, another call? He doesn't have a single moment to rest. Later, Mr. On addresses him respectfully. Mr. Ma? Without looking up, he brushes aside the files and says, let's pick this up later. And Mr. On reflects, he only acts like that when it's about Ms. Zhang. Mr. On wonders, what did she say? Did she ask you to go back? I think it's best for both of them to sit down and talk things through. Glancing at his phone, he reports, she didn't say anything. I could only hear her breathing for 10 seconds. Frustration etched on his face. A tense look crosses his eyes as he asserts, I need to go to her. Something doesn't feel right. Determined to act, he bursts into Ms. Zhang's empty room, calling out, Seohun, only to find it empty, his heart pounding. Thinking to himself, she's not at home or at the gallery. Did she run away? He clenches his fist in worry. He shakes his head firmly. No, she's not such an irresponsible person, unwilling to believe she'd abandon him. Mr. On rushes up. Mr. Ma, did you find Ms. Zhang? Kijin replies curtly, no. What's the matter? Lowering his voice, Mr. On confesses, there is something I haven't told you all this time. Preparing to reveal a secret. He explains, the man you saw wearing a black cap was Song Chizung, Song Charon's brother. He leaked the photo to the press and even went to Ms. Zhang to ask for money. Stunned, Kijin demands, why are you telling me that now? Mr. On apologizes, I could not disclose his identity to you since he's Ms. Song's brother. Song Chizung. I don't think he was the man I saw on Mr. Zhang's birthday. Mr. Ma realizes the man in the black cap wasn't Chizung, deepening the mystery of who coerced the press. Kijin orders his aide, Mr. On, Bring me the security footage of the date I tell you. Determined to uncover the identity of the other culprit. Reviewing the footage, he exclaims, there was another guy besides Song Chizong, confirming his suspicion that more than one person was involved. Back at the hidden warehouse, Seo-hun sits bound and gagged, her eyes wide with fear as she realizes she's entirely at the mercy of her captor. Her attacker raises a massive sledgehammer above his head. Raise, the weapon gleaming ominously in the dim light. With a dun thud, the hammer crashes down, and Ms. Zhang's terrified gasp echoes as she clamps a fist to her mouth. She struggles, eyes filling with panic, as she manages to choke out one word in her time of desperation. Kijin. Her last spark of hope, their shared connection, hangs in the balance. With a sharp rip, the captor tears off her gag. Her mouth finally free to speak, she asks, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" she demands. Seo-hun's memory flashes. She remembers getting a drink after work and calling a designated driver because she was upset. The scene of the empty soju bottle underscores her vulnerability. But something hit my head in the car, and I lost consciousness after that, she recalls, wincing as the memory of the blow resurfaces. Is that what he hit me with? She asks, spotting the heavy sledgehammer at his side. The weapon glints ominously in the warehouse light. Seo-hun questions in panic. I know you've been lurking around me for the past few days. I guess this was your plan all along. What is it that you want? Money? Name your price. I'm willing to give you any amount, if you send me back unharmed. Rows of empty bottles beside her speak to her desperation. The captor chuckles coldly. Well, then why didn't you say that earlier? Do you know a man by the name of Han Yongdiak? Seo-hun shakes her head firmly. I do not. Her expression is guarded. The captor confronts her. You must know of the crane collapse incident that happened 5 years ago. Han Yongdiak is my brother, who was seriously wounded at the scene. Seo-hun's eyes widened as she heard the captor say, he was pronounced brain dead a month ago. The revelation hits her like a punch. Still reeling, she asks, I'm sorry to hear that. But what has that got to do with me? He states that her father prosecuted that very case, but Seo-hun claims it was his business, distancing herself. The captor snarls, you're really thick-skinned, just like your father, calling her an ignorant fool who doesn't know anything. The insult stings, revealing his bitter resentment. He recounts how the workers protested against Sama construction, demanding proper compensation, picketing with signs, and chanting for justice. They felt 500 million won was not too much to ask in exchange for a person's life. He adds, I bet they would even pay 10 billion won if I asked them for ransom, only to have the company send the Yakuza just so they can avoid paying the measly 500 million. His voice trembles with outrage at the betrayal. The men reported them to the police, but your father, who was district attorney at the time, covered up the case. A blood-spattered protest banner lies trampled, evidence of the cover-up. Seething, the captor spits. After doing all that, he still has the nerve to run for the general election, preaching about making the world a better place for the poor and powerless. His grip tightens, the sledgehammer echoing his contempt. Seo-hun thinks to herself, I knew that my father wasn't always just and righteous, but I never knew he was this unscrupulous. Shock and guilt wash over her as she realizes the depth of her family's betrayal. Her eyes widened. Wait, was my marriage with Kijin the price for covering up that case? The horrifying truth sinks in, that her arranged marriage was a transaction to bury the crane collapse scandal. A gilded scale tilts. Sama got the shorter end of the stick with our marriage. Would not have been possible without paying some kind of price. Seo-hun grimly accepts that her life and marriage were collateral damage in her father's cover-up. Her captor sneers. I guess you really didn't have a clue. He revels in her ignorance, confirming that she was blind to the true purpose behind her marriage. The captor blurts out, my brother is staying in a hospital nearby. My company was generous enough to hire me in spite of my disability, but I had to quit to take care of my brother. Dead is the only thing I have left. I can't forgive you people for ruining my family. Rage and grief pour out as he confronts those who destroyed his brother's life. He taunts, the doctors told me that my brother has about a week at most. I think you'll make a fair companion for him in the afterworld. Seo-hun gasps, are you going to kill me? Horrified by his cruel proposition, she pleads, calm down and listen. I really feel bad about what happened to your brother. I'm sure nothing can make up for your loss, but I'll try my best to compensate. Seo-hun desperately offers restitution, clinging to a shred of hope for mercy. Her captor snarls, "Shut up. I'll teach your family what it feels like to lose one of their own," as he grips Seo-hun's hair, vowing that killing you is the only way Sama and Jong Yundium will learn their lesson. He taunts, "You and your husband must be close since you call him so often. I'll let you have one last phone call with him." Seo-hun's eyes widen in terror as he holds the ringing phone to her ear. "Ask him to save you. Cry and beg for him to come here and rescue you right now," he roars, while a voice on the other line said, "Hello." Seo-hun's inner monologue. He wants me to cry and beg for Kijin to save me. But if his purpose is to make my family suffer for the rest of their lives, she's horrified, realizing that any plea could backfire once Kijin learns of her plight. Dark thoughts swirl. There'll be no reason for him to let me live after Kijin finds out about the situation I'm in. Her captor snarls, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to speak?" Seo-hun stares blankly, refusing to comply and leaving him furious as the phone still rings unanswered. "Why didn't you do as I say? Am I a joke to you?" he bellows, clutching the phone. Seo-hun remains silent, steeling herself despite the danger. "I'll never play by your rules." He shouts, "Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut," then shoves Seo-hun's head to the ground with a violent slam, her body hitting the floor. The captor recalls, "The year my brother got into the accident, the entire country was burning up in a heat wave for the first time in a decade. The memory of that very hot year flickers amid the warehouse's oppressive gloom." Her kidnapper bitterly recounted, "Do you know how scary the Yakuza is? They came to threaten me at my house and at work every night and day." The memory of endless intimidation underscores the family's desperation for compensation. A sledgehammer drags across the concrete with a chilling screch, drag, as he continues. "The media portrayed us as rioters while the case was being buried. No one was on our side." Seo-hun's captor slams the hammer down again, growling, "Things wouldn't have come to this if we had received an apology." Seo-hun lies bound on the floor. He leans close, voice low. "Do you know why I'm telling you all this? They're my last words. I plan to take my own life after killing you." Seo-hun's breath catches at the gravity of his vow as he tightens his grip on the hammer. He adds, "Perhaps the world will be interested in my story if I'm found dead next to you. I want everyone to know why I was driven to this." His confession reveals his twisted hope for posthumous vindication. Seo-hun screams back, "Do you really think this will get you what you want? As soon as you kill me, you'll no longer be a victim of the crane collapse incident. You'll be a murderer. The whole world will point fingers at you." He shrugs off her words coldly. "Whatever. He's dying in a week anyway." In a panic to salvage the situation, she asked, "Do you not have any other family? Would you be all right with them shouldering the consequences of your actions?" Empty soju bottles litter the floor as her captor chuckles nervously. "Ha, ha, ha. Since we are talking about family," the hammer hovers inches from Seo-hun's face as he taunts, "Are you sure you don't want to beg for your life?" He holds up her phone, screen, dialing husband, menacingly asking, "This is your last chance. Think it over carefully. It's your last phone call with your husband." Seo-hun groans his name. "Kijin." Tears blur her vision. "There's still so much I want to say to you. I wanted to tell you that I still love you." A familiar ringtone, her husband's theme, suddenly wafts through the dank warehouse. A ringtone. Seo-hun's eyes snap open in shock. Her captor freezes in mid-threat as the ringtone echoes. What's going on? How did he find us?" The captor's face pales at the unseen intruder, while Seo-hun gasps, "Kijin." With a resounding slam, the warehouse door bursts open. Kijin stands in the doorway, stance firm, declaring quietly, "That's enough. Sung-woo, is that you?" His sudden arrival bathes the scene in pale morning light. Kijin strides forward, eyes steely. The captor recoils. Who are you?" Their roles have reversed in a heartbeat as hope surges back for Seo-hun. The captor presses the hammer against Seo-hun's temple, snarling, Don't come any closer. If you do, then the word uncle came out of the phone Kijin was holding out to them. Sung-woo freezes mid-threat, eyes widening in shock. Kijin stands firm in the doorway, phone in hand showing Mr. On the screen. The kidnapper's face contorts in horror as he recognizes the voice calling out from the phone on Kijin's hand. Sungwoo seethes. You son of a b***tch. What did you do to my nephew? Kijin assures Sungwoo, don't worry. He is safe. For now. He glances at his phone and addresses it. Isn't that right, kid? Implying the nephew is indeed unharmed. Meanwhile, the nephew chirps into the phone. Some misters said you sent them and are waiting for me, so I followed them. There are so many sweet treats here. Where are you? Come quickly. His innocent report contrasts starkly with the tension in the warehouse. The captor confronted Kijin. Are you her husband? The famous son of Chairman Ma Jinchul? What do you think you are doing with an innocent child? His authority and righteous anger fill the space. I'm her husband. What do you think you are doing with my wife? Kijin's voice cuts through the captor's threats, reasserting control and declaring his protective claim over Seohan. The captor snarls. It's all your fault. This wouldn't have happened if not for what your company did to my brother. He flares with rage, but Kijin advances, unfazed. Stepping toward the kidnapper, Kijin declares, You tried to harm my innocent wife for your revenge. You don't have the right to say something like that. His calm menace underscores that vengeance won't come from a hostage situation. Kijin crouches before Seohan, softly calling, Seohan. She looks up, tearful relief in her eyes. Kijin. The reunion is tender and charged with the gravity of her ordeal. The kidnapper grits his teeth in fury. How dare you talk to me that way? He snarls that Kijin stomps on other people's lives to live a life of luxury and knows nothing of his suffering. His eyes gleam with hatred as he rages on. You know nothing of what I've been through, blaming Kijin's family for trampling the powerless. Amid the chaos, Kijin leans toward Seohan and gently asks, Are you okay? She musters a reassuring smile and replies, I'm fine, despite her rope-bound wrists. Seohan suddenly yells, Kijin, behind you, as she spots the captor raising his hammer ominously over Kijin's head. In a bloody instant, the kidnapper brings the hammer down on Kijin. With a sickening thwack, Kijin's face is struck, blood splattering as he crashes to the floor, unconscious. Seohan scrambles forward, tears in her eyes. Kijin, are you okay? Don't move. Police rush in behind her, sirens flashing. Amid the blur of tears and flashing lights, Seohan's desperate voice calls his name, her heart pounding as chaos swirls around them. Time skips to Kijin lying in a bed, head bandaged. Seohan sits beside him on a chair, relief and exhaustion etched on her face. In the quiet aftermath, Kijin still sleeps, while Seohyun watches over him tenderly, the room bathed in soft morning light and silent gratitude. Kijin blinks awake, his eyes fluttering open for the first time after the attack. Seohan leans in anxiously and asks, Are you awake? Is everything okay? As Kijin slowly regains consciousness in the hospital bed, Seohan relays the doctor's news. You're fine. The doctor gave you a few stitches on your scalp, but he said there are no other serious injuries. Relief floods her face as she adds, It's such a relief. Kijin cuts in gently. I wasn't asking about me. His expression grows serious as Seohan realizes he had a different concern on his mind. He reaches up to touch his head and asks quietly, Are you hurt? I was worried sick about you. You must have been really shaken by what happened. Me collapsing probably just made it worse. He brushes a tear from Seohan's cheek and murmurs, I'm sorry. Don't cry. Their roles briefly reverse as he comforts her, tender and apologetic. Seohan shakes her head. You don't owe me an apology. I'm the one who should be sorry. Her voice trembles as she tries to take ownership of her deception. Tears up, she confesses. I'm sorry for lying to you and deceiving you. I'm so sorry. Kijin lowers his gaze and admits, You've made it such that I'll always want to forgive you, no matter what you've done. It's not fair that you're asking for my forgiveness now. He looks torn between anger and love. I could only think about you. His vulnerable admission hangs in the air as Seohan listens, stunned. Clutching the bedsheet, Kijin continues, When I was at the hospital staring at that woman's face, I could only think about you. Touching her cheek gently, he pleads, You can't leave me after making me this way. The intensity in his eyes betrays how much he needs her. Seohan's inner voice recalls, I was going to stay for just 6 more months. I really didn't want to get involved with you, but I've come to like you. A wedding portrait on the wall hints at the arrangement that brought them together. Alone in thought, she admits, but I've come to like you. At first, I was just planning to pretend to be his wife, so he wouldn't be suspicious. I don't know when it happened, but at a certain point, I didn't want you to find out about Song Chiron. She looks up at Kijin, regret and resolve mingling in her gaze. Seo-hun breaks down in tears. I thought you would leave me. I was scared you would abandon me. Her voice quivers as she finally admits her deepest fear. Without hesitation, Kijin sweeps her into his arms in a desperate hug, holding her close against the despair she's been carrying alone. Still clutching her, he presses his forehead to hers and demands, "Were you really going to leave me after the general election?" His concern and hurt shine through his gentle tone. Through her tears, Seo-hun chokes out, "You have no idea how unhappy I was during our marriage. You don't know any of it." His heart breaks as she apologizes again in a raw whisper. "I'm sorry." Kijin's arms tighten around her in a silent vow of commitment. "I'm sorry. Please give me a chance to make it up to you." Seo-hun gazes up, hope and uncertainty mingling in her tear-bright eyes. She hesitates and asks, "Even though I lied to you?" Her guilt and vulnerability hang in the air as she finally confronts the truth of her deception. She confesses that when she saw that he lost his memory, she took it as an opportunity and lied to secure her place at his side. And she knew Kijin hates liars, so she didn't think he would forgive me after finding out that I deceived him. She believed that once he learned the truth, everything was over. Kijin gently takes Seo-hun's hand and declares, "I prayed to God for the first time in my life when I was looking for you." His earnest grip underscores how deeply he's missed her. He continues, "I swore dozens of times that he could take everything else from me if it meant I could have you back." Leaning in to kiss her hand, Kijin whispers, "There's nothing more important to me right now than the fact that you came back alive, Seo-hun. It's too late for you to run away. I'm going to hold on to you with all my strength." Seo-hun's hand in his underscores the promise of his protection and commitment. Seo-hyun's inner question echoes, "Do I deserve this?" Tears glisten in her eyes as she wrestles with the enormity of his forgiveness and love. Am I allowed to accept his love after all the times I've lied to him? Softly, she admits, "I'm scared, Kijin. You haven't gotten back your memories yet." He reassures her, "Even if I do, it won't change anything," sealing his devotion despite the uncertainty of what he may remember. Seo-hun's hand clenches as she frets, "No, you're wrong. You'll change. You'll leave me and forget all about me one day." Her fear that he'll abandon her once his memories return is laid bare. A dark inner caption observes, "That's what you're doing to Ms. Song right now," hinting that Seo-hun's self-doubt is only perpetuating the very hurt she once suffered. Yet at the same time, Seo-hun reflects, "This is my second chance at life." She stands determined, ready to embrace the future with Kijin despite past mistakes. Kijin kneels before her, voice trembling with emotion. "I was engulfed with fear at the thought of losing you. I never want to go through that hell again. Have I ever proposed to you?" He opens a sparkling ring box and declares, "If I haven't, let me do it now." The diamond ring glints as he offers it to her, promising a future together. "This is my promise to you." She's stunned by the gesture, her heart moved by his commitment. With steely sincerity, Kijin vows, "No matter what happened in the past, and how I remember you, it could never override the feelings I have for you now." His words affirm that their bond transcends memory. He slips the ring onto her finger as he pleads, "So please, have faith in this promise I leave on your finger." Kijin kneels and takes Seo-hun's hand, softly declaring, "I love you, Seo-hun." Bathed in warm light, his proposal cements the promise he made with the ring. Seo-hyun's eyes brim with tears as she places a hand on her heart, overwhelmed by his confession and the depth of his devotion. With trembling hope, Seo-hyun asks, "Can you say that one more time?" revealing her need to hear his love again for reassurance. Kijin smiles gently and grips her hand, responding firmly, "I can say it 100 times." Their joined hands. He pulls her close among a field of blooming flowers, whispering again, "I love you." Their faces light up with shared joy and relief. Locking eyes, Kijin confesses, "I am madly in love with you." His earnest gaze affirming that his feelings run deeper than mere words. Moved, Seo-hun plants a tender peck on his cheek, her love mirrored in the soft motion of their embrace. Kijin murmurs her name, Seo-hun, as they hold each other close, their hearts finally aligned after so much turmoil. They lean in for a proper kiss. Their lips meet, sealing their renewed bond. Seo-hun's eyes flutter shut in that first sweet kiss, a silent, capturing the moment's tender magic as they begin the next chapter together. He gently urges, "You should get some rest. You must be tired." He steadies her by the shoulders. Before she can protest, he scoops Seo-hun into his arms with a playful lift, surprising her as she exclaims, "Ah, Kijin." Carrying her to the bed, he smiles warmly and tells her, "Don't wait up for me. Go to bed first," showing both care and a hint of teasing. Seo-hun settles under the covers, murmuring, "Huh? Okay," as Kijin brushes the blanket up around her, their intimacy and trust evident. Kijin quietly leaves the room, footsteps soft on the floor, while Seo-hun watches him go from the safety of her cozy bed. Moments later, Kijin splashes cold water on his face at the sink. Even the sound splash looks comical, trying to shake off his lingering anxiety. He thinks, "I almost pounced on her," scolding himself as he splashes more water, reality and decorum battling inside him. Kijin wonders, does that make me a scumbag? As he realizes Seo-hun went through hell just a few hours ago, and he rules himself harshly. In his mind, he visualizes Seo-hun gazing at him lovingly and says, "Kijin," his inner voice admits. But it's also her fault for being too seductive, labeling it irrational logic as he struggles to reconcile his feelings with his protective instincts. Kijin sees 7 missed calls from Congressman Jong Yunbyum at 11:48 a.m. on Friday, July 3rd, and notes, "My father and Mr. Jong left quite a number of missed calls." He returns the call, as he lifts it to his ear and says, "Hello." On the line, Seo-hun's father, who greets him, "Hello, sir." Kijin thinks, from what Seo-hyun told me, she doesn't have a good relationship with her father, but he picked up right away. I guess he still thinks fondly of her. Mr. Jong asks urgently, "Was Han Yong-soo taken care of?" Kijin is momentarily caught off guard. "Congressman," Mr. Jong presses, "your secretary told me the police took him. Did you bribe them? You made sure they won't leak anything to the press, right?" Kijin coolly assures, "Nothing will leave the station unless I say so. They will not act recklessly if they wish to avoid a war with Sama." Mr. Jong internally sighs with relief. "Phew, what a relief. I almost had a heart attack when they told me a victim from Ohio Construction had kidnapped Seo-hun." Kijin asks aloud, "Is that what you were worried about? I thought you were going to ask me about Seo-hun first." Mr. Juong's blasé response, "Haha, you must be worried about your wife. Well, is she okay? She must be, since you took care of the situation yourself," while thinking to himself, "This rude, arrogant prick." As Kijin stands in the grand foyer, Kijin reflects. His daughter was abducted, but he's more worried about himself than the well-being of his own child. The contrast between Seo-hun's ordeal and her father's attitude stings him. After wrapping up a tense call, Kijin quietly says, "I'll hang up now," as he stands at the foot of a grand staircase, the echo of politics and pressure lingering in the air. He pauses by the bed to check on Seo-hun, who's finally drifted off to sleep, her peaceful slumber a stark contrast to the day's earlier chaos. His mind drifts to her confession. "You once told me this. I'm pretty bad at being honest about my feelings because I didn't receive much love as I was growing up," revealing the tender vulnerability she shared with him. He remembers how she'd explained that her father was always preoccupied with work and her mother too busy with a step-sibling, so she didn't get to be affectionate, leaving her unfamiliar with love. In a spotlighted memory, Kijin sees her lonely silhouette framed by 2 distant figures, thinking, "That's why you aren't familiar with love. From the outside, you looked like you had everything. But now, I know you're as fragile as a glass bead." His fist tightening with protective resolve. He recalls how she once admitted, "I was all you had," as she clung to his arm, an emotional anchor in her stormy past that he vowed never to let go. He scolds himself, "I'm absolute trash. I want to beat my past self for making you feel that way." Suddenly, Seo-hun finds herself alone under a dramatic spotlight and wonders aloud, "Is this the party venue?" Startled by the unexpected setting, Seo-hun's eyes widen as a memory surfaces. "Oh, I remember. This was Sama Corporation's launch event." She realizes the pristine venue under the spotlight was where her doubts first took shape. Descending the red-carpeted stairs, Kijin appears beside a striking woman, their proximity undeniable. Seohan watches from the shadows, her heart clenching at the sight. It was the day I became certain of your affair. The weight of betrayal settles in her chest more heavily than ever. Stepping forward, Seohan musters a calm voice. Let's go home. Beneath her composed tone, her pulse races with hurt and disbelief. In her mind, she notes bitterly, he won't say no, he's always kept by my side during public events. The woman beside Kijin addresses him. Mr. Ma, could you spare me some time? There's something I have to report. The formal request pulls him away before Seohan can object. Kijin's face tightens with conflicted emotion as Seohan's silent plea echoes. Don't go. Don't leave me. He faces a choice between duty and her anguish. Left alone in the spotlight, Seohan thinks, if you reject me here, I think I might just hit rock bottom. Fear and desperation mix in her trembling posture. Kijin turns to the aide and replies curtly, sure. He steps away with the woman beside him, leaving Seohan stranded on the stage. In a burst of panic, her inner voice screams, no, don't go, stop. Kijin, don't leave me. But her outstretched hand can't bridge the distance he steadily creates. Kijin grips Seohan's hand and looks up, alarmed. A single word escapes him. Seohyun. Seohyun, panting, sits up in bed. Kijin? Yes, I'm here. He gently asks if she had a nightmare as he steadies her. Overcome, Seohyun throws her arms around him in a desperate hug, clinging to his warmth. Kijin, taken aback by her earnest embrace, murmurs her name and looks conflicted. He strokes her hair, reassuringly. What's wrong? Everything's all right now. His touch is tender. Seohan whispers into his chest, I dreamed that you left me. In her mind, she relives the terror of being abandoned at the launch party. Flashback, Kijin's dark silhouette as he walked away. I'm scared to be left alone again, haunts her. Kijin tightens his embrace, apologizing. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'm so sorry. In the afterglow of their embrace, Seohan breathes in the seductive scent of soap and aftershave, comforted by his presence. As dawn light filters in, Seohan basks in the warmth that surrounds and embraces her, safe in Kijin's arms at last. Bathed in soft morning light, Kijin and Seohan share a tender embrace, their foreheads touching as he holds her close. The glow around them underscores the warmth and intimacy of the moment. Seohan's lingering unease. Yes, you are with me in this place, but why do I still feel so uneasy? Despite Kijin's physical presence, doubt and fear still stir in her heart. Seohan gazes up at Kijin with earnest eyes and murmurs his name. Kijin, she reaches for him, seeking comfort beyond words. Summoning her courage, Seohan pleads simply, embrace me. Kijin looks down, surprised yet moved, as he prepares to wrap her in his arms once more. Kijin and Seohan lie tangled on their bed, their lips locked in a passionate smooch as he whispers ha. Dim light, casting a soft glow over them. Their embrace is intimate and unhurried. Kijin nips playfully at Seohyun's neck, making her smile with eyes closed in pleasure. After a lingering kiss, Kijin gently cradles Seohan's face and murmurs her name, Seohan. She looks up at him with vulnerable trust. Seohan returns his kiss longingly, her arms wrapping around his neck. The soft kiss captures the tenderness and rekindled passion between them. Kijin's shirt slips off his shoulder as he speaks. Everything about you makes me feel alive. I'm on the verge of losing my mind, Seohan. Seohan presses her lips to his in a fervent smooch, their mouths meeting in a deep kiss. They whisper back and forth. I love you. I love you, Seohan. Kijin hovers above Seohan on the bed, covering her with the sheet as he promises, I'm not going to let anyone take you away. The next morning, Seohan stands beside Kijin's car in the empty parking lot, thanking him. You didn't have to give me a ride all the way to work. Kijin gives Seohan a warm send-off as he drops her at work. I wanted to. Have a good day. Let's have dinner together later tonight. She replies cheerfully. All right. You have a good day at work, too. As Seohan steps into the building, a surprised colleague calls out, Ms. Zhang. Seohan brightens on seeing her friend, Sunju. Sunju throws herself into Seohan's arms. I was worried sick. What in the world happened? Sunju is still in the dark. She thinks Seohan met a robber on her way home late at night. Meanwhile, the police are quietly covering up Han Yangsu's involvement in order to avoid media scrutiny over the crane collapse incident. Sunju teases, were you really hurt? I've never seen you take so many days off. Seo-hun downplays it with a grin. No, it wasn't too bad. That's how I recovered in just a few days. In her mind, what actually happened at home was them making love, Kijin clinging to her, not letting her leave to work. Seo-hun shepherds Sunju inside. All right, let's get back to work. Sunju poutily replies. I want to stay with you a little longer. Seo-hun sits on her chair and sighs. My work's piled up over the past few days. A few days have passed since the kidnapping incident. Seo-hun stands holding a folder, ready to dive back into her responsibilities despite lingering tension. Seo-hun recalls asking Kijin how he located her that night. His clever realization. The man he saw on the security tape wasn't the same one they later caught. Kijin pulled out all the stops. He contacted police and private detectives to locate her abandoned car and cell phone. He even matched the logo on Han Yangsu's vest to the company roster at Ohio Construction to identify Yangsu's nephew by face. She reflects that this clever detective work was the secret weapon Mr. On had thought of in case the kidnapper held my life hostage. With Han Yangsu arrested, everything returned to normal. However, Seo-hun's lingering, bitter feeling after learning the true nature of the deal that brought them into marriage. Even safety can't soothe the sting of betrayal she still carries. At the end of day, Seo-hun strides through the company parking lot. A sudden voice calls, Seo-hun, and she halts at the sound of someone toward her. She turns around thinking it might be Kijin, but her face lights out, seeing the actual person, Jang Seo-jun. She demands, "Why are you here?" Seo-jun answers, "Your brother told me what happened. I heard you were seriously hurt. How are you feeling?" His concern is soft. Seo-hun folds her arms and tells him bluntly, "I don't suppose you came all the way here just to ask me that." Seo-jun replies earnestly, "Actually, that's exactly what I came here for. I was worried. Have you been to the hospital?" His concern makes her flinch, the question slicing through her defenses. Seo-jun's face is full of gentle worry as he says, Seo-hun. Seo-hun admits, "He makes me sick." Bitter memories flare as she recalls how recently he had forced himself on her, like a beast. Why is he acting all worried now? Seo-hun scolds, "You're wasting your time. You don't have the right to ask me that question. Leave." Seo-hun's shock is palpable as she watches him stand firm. He steps forward to block her path, pleading, "Wait, Seo-hun. Let's just talk for a moment." Seo-hun says, "Move," but he refuses to budge as he explains, "I came here to find you in case you were uncomfortable. You said never to come near you again, but you know we can't just become strangers." She sneers, "Huh? You're so persistent." Her voice trembles with anger as she turns away, trying to maintain distance between them. He lowers his head, hand covering his face. "I'll do anything, other than staying away from you forever." His confession hangs in the air, raw and unguarded. Seo-hun snaps, "If you're really worried about me, you shouldn't be coming here like this," her voice fierce. Seo-jun throws up his hands in desperation. "I know you despise me, but I couldn't help myself. Worrying about you has become a habit I can't shake." His confession hangs between them, raw and unfiltered. Her eyes widen in shock and disgust as she hisses, "You disgust me. Do you know how repulsed I am by those words?" He pleads earnestly, "It was just one time, Seo-hun. I don't even remember it properly because I was too drunk. You can't turn your back on me after just one mistake." He reminds her, "We've known each other for more than 20 years. Seo-hun's expression softens briefly as she admits, 20 years, you're right. For 20 years, I looked up to you like you were my own brother. That's all the more reason why you never should have done that to me." Her hurt is palpable. In a flash of memory, Seo-jun recalls their childhood closeness. "We were so close when we were young." His thoughts darken. How did we end up like this? She watches him bow his head, torn between empathy and betrayal. Seo-jun's eyes glisten as he confesses, "I know. I regret it every day. I'm so sorry. Watching you keep your distance from me since then is hell for me." His apology is earnest, but her guard remains up as she asks, "Whatever. What do you want?" Seo-hun's inner resolve steels. "I'm not going to let you play me. I won't even treat you like an acquaintance." She reminds herself that his past gestures of friendship don't obligate her to forgive or welcome him back. Seo-jun pleads, "I want us to go back to the way we used to be. Remember how we did everything together, from eating to volunteering?" Seo-hun, coldly firm, replies, You know that's not possible. Undeterred, he asks, if that's not possible, what about something else? His eyes gleam as he elaborates. That's right, something else. You know what young people casually do these days? Fury flashes across her face. Have you lost your mind? We practically grew up together. Not to mention, I'm married. How dare you suggest something like that? Seojun's tone turns wistful. Why do you think I traveled the world? To rescue stray dogs? To provide medical aid? That's not it. Seohun, let's leave Korea and settle down somewhere else. We can start new lives together in a place nobody else knows about. I've actually found a good spot. There's a small town in Tahiti, but Seohun cuts him off with icy authority. Wait, I don't even know where to begin, but let's get one thing straight before you continue your nonsense. Have I ever said that I like you? Her incredulous glare forces Kijin to confront the truth. He's been misreading her every signal. He protests, you liked me. You always followed me around and wanted to do everything with me right after you were done with school. Seohun retorts in stunned outrage. I liked you like a big brother. Undeterred, Seojun leans in with a feverish grin. That's love, too. It took me 10 years to realize my own feelings for you. Seohun turns on him, fury blazing. You're too preoccupied with yourself. You're not even listening to me. This is why I told you to never come near me again. She storms off, leaving him grasping at empty air. As Seojun calls after her, Seohun. She screams, stop calling my name. Her voice cracks with pain and anger, cutting him off utterly. A loud thud comes from a car not far away, drawing their attention. They see Kijin collapse on the asphalt, the world tilting as metal grazes him. Kijin lies wounded in the parking lot, sweat and pain etched on his face. His final thought, dark and determined, it must be erased. From Kijin's point of view, I arrived right on time to pick Seohun up from work. He sits in the car, phone in hand. From his peripheral vision, he recognizes the man standing with Seohun, Jong Seojun. Kijin flings open his door and snarls. What's that bastard doing here? He didn't hear what happened between them, but he can guess from the way they're acting toward each other. That son of a b***tch put his hands on my wife. Her fury makes it clear a serious accusation just flew from her lips. Kijin's jaw tightens, and he thinks, how dare he? Shocked that Seojun would dare cross that line with Seohun. I thought I was pretty clear the last time, but I guess the message didn't get through his thick skull. He steps forward, determined to set things straight. Seojun defensively insists, it was just one time, Seohun. I don't even remember it properly because I was too drunk. You can't turn your back on me after just one mistake. Kijin's face twists in anger and disbelief. What the f***ck is he saying? Just one time? A mistake? Kijin's inner monologue darkens. I presumed something bad had happened, but I didn't want to believe that he'd crossed the line with Seohun. Did he really? A pained throb echoes in Kijin's head and groans. Ugh. The shock of what he's just witnessed begins to manifest physically. In a haunting overlay of Seohun's voice, there's no other choice. An abortion is the only way. Confusion floods him. What do you mean? Who are you talking to? He hears Seohun's voice, or is it a memory, and struggles to distinguish present from past. Sweat beads on Kijin's forehead as he presses fingers to his temple. A split scene shows Seojun and Seohun conversing. An abortion? Are you serious? I'll book a date for the surgery. Kijin reels, covering his ears as Seojun's voice booms. This isn't something you can just decide on your own. The world spins as he shouts internally. What the hell is the meaning of this? His vision darkens as he hears an ominous thought. Did the two of them? His face contorts with betrayal, pain, and shock. Kijin's knees buckle beneath him, and with a heavy dun, he collapses to the pavement. Seohun rushes to his side, alarmed. Kijin? Kijin, are you okay? What's wrong? Kijin pants heavily, trying to catch his breath under her worried gaze. Sweat and exhaustion mark Kijin's face as he gasps, ha, ha. He struggles to steady himself, the truth of Seohun's secret ripping through him. Seohun kneels beside Kijin and asks, are you not feeling well? While Kijin feels conflicted, why do you look so worried? Is it because I collapse? Or is it because I caught you with him? Seohun urges, let's get you up. Can you stand? She tries to support him, but her touch only underscores how fragile their situation has become. With a sudden shove, Kijin snaps, move. I can get up on my own. Kijin's inner voice steels itself. I need to get to the bottom of this. I have to know what happened between them, even if hell is the only thing that awaits me in the end. Stepping forward, Kijin coldly warns Seo-jun, you're not really good at heeding warnings. Seo-jun retorts defensively. That's because it was an absurd warning. Who are you to stop me from seeing Seo-hun? She's my friend. Kijin narrows his eyes and asks, your friend, huh? Do you see her as a woman or as a friend? Do you even realize how desperate you look? Constantly changing your stance just to be around her? The fact that I have to talk to you about this is sickening. Seo-jun smirks and shoots back. You're right, she can't be both. Pointing at Kijin, Seo-jun taunts. Is that why you still can't fully have her as your wife? Seo-hun gasps, Jong Seo-jun, as Kijin folds his arms, tension crackling between the two men. Seo-jun challenges. You warned me not to cross the line. He steady pokes Kijin's tie and challenges. What if? I already did. Seo-jun's inner monologue darkens. I thought everything would be settled if I just took Seo-hun with me. But if I can't have her, I'll make sure nobody can. His determination veers toward menace. Holding his ground, Seo-jun retorts. You don't know what we've been through or done together. Don't speak as if you know what's going on between us. Everything I said was the truth. We've lived next to each other for more than 20 years. I know your favorite color, the title of your favorite book. I even took care of you when you were sick and gave you a bouquet on your graduation day. I did all that because I love you. His confession hangs powerfully before Seo-hun slaps him across the face with a sharp slap, silencing his declaration. Seo-hun yells, you're insane. Get a hold of yourself. As she recoils, horrified by Seo-jun's relentless claims and frantic desperation. Seo-hun steps between the two men, pleading with Kijin. It's not true, Kijin. Please don't believe anything he said. Both men halt, tension crackling in the air as Kijin and Seo-jun face off, while Seo-hun stands behind them. Kijin's inner voice pulses. An abortion? Are you serious? His blood races as Seo-jun's earlier mention of Seo-hun's secret sinks in, twisting his anger into confusion. Kijin glares icily at Seo-jun, the word glare animating his burning contempt. Kijin mockingly remarks, what a tragic love story. Leaning in, Kijin sneers, but didn't you know? That love you seek is a filthy affair in everyone else's eyes. That's the reality of your love and your damned position. Seo-jun's eyes glow dangerously as he whispers, I can get away with that if we just leave the country. Kijin slams his fist into Seo-jun's face with a resounding wham, knocking the wind out of him. Seo-jun staggers, clutching his side, as Kijin stands over him and growls, quit kidding yourself. Listen. Kijin clenches his fist as he snarls, she's married to me. She doesn't want you. You might think you'll stand a chance if we get a divorce, but you'll never be with her even if we were to split up. Kijin's cold certainty cuts deeper than any blow. Seo-jun kneels before him, looking up in defeat, as Kijin remains towering and immovable. Kijin presses close, his voice a deadly whisper. Stay away from Seo-hun. If you ever show your face in front of her again, I will kill you. With heavy steps, Kijin and Seo-hun walk away together, leaving a kneeling Seo-jun crumpled in the parking lot. Later, Seo-hun notices Kijin rubbing his temples. My head hurts so bad. This happens every time I try to remember something. Seo-hun explains, I didn't agree to meet with him. He just showed up as he pleased. But Kijin, still pained, replies, I know. Let's stop talking about him. They agree to drop the subject, though tension remains. Kijin softens slightly and says, tell me if there's something bothering you. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. He tries to reassure Seo-hun, masking his own turmoil. Internally, Kijin hesitates. Honestly, I want to know if you were ever pregnant with young Seo-jun's child. He agonizes over how to pose such a repugnant question without shattering her trust. Kijin's eyes squeeze shut as he thinks, I can't. His face tightens with frustration, torn between demanding the truth and protecting her. Kijin's thoughts swirl. I can't accuse her of something I'm not sure of, when there are still gaps in my memory. I might just be delusional. Doubt gnaws at him as he battles his uncertainty. She hugs him from behind and softly murmurs, don't misunderstand me. I'm a bit scared. I never saw Seo-jun in that way. It's totally ridiculous. I looked up to him like he was my brother. I had no idea he thought of me that way. Until that night, Kijin asks quietly, Why didn't you ask for help? Shouldn't you have sought help if you really hated what happened? Seohan reaches up and lays her hand on his chest. I did. From you. She reveals that her marriage to him was her refuge, the one help she truly wanted. Her eyes filled with pain. I married you so I could get away from that house. I'm sorry. I keep using you and tricking you. Seohan melts into Kijin's arms as he envelopes her in a comforting hug. Kijin whispers into her hair, You'll have a bodyguard 24/7 from now on. I'm going to have someone watch Jong Seojun, too. Seohan nods against his chest as he adds, He won't even be able to come near your shadow. Do you agree to that? She quietly gives her consent, trusting him to keep her safe. Kijin's expression softens. His resolve to protect her outweighs all else. In his thoughts, Kijin admits, I have to forget about it. Seohan came to me for help, so I have to stand by her. She doesn't have anywhere else to go if I leave her. I can protect her by building the safest fences in the world around her. In a large office, Yumi looked at her computer. On the calendar, the 15th was circled with a star on it. It signifies the date when everyone will find out who's going to be in charge of Myri Technology Center. So far, each affiliate has been in charge of developing different technologies for the future, such as AI, global 5G, and electric cars. On that day, all these core technologies will be brought together under Myri Technology Center. There have been talks within SAMA that the person who's going to be in charge of this new center will be the next head of SAMA Corporation. Yumi thinks, I know what that old man is planning, as she observes Ma Kijin being hurried back to the office before the board meeting. It's clear she suspects Kijin's promotion is orchestrated by his father to secure the succession. A simplified family tree graphic shows Kijin and his brother's line, noting that the founder's firstborn son, now deceased, would have inherited the company instead. Yum acknowledges, I get why he'd want his only son to take over the company, but Kitai would have inherited it if he were still alive. It's not fair for Kijin to inherit the company without having to compete for it. That is what the directors and I think. Yumi leans close to her phone, smirking. It's me, Yumi. Her casual confidence as she speaks hints at a clandestine plot in motion. We're going to have to use our secret weapon at the upcoming board of directors meeting. Are you ready? I'm not going to let things play out your way. Flashes as her laughter echoes, sealing her defiance. Yum chuckles softly. Ha, ha, ha. A news headline screams, SAMA Corporation stocks fall by 13% due to scandal, with reaction icons and a plunging graph. The scandal's fallout is immediately clear. The company's reputation and share price have taken a gut-wrenching hit. Mr. Ma grimly notes, we've lost tens of billions of won overnight because of the scandal. Although the offending article was pulled after his formal request, the damage and the aftermath he must now manage remain severe. He reflects, I already have my hands full with the dispute between Kijin and Kitai over control of the company. He admits, I chose not to have another child precisely to avoid a messy fight over the inheritance. I failed to factor Yum into my plans. She's got the Yakuza watching her back and the ignorant Ma Kitai in the palm of her hand. It's clear Yum is the secret weapon everyone should fear. A burst of frustration. I wouldn't be this stressed about the scandal if it weren't for her. Kijin knows Yumi is pulling the strings and waiting for the right moment to strike. Leaning back in his chair, Mr. Ma snarls. Jong Yunbium just doesn't cut it. If I'd known this would happen, I would have gotten Kijin a wife from a more powerful and reliable family. His bitterness shows his belief that alliances matter above all. Kijin stood in front of a closed double door. Did you ask for me? Seated across from Kijin, his father noted, You look well. Kijin, sitting poisely, thanks his father for teaching not to get overly sensitive about trivial matters. His calm facade masks the pressure of cleaning up the corporate mess. I heard that you've got a lot on your plate trying to clean up my mess. I apologize for that. Kijin's father observed him as his inner monologue praises his own son. He's intelligent, handsome, has the ability to remain rational in stressful situations, and has a will of steel. He agreed to the marriage with Jong Yunbium's family in exchange for burying the crane collapse incident, but it turned out to be a loss for them. His regret is palpable as he realizes the bargain backfired financially and politically. Mr. Ma advises Kijin, the scandal will settle down in a few days. You just focus on getting your head straight for the upcoming board of directors meeting. He warns, You ended up giving the snakes an opportunity to bring you down, pressing his son to prepare a defense strategy. When pressed, Kijin curtly replies, "It's a secret. I'm not entirely sure if you are on my side yet." His father retorts, "Are you kidding me?" Kijin snaps back, "If you are going to support me, put your heart into it instead of making threats. You didn't get rid of the directors who openly favored Ma Quanqiu when your father was in charge. Now they're siding with Yumi and trying to make Kitai the chairman." He exposes internal conspiracies within the board. Slamming the table, Kijin's father explodes. "It's not that I didn't. I couldn't. Do you think we're running a small neighborhood store here? Being the chairman does not give me the right to do anything I please." He defends his position, scolding his son for questioning his authority. Leaning forward, Kijin challenges, "Then would you mind if I got rid of them?" His threat to purge unloyal directors hangs heavy in the charged silence. The father's hand lifts his teacup as he stammers, "WH, what did you just say?" Kijin calmly lifts his cup and declares, "I'll finish the job you weren't able to do, Mr. Ma." The formality of Mr. Ma in private shocks his father, highlighting his son's challenge to his authority. His father recoils in surprise. This is only the second time Kijin has addressed him as Mr. Ma behind closed doors. The memory of the first occasion looms large in his mind. Flashback. During the rollout of a controversial new business plan, Kijin succeeded where everyone else, even I, had failed. His triumph sent Sama Electronics stock soaring, painting him as a bold innovator. Returning to the present, Kijin confirms, "I'm going to reorganize the directors after the meeting. I'll need you to be on my side then." His father asks bluntly, "Are you confident that you'll win at the board of directors meeting?" Kijin answers, "There's no reason for me to lose," displaying steely self-assurance. His father warns, "They'll bring up your scandal." Kijin responds coolly, "I'm prepared for that." His father admits, "He's my son, but it feels like I'm staring at a panther." He gulps, realizing his heir's fierce independence and sharp instincts. He concludes the meeting, "We'll talk about that again when the meeting is over. Go on now." His curt dismissal leaves Kijin no choice but to bow out, replying, "All right." Mr. Ma stands alone in the silent office, watching his son depart. Kijin instructed, "Mr. On, let's head to that place we talked about," and leaves the office. Mr. On replies, "Right away, sir," signaling they're off to a prearranged destination. Night falls on the imposing facade of the Lu Mace building. Its bright sign cuts through the dark sky, foreshadowing the clandestine rendezvous inside. Kijin steps out of his car in a crisp suit, clenching his fist in determination. His steely expression reveals how deeply he's resolved to unearth the truth. "Do you think I really had an affair?" Inside, Mr. On confesses, "I was wondering about that as well. As far as I know, nothing suspicious happened between you and Ms. Song. I would have known if you'd met with her privately, so I presumed something happened while I was away on that business trip in Dubai. However, Ms. Zhang was certain of it." Kijin muses, "How strange. The spouse is usually the last one to know about an affair." He realizes Seo-on knows what Mr. On doesn't, and that the affair was meant to be a show. A silhouette of Kijin striding into the hotel lobby. "I need to get to the bottom of this unsettling feeling." At reception, a clerk asks, "Do you have a reservation, sir?" Kijin answers simply, "No." Lu Mace Hotel has high-class escorts and exclusive clubs from the 1st to the 3rd floor, and private rooms from the 4th to the 8th floor, strictly for VIPs. The 8th floor's legendary security, a favored refuge for wealthy youths. The receptionist brightens. "Thankfully, we do have one vacant unit available. May I have your name, please?" Kijin leans forward, a sly grin on his face. "Well, rather than that, I'm more interested in the security footage that was leaked from here." The receptionist blinks in confusion. "Pardon?" "Haha. Sir, I'm afraid I don't follow." Without warning, Kijin's finger presses the phone's intercom button. The sudden action reverberates through the silent lobby, summoning a group of stern-looking bodyguards in dark suits and sunglasses storms into the lobby. A disheveled young man shouts, "Damn it! Who the F***CK is disrupting my meal?" He sweeps aside a guard in irritation, exposing himself as someone accustomed to commanding attention. Kijin's eyes narrow. "Why is he here? I remember his name. It's..." Recognition flickers across his face, mingled with confusion and suspicion. The newcomer, Song Chizong, brushes back his hair and greets coolly. I did hear from Mr. On that you work in the nightlife industry, but I didn't expect to see you here. Song Chizung, was it? The name hangs in the air like a challenge, confirming that this encounter was no accident. Kijin leans back, loosens his tie, and asks coolly, "Did you say you were Song Charon's brother?" His calm demeanor masks the sharp curiosity behind his question. "I heard you threaten my wife. Why do you think I'm here?" Kijin's gaze turns steely. "A few months ago, someone went to the press to report a scandal concerning me, and this person submitted security footage from Lume's hotel as evidence." He lays out the origins of the trouble, implying inside knowledge. Chizung's face tightens in surprise. It's been revealed that Song Chiron was the one who did it. If so, I wonder who gave her the security footage. Kijin narrows his eyes in thought and murmurs, "But I think I have a pretty good idea." His confident tone suggests he's pieced together the culprit behind the leak. Leaping to his feet, Chizung shouts, "I didn't do anything." His sudden burst of panic betrays a deeper fear of being falsely accused. Kijin leans back on the sofa and remarks, "I was impressed with how meticulous Lume's hotel security is. They threaten to cut off your tongue if you speak a word about what you've seen here. I guess that kind of retaliation is expected since they'd have to close down the hotel if rumors about their VVIP guests were to spread." His words underscore the lengths the hotel goes to protect its elite clientele. Chizung jumps up defensively. "I only provided her with a room. I don't know anything." His panic betrays his fear. Kijin's tone turns quiet and commanding. "Tell me about that in detail." He presses Chizung for every fact, leaving no room for half-truths. Chizung recounts the plea. "Help me, Chizung." On his phone, Chiron makes the request. "I need a room for the night for me and another guy. I want an extremely luxurious place." From behind, Chizung interjects sharply. "This place isn't for just anyone. You can't even make a reservation if you aren't a VVIP. Go somewhere else." Chiron reasons, "That's why I'm asking you this favor. You must know a way, right? You've been working there for quite a while now." Chizung mutters, "What a nuisance. But this is the first time she's ever asked me for a favor." His irritation is tinged with surprise at being singled out for help. Chizung looks down quizzically and asks, "Is a room all you need?" Kijin staggers into the suite supported by Chizung, as Song Chiron strides in ahead of them. Chizung frowns, noting he reeks of booze. How much did he have to drink? Who is he? Chizung presses a stack of 50,001 bills into her hand. "This is all I have on me right now. I'll give you 10 times more tomorrow. Just leave and don't ask any questions." Chizung glances at the money and shrugs. "Oh, fine. Do what you need to do," accepting his bribe without another word. The next morning the suite is empty, and that afternoon Chiron wires Chizung 2,000,000 won, proof she holds up her end of the deal. That's when she asked me for another favor. The shot of Chizung's phone reads, "I need footage from the security camera." Chizung yelps into the phone, "What? Do you want to see me get canned?" His panic reveals how high the stakes have become. She offered 10 times more than before. It was a tempting offer. "I thought 20,000,000 won was well worth the offer." Chizung rants, "But she totally ghosted me after the hotel incident. What AB *TCH? She totally played me. I didn't even get paid. If I'd known the person she brought was someone from Sama Corp, I wouldn't even have gotten involved in the first place." Ma Kijin cuts in sharply. "Did you meet Song Chiron after that?" Chizung shrugs. "No. I thought I might get a bonus after I found out you were the one she was with that night, but I didn't get a cent." Kijin then asks, "Did we? Seems like we were in a relationship." Chizung, lighting a cigarette, scoffs. "How would I know? I just assumed you were banging since you came to the hotel together," revealing his blunt assumptions about Kijin and Charon's encounter. Kijin straightens his jacket and says coolly, "Thank you for your time," signaling the end of the interrogation. As Kijin is about to leave, he calls out, "Mr. On." Mr. On appears. "Yes, Mr. Ma." Kijin orders, "Get in touch with the hotel's head of security. Let them deal with this guy," pointing at Chizung. Chizung snaps back, "Hey, I told you everything I know. You gotta keep your end of the bargain." But Kijin just replies ominously, "This is about something else." Kijin steps forward, menace in his eyes. "I can't forgive a piece of trash like you, lurking around my wife." Struggling in Mr. On's grip, Chizung yells, "Hey, stop. I won't let you get away with this." as Kijin turns to depart, leaving him helpless. From the surveillance point, Kijin reviews the security footage. His inner monologue notes. It lines up with what Song Chi-sung said. This isn't enough for a scandal. That's why she needed a picture. They said Song Chi-ren was the one who leaked it to the press. If we'd really been involved, she would have used a more convincing photo, instead of one taken while I was asleep. Mr. On's testimony, my feelings toward Seo-han, and the existing circumstances. Frowning at his phone, he concludes, when I put them together, this scandal becomes all the more suspicious. Resolute, he tells himself, I need to dig deeper into this. He turns around and sees Seo-han enjoying the fresh air outside, playing with little Diaku, who excitedly enjoys her company beneath a sunny sky. She calls up to him. Kijin, are you done with work? Come out. The breeze feels great. Kijin steps through the door in his Los Angeles sweatshirt, jacket slung over his arm, and greets her with a guarded smile. She asks warmly, the weather's really nice. Have you finished your tasks? He answers evenly, more or less. Are you having fun playing with Diaku? Seo-han teases Kijin. You said you wouldn't get jealous over a female dog. Kijin pouts. Well, you seem like you're having more fun with her than me. He lifts his shirt to reveal his sculpted abs, complaining. It's your fault for only petting the dog when I'm also here. Will you stroke me too if I show you my belly like Diaku? Seo-han gently rubs his stomach and declares, your belly's too hard. It doesn't feel nice, and it's not very cute, teasing him back. Kijin sweeps in to kiss her cheek. Look at you, teasing me like that. You've gotten bolder. Seo-han blushes, smiling at how comfortable they've grown together. Kijin reflects. She used to blush every time she saw my bare skin. We're finally getting used to each other, like every other couple out there. Noticing a hint of chill, Kijin says, it's pretty chilly since fall is almost here. Put this on, draping his jacket over her shoulders. She turns to Diaku's level. Huh? I think Diaku's jealous because we're not paying her any attention. Oh, look at her. Kijin watches, amused when Diaku rolls over, seeking belly rubs. Kijin notices a fresh scar on Diaku's belly. What's that scar? Seo-han explains the scar came from an operation the dog received 1 month ago. Kijin asks, what kind of operation, as they peer down at Diaku's scar. Seo-han pets Diaku affectionately. She had 4 little pups inside her belly. Kijin gently inquires, did she lose them? Seo-han somberly replies, they were taken out from here. She was suffering from bladder cancer. Her condition was pretty severe, and she needed chemo right away. She's now kneeling by Diaku, sympathy on her face. Kijin wraps an arm around Seo-han's shoulders. It must have been a tough choice. She admits, still, I had to decide since she was under my care. I thought about it a lot and cried for nights on end before deciding to go ahead with the operation. I'm not sure if Diaku would have wanted it too. The skyline behind her emphasizes her lingering doubts about the dog's best interests. Kijin reflects as he looks at Seo-han's profile. People who don't know her might mistake her for a cold person, but she's really kind. The more I get to know about her, the more warm-hearted she seems. I was attracted by her beauty at first and fell for her intelligence later. Now, I am captivated by her gentle nature as I fall even deeper in love with her. I can't believe I hurt someone like you. If it turns out my relationship with Song Chi-ren was different from what you thought it was, would that comfort you in any way? This question underscores Kijin's desire to reassure Seo-han of his loyalty. Seo-han turns to look at him and smiles warmly, asking, what are you thinking about? Kijin reaches out tenderly. I want to give myself to you entirely. His earnest confession marks a turning point in their relationship. Over a delicate kiss, he vows, one day, I will uncover the truth and stand beside you with my head held high. Their bond feels strengthened by trust, commitment, and the resolve to face secrets together. Mr. On notices, Mr. Ma, you've got dark circles under your eyes, and Kijin replies, are they that obvious? As he sits wearily at his desk. Mr. On teases, well, it's certainly clear that you're a newlywed, to which Kijin beams, good. I wanted people to notice. His tired look is worn proudly as a public display of his marriage. Mr. On slides over a thick binder. Here's the list of attendees for the board of directors meeting that you asked for. There are 12 of them in total, with detailed descriptions and work histories. Kijin prepares to strategize against potential rivals. Standing over the folder, Mr. On asks, by any chance, do you remember any of them? Kijin flips through and says, Managing Director Lee Duji. I don't think we get along well. He pins down the most dangerous opponent. With a satisfied nod, Mr. On says, that makes things easier. I've put together 8 pages of information on him, since he's the one you should be most cautious of. Kijin sighs. That's a lot, steeling himself for battle. Mr. On leans in and asks kindly, Mr. Ma, are your memories coming back? Kijin admits, it's too soon to tell. I've only got bits and pieces so far. I recall making him kneel before me, as a mental image shows Lee Duji on his knees in a Stark room. Lee Duji got the Yakuza involved in the crane collapse incident. While Kijin's notes reveal, I thought Yumi was the mastermind, but he kept denying it. He was sent to our branch office in the Philippines. Kijin pieces together the scandal's players. He looks up and asks, is this the reason I made him kneel? The aide confirms with a single line, that is correct. The connection between Duji's misdeeds and Kijin's leverage is laid bare. Kijin reflects, humph, he must still resent me for that. But why did I get involved in Sama Construction's business? He wonders if past victories have turned into lingering grudges. Mr. On added, it wasn't Sama Construction you were getting involved with. It was more about Yumi. You weren't fond of the idea of getting the Yakuza involved with Sama Corporation. I suspect you were planning to use that against Yum to bring her down. Kijin concludes, I must have failed, seeing as she's still standing strong. There was no evidence other than the victims' testimonies. Did they say Han Yong-soo is now in prison somewhere in Gyeonggi-go? I wonder if I can use him in some way, suggesting he's plotting to leverage Kijin for his own ends. Suddenly, Kijin's phone buzzes with an incoming call labeled father-in-law, interrupting the dark reverie. He answers politely, yes, Mr. Jong. What is it? On the line, Kijin offers congratulations and announces, I'll visit you tomorrow, hinting at news worth celebrating. Mr. On guesses correctly. Good news, I presume? And Kijin confirms, Mr. Jong passed the nomination screening. Mr. On adds, congratulations, Mr. Ma. I suppose President Choi must have pulled some strings. Jong Yunbyum passed the nomination screening for Daeon Party. He's backed by Sama Corp, and Lee Sankul, backed by Daesung Corp, were locked in an intense competition that lasted over 10 days. Relieved, Mr. On confesses, I was worried this might cause Mr. Ma and Ms. Jong's relationship to sour. What a relief. Since he's been nominated, all that's left is to win the general election. Ms. Jong will be thrilled to hear the news. You should call her. Kijin hesitates. Should I? Kijin's internal monologue counters. I don't think I have to let her know right away. He hesitates before calling his wife, imagining her sweet, Kijin, greeting and admits, but I wouldn't mind hearing her voice again. He steels himself and dials. Hey, it's me. At another office, an assistant announces, Sir, Congressman Jong has arrived. Would you like to see him right away? And Mr. Ma coolly replies, let him in. Jong Yunbyum enters the office with a deep bow. Hello, Mr. Ma. It's been a while. How are you? Mr. Ma greets him cordially. Welcome, Mr. Jong. Congratulations, I heard you passed the nomination screening. Mr. Jong beams. It's all thanks to you. Humbly, Mr. Ma insists, I didn't do anything. Though I did hear that Kijin met with President Choi a number of times. Mr. Jong replies. Yes. I called him to thank him on my way over here. Mr. Ma claps Mr. Jong on the shoulder. That's what families are for, huh? Don't just stand there. Come sit down. Mr. Jong's thoughts reveal surprise at his own hospitality. Mr. Ma has never been so welcoming before. I did manage a marriage between our children in exchange for burying the crane collapse accident. But there is a huge disparity between the chairman of the #1 conglomerate in Korea and a new congressman. He recalls how pivotal the nomination was. I would have had to turn back at the gate if I didn't get nominated, and breathes a relieved few. Mr. Ma offers a gift. I hope you win the election. I will give you a nice bottle of wine if that happens. Mr. Jong nods respectfully. I'll do my best, sir. Mr. Ma questioned. When will you stop being so formal with me? Mr. Jong looks caught off guard by the question. Jong reminds him, though I am 6 years older than you, we're practically family. Other people might mistake us for being distant. It might be difficult for you to get used to it right away, so why don't we drop the formalities after the election? Mr. Jong's monologue reveals his stakes. Finally, this means he'll acknowledge me as his in-law if I win the election. He bows respectfully and says aloud, "Thank you, sir." His eyes blaze with determination as he vows, "I will make sure to repay you with my victory." About 2 months left until the general election, at the Myri Arts Center, where a banner proclaims the Jean Roy Bascus exhibition. Inside, Seo-hun's assistant gushes, "It's a major hit. I knew it would be successful, but this is beyond my expectations." Seo-hun explains, "There has never been an exhibition of this scale in Korea. Not to mention, he recently collaborated with a clothing brand and got much more popular here." Reeling to herself, she reflects, "Everyone is enjoying the exhibition I prepared. That makes the entire process worth it." Her eyes sparkle with pride as she watches visitors enjoying the exhibition. Her staff suddenly points out in surprise, "Huh? They've spotted someone unexpected entering." Kijin steps into view in full suit, holding a lush bouquet of pink roses, bathed in soft light. Kijin apologizes, "Sorry I'm late. I was caught up in work. I've been meaning to see the exhibition you've worked so hard on." He presents the flowers. "Here, these are for you." Seo-hun smiles tearfully, whispering, "Kijin," as she accepts the bouquet. Kijin surveys the gallery floor. "It's so packed in here. I think it's more lively than when Mother was in charge." He gestures at the bustling crowd with admiration. He smiles proudly as he thinks, "She added youthful vibes to the gallery and completely revamped it. It's no longer the conservative and solemn place it used to be. It's just as I expected. She's so talented. It would be a waste for someone like her to just stay home." Seo-hun clasps her bouquet in a contented bow. She leads Kijin into her office, saying simply, "Come in." Seo-hun admires the bouquet as she puts it in a vase. Kijin asks, "Do you like flowers?" She answers, "I do. I prefer the little ones over the large ones. I like this bouquet since it's got a lot of baby's breaths." Her face lights up as she sniffs the delicate flowers. Kijin internally muses, "I would have given her flowers every day if I'd known that she liked them this much. Maybe I should just open a flower shop for her." Seo-hun reminds him, "You gifted me flowers before, too, though it was just once." She smiles gently, recalling that earlier bouquet. Surprised, Kijin asks, "I did." As Seo-hyun explains, "It was for my birthday last year. You don't remember, right?" He looks sheepish, realizing he'd forgotten. Standing across a softly lit dinner table with the cityscape behind him, Kijin offers a flower bouquet. "About what happened that night?" Seo-hun recalls, "You brought me flowers last year for my birthday, even though our marriage was arranged. We agreed to have dinner every Saturday, and that night I managed to spend my birthday with you, though you had no idea. Near the end of the meal, you excuse yourself, saying you needed to make a business call, and steps outside clutching his phone." Seo-hun watches from inside, puzzled by his abrupt departure. She waits alone sipping wine. "I waited for you for a long time and ended up coming back much later. When you finally returned, you were out of breath and sweating, flowers still in hand, as if you ran back here." She asks how he found out, and he said he saw it on her phone by chance. An automated birthday message popped up while she was in the bathroom. Kijin had hurried off to buy flowers from a vendor because the department stores were closed. "I still remember what you said that night," she teases. "You said you had to buy them from a vendor since the department stores were closed. Do you know what you said after that?" Kijin blushes and laughs nervously. "If I had known something like this was going to happen, I would have asked for Sama department store instead of electronics." His flustered grin makes Seo-hun's heart flutter. In that moment, Seo-hun admits softly, "I thought you liked me." She smiles, touching her chest as memories warm her face. Kijin and Seo-hun stand face to face, tension palpable as he hesitates to speak. At last, Kijin pulls Seo-hun into a heartfelt hug, his arms wrapping around her protectively. "I believe I did. I have no doubt that I liked you. You are someone who is hard not to. That's why I need to find out the truth." Steeling himself as he puzzles over their past. How did my relationship with Song Chaerin lead to that accident? His jaw sets. He's resolved to uncover every hidden detail. Seo-hun offers a gentle smile. "I truly hope so." Kijin's gaze drifts as he wonders out loud. "When did we start to grow apart from each other?" Seo-hun reflects. "From what you've told me, it sounds like things were good between us for the first few months of our marriage. There must be a reason why our relationship took a turn for the worse." Thinking back, Seohun says, "It was about 6 months after we got married." Kijin asks gently, "Did something happen then?" But Seohun shakes her head. "Not particularly. The business was going well, and there was nothing out of the ordinary." She recalls, "You just changed all of a sudden. From the way you looked at things, the way you talked, and the way it felt when your clothes brushed against mine, everything had changed. I couldn't understand what was going on since I was taken aback by the sudden change. Now looking back, that's when you and Song Chiron started your affair." Kijin counters gently, "It doesn't sound like you're positive," and she admits it took another month before she saw their betrayal with her own eyes. She recalls the party at Sama Electronics where Song Chiron wore the same dress as me, a deliberate move as if she wanted me to see. That public display confirmed his suspicions about their affair. Kijin asks, "When did you first realize that I had changed?" Seohun answers, "When Diaku had her surgery," linking her emotional withdrawal to that day. She relives the moment. That was the day when Diaku had to remove the babies from her belly. Seohun confesses she came back home late after taking care of Diaku all day and cried the entire night, out of guilt for deciding to terminate those little lives. She finds her collapsed on the lobby floor, overcome by grief and remorse. The image of Seohun crouched in tears reveals the depth of her heartbreak that night. Kijin stands at the threshold, Seohun looking up at him in stunned silence. The distance between them, once familiar and safe, now feels vast. Kijin coldly tells her, "You are despicable in so many ways." Startled, she apologizes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize." Kijin accuses her, "You can't even follow a simple rule." Seohun shows mixed emotions flickering across her face, thinking her unsightly emotion must disgust him. Kijin strides past Seohun with a determined whip, leaving her standing alone in the foyer. Seohun stumbles, rubbing her arm against the cold wall, bewildered as she thinks, "What's going on?" The abrupt confrontation leaves her shaken, unsure why Kijin's behavior has changed so suddenly. Alone and exhausted, Seohun closes her eyes and thinks, "I'm so tired, maybe he'll feel better tomorrow. I thought you'd be back to normal in no time, but you kept pushing me away after that day." Back to the present, Seohun narrates, "That was when it all started, the little ones. Diaku, which now grates on her nerves every time she hears them. A dark memory surfaces, Seohun and Seojin's conversation. There's no other choice. An abortion is the only way. An abortion? Are you serious?" The gravity of that night resurfaces, raw and unsettling. As she reflects on the haunting memory of deciding to end the puppies' lives, Kijin panics and asks himself, "What if I misunderstood what I saw in the past, just like right now?" His face betrays the terror that his memories, both of him distancing and that abortion conversation, might be flawed. He gulps and reasons, "No, nothing is definite yet. I can't say that I misunderstood everything just from listening to that conversation." Still, doubt gnaws at him, as he struggles to piece together what really happened. As he clenches his fist, he tells himself, "I shouldn't jump to conclusions right now. There's no proof that it's even real." He steels his resolve to seek the truth rather than act on fear. Kijin thanks Seohun. "Well, thank you for telling me. I need to get back now and get ready for the upcoming board of directors meeting." Seohun asks, "You're not going home with me?" Kijin explains, "I haven't fully finished preparing for the meeting yet," and Seohun simply responds, "Oh." Suddenly, Kijin leans in and celebrates their reconnection with a soft kiss. Seohun freezes in surprise, the unexpected gesture stirring mixed emotions. Pulling back, Kijin urges Seohun to head home first. He turns around with determination to solve the mystery. A calm night sky over autumn leaves sets a reflective mood. Outside the gate late at night, Kijin meets his aide Mr. On. He asks, "What brings you here at this late hour?" Mr. On informs him, "The chairman wants to see you." "I don't really know the details," and Kijin asks, "My father?" Realizing this call must be serious. In thought, Kijin reassures himself, "My father wouldn't ask for me unless there was a good reason for it. It must be urgent if he sent Mr. On in the middle of the night." His expression tightens with apprehension. A wide shot of the family villa at night, lit windows framed by ginkgo trees. Kijin knocks on the door and announces, "I'm here, father." His father spins around in his chair, silent and stern, as Kijin steps into the room's tense atmosphere. Slamming on stacks of papers onto the desk, his father says, "This was forwarded to me today." Kijin leans forward, anxiously asking, "When is this going to hit the headlines?" His father replies calmly, "In 3 to 4 days. We have a pretty urgent matter on our hands." On the paper was an article. I waited for him for more than 30 years. Zhang Yunbium was an ambitious man. He worked night and day for 8 years to get a position in the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office, but one tiny mistake caused him to get demoted after just 1 month. Yunbium was miserable, and I had nothing to support him. That's when I found out that Sun Young had feelings for Yunbium. I was the one who suggested they get married. Yunbium promised he would come back to me. I told him that I would take care of his son Seo Chong while he was away. But he never came back. He'll be back when he gets a position in the capital, when he becomes the lead prosecutor, or when he becomes the congressman. While he achieved many positions, I started to lose all hope in him. After 30 years, I finally realized that he never planned to come back in the first place. Kijin tells his father, "Congressman Zhang is going to be in a difficult position because of this. I'll see what I can do," offering to help manage the upcoming fallout. His father, unimpressed, asks, "Are you even listening to yourself?" Taken aback, he replies, "Excuse me?" I don't quite follow, clearly perplexed by his father's criticism. His father leans forward over the desk and admonishes him, "I told you so many times. A business remains strong as long as you know when to step in and out of it. Now is the time to step out." Kijin swivels his head in shock. "Are you?" Realizing the grave implications of his father's command. His voice cracks as he finishes, "Telling me to leave Seoan?" His father replies sharply, "Honestly, I was never fond of your marriage. Don't you remember? I knew about Zhang Yunbium's secret from the beginning. I told you to leave her several times, but you're the one who refused." Stunned, Kijin echoes, "Are you saying that you told me to divorce her before?" Frustrated, his father snaps, "Of course I did. Things would not have gotten this bad if you had just listened to me from the beginning." He adds, "Do you know who's behind this mess? It's Cho Chong-sub. If what he's after is Zhang Yunbium's defeat, money can't even stop this from being published." Kijin's jaw tightens as he realizes the plot to drive a wedge between him and his father. Cho Chong-sub is the toughest rival Congressman Zhang will face. He probably planned to leak this article to my father and make him abandon Zhang Yunbium while avoiding having Sama as his enemy. His father states coldly, "Zhang Yunbium's political career will be over once this is published. No politician can survive a scandal involving women, family, and children. This scandal involves all three. He won't be able to pull through." Kijin protests, "This has nothing to do with me. I never included him when I planned my future," insisting Seohan shouldn't be dragged into politics. His father fires back, "The board of directors will not think that way. I wouldn't do this if you'd stabilized your position as my successor." Kitai is still standing strong. He's not a threat, but his wife's family is. I don't know how they did it, but most of the directors are on Kitai's side. "You need someone who can support you now. I'll look for another girl for you. A better one this time." Kijin stands his ground, looking his father in the eye. "I'm afraid I can't do that," refusing to end his marriage. His father snarls, "You can't?" as Kijin insists, "I don't want that. You have no right to separate us." His father booms, "No right? Do you not understand the concept of an arranged marriage? I'm the one who brought you two together, and I'm the one who can end your relationship if I find it necessary." Kijin squares his shoulders and declares, "I need Seoan." Slamming his phone onto the desk, his father shouts, "Just cut the crap. I never raised you to be so weak and sentimental. End things with her before the election starts." Kijin calmly replies, "I will not." His father hisses, "Don't you dare talk back to me." Before Kijin walks away, he vents his frustration, "I've done everything you've asked for the past 30 years. But I can't give her up." Late at night, Kijin drives through the city, deep in thought, his expression resolute as neon lights blur past. Inside the car, his profile is illuminated by streetlights, determined to protect his marriage at any cost. "Jang Seohan, all I want is to be with you and stay by your side. Every time I get one step closer to you, more reasons why I should let you go pop up." He reflects that, like my father said, it's the right time to ditch Congressman Zhang. and notes sinister rumors of Yakuza bank accounts targeting board members who oppose Makitai. He admits, I'm taking a big risk by carrying Zhang Yunbium with me when he can become my weakness. Despite the danger, still, I don't know why, but I can't think of one reason to abandon you. No, this only made me realize that I want to protect you no matter what it takes, as he grips the steering wheel. My father was never fond of Siohan. I'm sure he'll try to use this opportunity to make us divorce. I'll never let that happen. Pulling up to their mansion, he spots Siohan outside and calls her name, the headlights illuminating her silhouette as he leaps from the car. Siohan, surprised, asks Kijin. Stunned, Kijin approaches, telling her, Siohan, what are you doing out here? It's chilly. She replies, you weren't at home or answering my calls. Unaware, he took out his phone to check. Did you call? I didn't know since I was driving. Turning cute and apologetic. Siohan explains, I called Mr. On and he told me that you must be on your way home from your father's place. That's why I was waiting outside for you. Kijin gently chides, you should have waited inside for me. Your hands are cold. As he wraps her fingers in his to warm them. Kijin's inner thought reflects, I thought she would be cold toward others since she was raised by a father that showed no interest in her, surprised by her warmth. He admits silently, I don't know why I feel this way after seeing you wait for me like this. Under softly glowing lights, they share a tender kiss, and Seijin's narration reads, you make me fall in love with you all over again. Their embrace deepens under the moonlight. Siohan remarks bashfully, Kijin, we shouldn't do this in public. Kijin asks, should we continue inside then? She nods shyly. Inside, their shoes click on the threshold as they step back into the house together. They embrace and kiss again, moving from the chilly night into the warmth of home. They share a passionate kiss inside, their arms wrapped tightly around each other. Kijin's inner voice confesses, I don't want to lose you, even if that means I have to risk everything for you. The chairman opens the Sama Mairi Technology Center board meeting. Thank you all for joining us today. We are here to vote on who's going to be the president of Sama Mairi Technology Center. He announces the two candidates. The candidates are President Ma Ki-tai of Sama Construction and Executive Director Ma Kijin of Sama Electronics. All 12 directors are joining us, so we have a full quorum. The candidate who receives the majority of votes will become the next president of Mairi Technology Center. Let's begin with a brief summary of each applicant. First, we have President Ma Ki-tai. Please take a look at the screen as Ki-tai's resume photo appears. The assembled directors, including Kijin's allies, nod in approval upon seeing Ma Ki-tai's credentials. The chairman continues, next is Executive Director Ma Kijin, displaying Kijin's professional headshot plus his experiences. After graduating from university, he entered Sama Corporation, completed his MBA in the States, merged Sama Telecom with Sama Broadway, and has set new records every year since joining Sama Electronics. Kijin's phone buzzes with an incoming call from Mr. On mid-board meeting. He wonders, why is Mr. On calling? He knows that the meeting has already started. He presses the reject button on Mr. On's call. Even after he declines once, his phone buzzes again with Mr. On calling. He frowns, thinking he's calling again. That's strange. Instead of answering, he follows the on-screen prompt and begins to type, send me a message. The chairman wraps up the candidate introductions. We have finished the introductions of our two candidates. Now, each director can ask questions to our candidates if they have any. A director raises his hand and says, there was a huge scandal about you recently regarding your extramarital affair. Everyone was astonished when they heard the news about your relationship with your secretary. Another board member warns, Sama Mairi Technology Center will be the leader of technology for the next century. I don't believe someone with such heinous moral values is fit to lead a big business. Do you have anything to say about this? Kijin calmly replies, that scandal is not true. Lee Duji, now allied with Ma Ki-tai, is pushing the story to sway the board. The board member presses on. But there's security footage of you and Ms. Song. Are you still going to deny this? Kijin counters, have you considered the possibility that the statements are false and the footage and photos are fabricated? There hasn't been another article since it was published weeks ago. People are only interested in gossip. No one cares about what happens after. An article explaining the scandal would barely have made it on the second page of the paper. An unconvincing scandal like that would be erased from everyone's memory soon enough. Kijin's confident rebuttal hangs in the air as the directors consider his words. A director raises a hand and challenges him. Don't you think your answer is a little strange? Yumi points out his omission. If someone accused me of an affair I wasn't part of, I would tell them that I never did anything like that or that I went to that hotel for a business meeting. But you haven't said anything like that, Mr. Ma. There's a rumor going around saying that you have amnesia. Is that true? She internally thinks. Of course he will deny it, but I've prepared for my rebuttal in many. As she readies her next question, Kijin calmly confirms, it's true. If I were you, I would be more astonished by the fact that I returned to work 2 months after an accident that destroyed my 400 million won car. Yet you are not at all surprised by my stupendous physical strength. He smiles and reassures. Don't worry, I've regained my memories. All of them. Yumi leaps to her feet, accusing Kijin of lying. You liar. Kijin calmly retorts. You sound sure that I am lying. Did you intentionally ask me that question pretending you didn't know about my condition? I believe the chairman personally asked you to be discreet about my condition since it could affect the stock price of Sama Corporation. It seems you are willing to put the company at risk if it is for your own good, President Yumi. Internally, she panics. What's going on? No one told me about him regaining his memories. In her thoughts, she realizes, he must have studied for this. There's no way he gained his memory back so quickly. I need to ask him a question only we know the answer to if I want to get to the bottom of this. A board member tests him. Last summer, you met me regarding the rare earth elements contract with our Chinese client. Do you remember where we met? Kijin replies without hesitation. On the 19th floor of the Efference Hotel. He adds, and why did we have the meeting there? The answer comes just as swiftly. The investors from Beijing were staying there. Another director probes deeper. Do you remember how the weather was that day? Kijin responds, it was extremely hot, around 35 degrees Celsius, and the air conditioner wasn't working. Kijin smiles wryly and challenges her. What's wrong? Why don't you go ahead and ask if I remember my outfit from that day as well? I guess it would be convenient for you to argue that I've lost my memory if I failed to answer. Kijin reflects that keeping a daily journal paid off. I knew that writing in my journal daily would actually come in handy one day. I was able to retrieve information regarding work thanks to documented files and my meeting log journal. Yumi panics in her thoughts. This is bad. We will lose if things continue like this. Look at him pretending not to know anything after I bribed him with all that money. She recalls how she lobbied 2 directors by convincing them with Ma Kijin's scandal and supposed amnesia, then secured 2 more votes after Zhang Yunbiam's affair broke. Yet now her scheme feels unstable because everyone's seen that Ma Kijin is standing strong. She frets. I need to use my secret weapon, but why isn't he messaging me? A text from her phone reads, Where are you? I told you when you should get here. She reads the reply. The hospital refused to discharge the patient, so it took longer than expected. We're outside waiting. I hope we're not too late. Yumi smirks and addresses Kijin. So everyone here heard you say that your memories are back. I guess that makes it easier for you to explain your scandal. She challenges him. You said it was fabricated, didn't you? If you have nothing to hide, let's bring in the other party in question. Kijin, surprised, asks, The other party? A door creaks open behind him. Kijin turns. Wait, is that? Into the boardroom rolls Ms. Song in a wheelchair, escorted by her brother, stunning everyone. 2 stunned directors blur past in shock as one whispers, My goodness, I thought she was in a coma. Another wonders, how did Song Chiron get here? Kijin approaches as Song Chiron sits upright in her wheelchair at the front of the room. Song greets him calmly with a simple, Hello. It's been a while, Mr. Ma. Kijin suddenly reels, dizzy, woozy, as memories begin to flood back. A dark flashback shows a terse conversation. There's no other choice. An abortion is the only way, echoing in his mind. You've heard it correctly. What else do you need to explain? Then an image, Ms. Song's earlier confession rings out. If you want to hurt your wife, you're welcome to use me. Overwhelmed with the flooding memories, Kijin clutches his head, crying out, Arg. The board members rush to his side. Mr. Ma, what's going on? Are you okay? Internally he thinks, the memories are. Song Chiron pants softly. Ugh, ha? Ha. As she watches him struggle, implying she's been waiting for this moment. Kijin suddenly collapses to the floor with a loud thud, while stunned directors rush forward in alarm. Lying on the ground, Kijin's eyes flutter open with a weak, sweating smile as he struggles to regain consciousness. A director shouts, "Mr. Ma, are you all right?" And another yells, "Someone call for an ambulance." Kijin reflects Jang Seo-yeon is the woman my father suggested for my arranged marriage. Kijin and Seo-hun negotiate their living arrangement. "I'll take the first floor, and you'll take the second. We can swap if you'd prefer." Seo-hun readily agrees. I understand, surprised that Seo-hun agreed so easily on their very first encounter. He reflects that Seo-hun doesn't seem like the type to lie, and notes her poised and well-mannered demeanor. Their 3 pre-marriage meetings, a blind date, their dress/tuxedo fitting, and the family's formal introduction. Finally, after meeting with each other 3 times, they got married. He reflects that although they only knew each other's names and appearances, their families had thoroughly vetted one another. He realizes he unexpectedly fell in love with her. He recalls small moments with Seo-hun, watering the garden in the morning and reading on the terrace. He would sometimes get a glimpse of her when you read her books out on the terrace. He admired her intelligence and was charmed when her cheeks flushed after a single glass of wine. Kijin offers his mother's gallery to her. "This is one of the galleries my mother is running. Why don't you take charge of it?" Seo-hun is surprised. "You want me to manage an art gallery?" He reminds her, "Isn't it time for you to get a job? Your graduation exhibition is over." Seo-hun happily agrees. "I'll do my best." Kijin wonders what kind of life made her so excited about work and confesses growing curiosity about her. "That's when I started to become more curious about you." He's impressed by Seo-hun's success in transforming a rundown, exclusive gallery into a modern space, thinking, "I've never been so intrigued by someone before in my life." He reflects on how being with Seo-hun was a first for him. He'd never needed someone by his side or shared daily routines until he met her. He admits he'd never consistently greeted one woman each morning or watched someone get ready. Small habits he formed with Seo-hun. He notices Seo-hun's cute new pajamas covered in rabbits and carrots, thinking it's very different from what she usually wears, and finding it adorable. He recalls falling in love when Seo-hun thoughtfully chose holiday gifts for each director and executive based on their hobbies and interests. "You made me fall in love with you as you beamed over a cheap bouquet I bought for you." With each passing day, he fell in love with Seo-hun more and more for different reasons, deepening his feelings. "I knew nothing but your name when our marriage started, but my feelings for you continued to grow." Kijin reaches out his hand towards Seo-hun, underscoring his longing and connection. Overcome by emotion, he passionately kisses Seo-hun, thinking, "I couldn't even control myself at a certain point. I wonder if you also felt the same way since you didn't push me away." After pulling back, Seo-hun breathlessly asks, "Huh, Kijin, are you drunk?" as she steadies him in her arms. Kijin's inner voice steals. "I want to know, before their wedding, dowries, gifts, rings, and even contracts were exchanged between our families, yet none of those were my own choice." Kijin reveals a single pearl necklace in its box, thinking, "With my confession, that was my plan." Suddenly, Seo-hun's voice echoes, "There's no other choice. An abortion is the only way." Seo-jun asks, "An abortion? Are you serious?" Seo-hun answers, "Who's going to decide if not me? You have no right to get involved in this." Seo-jun fires back, "Don't say something so cruel, Seo-hun." She snaps, "Cruel? Don't you dare call me that. Just keep your end of the promise." Seo-jun admits, "I can't. Not seeing you for even a day is driving me crazy." While Kijin watches in confusion, what are they talking about? He recoils in shock as Seo-hun shouts, "Watch your mouth. Our relationship ended the moment you climbed into my bed." In the tension, Kijin's gift necklace flies from its box, clattering to the floor, a silent testament to how everything has suddenly fallen apart. Alone in the courtyard, Seo-hun declares, "I've got nothing else to say. Don't come near me ever again," and leaves Seo-jun. Kijin notices a figure approaching and recalls, Jang Seo-jun. "I've only seen pictures of him since he didn't come to our wedding. He was an old friend of Seo-hun and her stepbrother." Kijin confronts Seo-jun. "Your conversation with Seo-hun just now? Explain what's going on." Seo-jun scoffs. "It seems you got the message loud and clear. mocking Kijin's confusion. Kijin presses him. Don't beat around the bush. Aren't you two just childhood friends? Why do you think I didn't go to Seohun's wedding? Seojun leans in. I bet it kills you since you already know the answer. Angered, Kijin punches Seojun. Pow! Finally unleashing his frustration. After punching Seojun, Kijin turns on his heel and walks away, leaving the smirking Seojun standing in the street. Seojun chuckles to himself. Ha, amused by Kijin's sudden attack. Kijin, furious and breathless, stands under the night sky as rain begins to fall, the echoes of Seojun's laughter haunting him. I took my wedding ring off after that day, as an ornate ring box lies open with the ring removed. Their marriage contract required both spouses to uphold dignity, but Seohyun insulted me and spat in my face. I felt betrayed since I loved you. I wanted to hurt you back, Kijin admits in voiceover as a drink tumbler sits half empty. Song Chiron appears beside him and offers, if you want to hurt your wife, you're welcome to use me. Kijin sneers at her. Use you? You're worthless, dismissing her proposition with cold contempt. Chiron fires back. How can you judge my worth without even trying? What's important is that I'm yours to use. Kijin's narration closes the sequence. I blacked out after that conversation. When I woke up, I was lying in a bed inside of a hotel I had never set foot in before. Kijin wakes up in an unfamiliar hotel room and thinks, something like this had never happened to me before. Kijin's father warns him, get ready to end things with your wife, hinting at his father's next move. Kijin, confused, asks, what do you mean? His father coldly explains that if Jong Yunbyum loses the upcoming election, the marriage holds no value and must be annulled. He declares, I love Seohun, his father rebukes. I don't recall raising you this way. Do some math and consider what you're losing in this marriage. In the car, Kijin reflects. Divorce, once my father makes up his mind, there's no way to change it. If my father notices any flaws, my father will start the divorce process right away, but I cannot let you go. I'm in pain when you stay, but I'm in agony when I think about you leaving my side, revealing his conflicted heart. His hand squeezes a steering wheel. I won't allow us to get divorced. I'm going to keep you by my side, even if my heart rots with pain. The next morning, Seohun gently asks, are you okay? I was worried since you've never slept outside from home, showing her genuine concern for him. He reveals his plan. There's one way I can keep you by my side and hurt you while disobeying my father's order to get a divorce. You're welcome to use me. Song Charon's statements echo in his mind. Kijin asks, would you worry about me? He thinks to himself, I guess I better play the part since the act has started already. Kijin scoffs. How ridiculous, bristling at the charade he feels forced to perform. He admits, after that, I tolerated Song Charon's part as my mistress to put on a show in front of you. A flashback shows Kijin dashing down the hallway to embrace Seohun, thinking, I wanted to hurt you. The same thing went on the day you came back early from your trip. We learned Chiron once again came by, saying that she had something to report, then changed into a bathrobe, claiming that she had something on her clothes. Chiron steps out in a pink robe and thanks Kijin. Thanks for letting me use the shower, Mr. Ma. Kijin snaps. What do you think you're doing? What a low-class trick, exposing his contempt for her ploy. Chiron apologizes. Her outfit got wet, so she had to put on something else, and he curtly offers her spare clothes before ordering her to leave. Kijin snaps at Chiron's nodding silence. I'll never be seduced even if you try. Chiron simply nods again, unflinching, as Kijin seethes internally at her unshakable composure. I treated you like I was out to get you since that day, revealing Kijin's cold behavior towards Seohun as part of his plan. Kijin brusquely bans Seohun from the front gate. He shrugs off her confusion, maintaining the rift. He echoes the dismissal. You never once reacted to my provocations and acted like nothing happened, and admits her stoicism drives him crazy. Then there was a crack in his facade. But on that day, you cried for the first time. A rainy summer day flashback. The day of the accident was a rainy summer day. He reflects on the accident. We were supposed to meet up. I got into an accident after meeting up with Song Chiron since I suspected her of leaking to the tabloid. Bloodied and trapped in his crashed car, Kijin thinks desperately. Jong Seoyun, would you cry for me if I died? A bloodied Kijin trapped in his crash, wonders if Seohan would ever love him, if we could start all over again. He jolts awake under a sudden downpour of water, shouting in shock as he realizes he's not in the wreck anymore. Kijin gasps. Yes, I finally remember everything. Clutching his head, he groans. My head's about to split since my memories are flooding in all at once. I can't breathe. Panting and sweating, Kijin's urgent distress prompts Seohan to ask, Kijin, are you okay? Do you recognize who I am? You were out for days, anchoring him back to reality. He grabs her hand, pleading, don't go, stay with me, Seohan. Terrified she might leave again. Tears in his eyes, Kijin apologizes. I've committed a great sin against you. None of this would have happened if I had just asked you one question, he confesses. I was driven mad with jealousy and ended up doubting and hurting you. Kijin reflects on his jealousy-fueled mistakes, resolved to make amends now that his memories and his guilt have returned. Kijin, tears streaming down his face, sobs. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I couldn't trust you. Overcome with emotion, he pulls Seohan into a tight, desperate embrace. Seohan, surprised, murmurs, Kijin? Kijin murmurs, it's because I wanted to hold you like this. Because I wanted to have you. Seohan gently asks, Kijin, what's wrong? Did your memories come back? He looks down at her and, voice trembling, admits, yes. Kijin bitterly reflects. Those damn memories, they all came back. Kijin sits up in bed and begins to recount what happened, while Seohan looks at him anxiously. After retelling her everything, Kijin concludes, and that's what happened, he admits in a pained voice. I'm a piece of sh*t, and you deserve to hit me as much as you want. Please say something. Anything. She confesses, I was worried this entire time. I had no idea about any of this. While you were trying to hurt me, I was going over every word and action to figure out what I'd done wrong. Things got worse after I found out that Song Chiron was your mistress. Your actions were like huge claws that dug into me. Now I get it. That was your intention. You must have ruminated for days to find ways to hurt me. Now you tell me it was all a lie. He bows his head and repeats, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. He notes, you're deeply hurt. It was my fault to think that we could start all over again. I've hurt you too many times in the past. I now realize that we could even have talked about love because of all the sacrifices you had to make. You acted like you moved on, but you didn't forget anything. How deeply she's been hurt. You only covered up your wounds with sweet words that seeped into you. Kijin closes his eyes and admits, I was foolish. He recalls that Seohan should have come to him, instead of Seojun, about what she overheard, trusting Kijin's logic and character rather than jumping to conclusions. Seohan quietly asks, it's because you didn't trust me, right? He stammers out that he didn't want her to get hurt. Seohan counters, you're the one who didn't want to get hurt. It would have shattered your pride to learn I was pregnant with Seojun's child. Kijin asks, when you asked him that question, did you ever wonder what would happen if he denied it? I must have looked revolting in your eyes. Her face looks pained, thinking, that's why you were so cruel to me. She explains, if not for your accident, your doubts would have remained hidden and I'd never have known what was going on in your head. You put me through hell over those 6 months. Are you just going to make it go away by saying it was all a misunderstanding? Kijin confesses, no, there was more. That was not the only reason. My father's disapproval of our marriage. If he had found out what I thought had happened between you and Seojun, I thought he'd surely use that to make us get a divorce. I was hurt by you, but I didn't want a divorce because I loved you, especially if it was driven by my father. She interjected, so you acted like we were a perfect couple just to show your father. In reality, you were hurting me every day. Kijin reasoned, I couldn't breathe without doing at least that. Seohan feels conflicted. He didn't want to divorce me, but wanted to hurt me? Or did he just keep me beside him so that he could hurt me even more? She stands up, while Kijin gently grabs her hand, refusing to let her leave. Where are you going? You can't leave me here. I'm a patient. Seohan, with a distant expression, tells Kijin, although I used to be your guardian, I no longer feel that connection. You're more of a stranger now than when you had lost your memory. As she prepares to leave, she gently detaches their hands and tells him, I'll get the doctor for you. Get yourself a checkup. Kijin stands up from his hospital bed and pleads, don't go, Seohan. He looks shocked and desperate, trying to stop her but unable to find the words. Seo-hun walks away with a faint, melancholic smile while he watches helplessly from behind. The door creaks as he stands in the room, alone, the gap between them growing both physically and emotionally. As Seo-hun walks through the hospital hallway, her inner thoughts reveal emotional turmoil. She was deeply affected by Kijin's story. She reflects on her relief that Kijin didn't love Song Chiron, but also her fury toward Kijin. Despite understanding Kijin's reasoning, she still resents him for making the wrong choice. Overwhelmed, Seo-hun crouches on the stairs and weeps. Her pain stems from being falsely accused for months, and it all feels like too much. She recalls how he had once glared at her while she cried after Diaka's surgery, and how he kept pushing her away after formal events. Memories that compound her sorrow and disillusionment. She reflects on the culmination of pain and betrayal, admitting that everything that happened made her want a divorce. She realizes the root of it all. He despised her. The truth pierces through her as she finally sees his cold expressions for what they truly meant. Tears well in her eyes as she processes the painful thought that he's always seen her as a disgusting woman. The emotional weight of that realization devastates her. Conflicted emotions overwhelm her. She's angry for being mistreated, but also relieved that everything was just a misunderstanding. In the end, she feels the full burden of her emotions crashing down. She questions how she should face him now. Should she be glad he knows the truth, or should she hold him accountable for his wrongdoings? Her expression shows she's torn. Clenching her chest, she admits to herself one undeniable truth. She doesn't want to see him right now. The pain is still too fresh. While having breakfast with her best friend, she chooses to spend time there rather than visit her husband at the hospital. Her friend is surprised by this change, noting how she used to always be by his side. The truth is, she didn't return to the hospital after that day and avoided going home as well. Both places held too many memories of him. She remembers the intimate moments, how he kissed her while she was asleep and cooked for her. But now, those once beautiful memories are drowned by the pain, turning into torment. Despite her silence, Kijin called her daily, morning, noon, night, and before bed. He never gave up trying, even though she never answered. She reflects on Kijin's persistent calls as a silent plea for her to return, but she never visited the hospital again. Today is the day he gets discharged, and she still hasn't gone back. While drinking tea, her phone buzzes again, prompting her to wonder if it's Kijin calling once more. To her surprise, the call is not from Kijin, but from Mr. Ma. On television, a news report airs about Congressman Jong Yunbyum facing public backlash due to a past divorce scandal. His image is being tarnished during his election campaign. Mr. Ma turns off the TV with a switch. He asks for her thoughts about the unfolding situation, showing the matter has reached executive attention and may impact leadership decisions. Seo-hun begins to explain the consequences of her father's actions, but Mr. Ma cuts her off. Ma Ki-tae has been named acting president. Things aren't looking so well. The fallout from the scandal with Song Chiron and Kijin's amnesia is mentioned. The current situation is clearly not favorable for Kijin's position. Despite Kijin defending himself, his collapse in front of Song Chiron caused many board members to reconsider their stance, leading to a shift in influence. Board members expressed doubt about entrusting Sama's fate to someone with amnesia. They also discussed Kijin's own scandal, casting doubt on both candidates' moral and mental suitability. It's revealed that Ma Ki-tae was almost officially made president during that board meeting. Mr. Ma was only able to delay it by a month, hoping another meeting would be held if Kijin's memory returned in time. Mr. Ma confronts Seo-hun angrily, accusing her of being unhelpful. She can only apologize, looking regretful and conflicted. Mr. Ma rants about how he should have refused the marriage proposal after the crane collapse incident. He's furious over the failed election and lashes out with harsh words, prompting her to ask him to watch his language. He reminds her of the cost he paid for her father's nomination. He continues to blame her father, calling him a failure who wasted his chance. With an intense and sharp tone, Mr. Ma coldly tells her to sign the divorce papers. Her shocked eyes reveal the emotional impact of his demand. She tries to reason with him, but Mr. Ma emphasizes that another board meeting is coming. If her father's scandal is added, Kijin will lose his position for good, so he urges her not to get involved further. Mr. Ma offers her a final gesture. She can keep the gallery, and if she needs anything more, she should contact Mr. On. He states clearly this will be the last thing he does for her. She stands silently, clenching her fist and lowering her gaze, absorbing the weight of the decision she's just been handed. A sudden loud burst sound draws her attention. Her eyes widen in shock and alertness as she reacts instinctively to the unexpected burst. Kijin enters and calls out, "Let's go see on." Mr. Ma sternly questions, "What do you think you are doing?" Kijin arrives and firmly responds that he should be asking the same question. Kijin expresses his shock at witnessing such a disturbing moment and confronts Mr. Ma. Holding his wife's hand, he asks if Mr. Ma just threatened her. His expression serious and protective. His wife looks stunned, caught off guard by his sudden intervention. Mr. Ma deflects the accusation, saying he only made an offer to her and claiming it was the best option for everyone. He questions Kijin's motives for barging in. Kijin challenges Mr. Ma's offer, calling it the worst plan if it's the same one he received. He accuses Mr. Ma of manipulating his wife into accepting it. A symbolic moment occurs as Kijin tightly grabs his wife's hand. This silent gesture shows his resolve to stand with her. Kijin pulls his wife away, declaring they are leaving. His wife looks back, surprised but moved, while Mr. Ma sits speechless at his desk. As they walk away, Kijin asks if she really accepted Mr. Ma's offer. The emotional distance between them is visually apparent. He questions her in return, asking if that's his final decision. The exchange is filled with tension and implied consequences. She coldly tells him to do the math, implying it's a logical decision. He looks hurt, saying she isn't considering his feelings at all. She confronts him emotionally, saying he trampled over her feelings and treated her with hate and neglect before his memory loss. Her inner conflict, she hasn't decided on divorce, but bitterness from past pain pours out. Her wounds feel infected with suppressed hurt, and though she knows the damage of her words, she can't stop. He suggests taking time apart if she finds it unbearable to see him, offering space as a way to ease the tension. She reasons that distancing herself may protect him. Staying together could worsen things due to her father's scandal, which could ruin his future. Even in anger, she admits she doesn't want to be the cause of his downfall, showing she still deeply cares despite everything. She brings up the upcoming board meeting and the inevitable attack on his vulnerabilities, including her father's scandal. He claims he'll handle it. She criticizes him. "You've done what you wanted with my problem using your imagination, but you draw the line when the problem is about you?" Frustrated and cornered, he pleads with her to just tell him what she wants, clearly overwhelmed by everything. She bursts out, "I don't know." Her frustration and confusion erupt, overwhelmed by emotional turmoil. Still facing each other, she admits she doesn't even know what she wants. She confesses that she still loves him, but her love has gone astray. Despite missing him, she avoided visiting, acknowledging the emotional distance and confusion between them. She struggles. She doesn't want to let him go, but staying by his side has become emotionally exhausting. With a pained but resolute expression, she tells Kijin to let her go. Kijin looks hurt and disappointed, admitting he knew she was let down by him, but he genuinely hoped to repair what was broken. He clenches his fist and confesses that if he had known this was the end, he would have fought harder to keep her. She reflects that the marriage was flawed from the start and regrets letting real emotions form in what was initially an arranged relationship. Flashbacks reveal how their misunderstandings and cold treatment built up pain, but when he lost his memory, she fell for him again. Despite the second chance, the lingering pain from the past never healed. She is shown crying, symbolizing her emotional wounds. Now she only feels emotional exhaustion, caught in a cycle between moments of joy and deep sorrow. She realizes she no longer has the energy to keep their relationship going, indicating complete emotional burnout. Kijin accepts her decision. In a defeated tone, he agrees. "Okay, let's get a divorce." He recalls her words about their relationship being flawed from the start and confesses he desires something perfect. She agrees to the separation, affirming that it feels like the right thing to do, and begins to walk away from Kijin. Just as she prepares for the next steps, Kijin stops her and says, "Let's start from the beginning," suggesting a fresh start. Confused by his sudden words, she turns around and asks what he means, not expecting a reversal in intent. He proposes doing everything properly this time, dating, proposing, and marrying because they want to, not out of obligation. She's surprised and hesitant, stating that she doesn't want to start again after going through a divorce. Kijin gently touches her face and tells her to run away. Holding her tenderly, he promises, "I'll come to you." He declares that he'll find her no matter how many times she runs, asking her to go as far as she can. He will still come. "I'm going to get you back no matter what it takes." His resolve is unwavering. In a large room, Kijin drinks wine alone, clearly troubled, trying to cope with emotional stress. He looks at his phone, wondering if she's sleeping, indicating he's still thinking about her constantly. Kijin reflects on wanting to call her, but decides to give her space for now. He affirms that he let her go only temporarily so they can reunite properly in the future. He strengthens his resolve, deciding he must fix the root problems quickly to make their future together possible. He calls his father late at night and begins with a calm but serious tone, ready to take action. Kijin boldly declares to his father that he will get a divorce, showing commitment to the strategy he has in mind. He reassures his father that he's serious and promises to fulfill the family's business goals by defeating their enemies and reclaiming power. His father reacts with pleased approval, but also questions Kijin's motives, suspecting there's a personal reason behind it. Kijin reveals his true desire. He'll fulfill business obligations, take back the throne, drive Yumi and Ma Kitai and their supporters out of Sama if he can have Seohan. That's all he wants in return. His father agrees to his terms, but emphasizes that Kijin must gain control of the board. If he succeeds, the father won't interfere with his marriage anymore. He ends the phone call, confidently saying, "I will," while staring out the window, signifying his firm resolution. He stands determined, thinking, "I've stacked the deck. Now it's time to move." The scene shifts to a peaceful, bustling city. Someone greets Seohan warmly in the morning, asking if she wants breakfast, showing a calm and friendly environment. Seohan responds positively with a smile, saying, "Sure, that sounds great. It's been 2 weeks since I came to the States. After my father's scandal was exposed, reporters came to my house, work, and even to my mom's hospital. They would scatter when we called the police, but stormed in again after a little while. When we reached our limits, my father made a suggestion. Her father suggested she and her mom should leave the country and lay low due to the media frenzy surrounding the scandal. She asks her father what he'll do, and he assures her, "I can take care of myself here," taking responsibility for facing the crisis alone. She tried to forget everything and stayed off her phone while enjoying time with her mother during their 18-month stay. Despite not checking messages, Kijin sent her texts saying he misses her and urging her to enjoy time with her mother. She wonders why he is concerned about her when they were about to get a divorce. Sitting at the end of her mother's footbed, she heard her mother groan in pain. Seohan yells, "Mom, what's wrong?" A doctor explains that the mother's worsening condition is a side effect of the medication used during chemotherapy, specifically prescribed for stomatitis. The doctor reassures Seohan that switching the drug with something else should solve the issue, and she thanks him for the update. Seohan expresses exhaustion, mentioning that she's been awake for 24 hours straight, showing her fatigue from taking care of her mother. She reveals that they had to return to Korea for a checkup after her mother's condition suddenly worsened. She explains how physically and mentally drained she feels after caring for her mom since the flight. As her suitcase is shown, she thinks that she should go home and get some rest now that the caregiver is expected to arrive soon. Standing outside, she reflects on being back home after 2 weeks, noting that it doesn't feel strange, it feels like home. She happily greets her dog, Diaku, who excitedly jumps on her, showing their joyful reunion. Although she's glad to be home, she notes internally that she will have to leave again soon. She showers Diaku with affection, asking if he missed her and if the maid took good care of him while she was away. Seohan smiles while petting the dog and thinks, "I'm glad she seems to be doing well." She looks genuinely content and happy. Her expression suddenly changes to shock and disbelief as she witnesses something unexpected. Her heart thumps as she sees something similar through the window. She sees Kijin kissing Song Chiron passionately, leading to a moment of deep emotional turmoil. Is that Kijin with Song Chiron? The reality of what she's seeing begins to sink in. She reflects with hurt. This is exactly what happened before. I felt tired from a long trip, and Kijin let Song Chiron in my house. A past betrayal is repeating itself. Outside the house, she clenches her fist in frustration and anger while thinking, Why is she here again? She runs away crying, overwhelmed by emotions. He's the one that said he wanted to start all over again. He said he'd never let me go. Her expression is fierce and filled with fury as she curses Kijin. That son of a b*****. Inside, Kijin smirks arrogantly and mocks her through the dog's behavior. Diaku howls after Seohan, attracting Kijin's attention. He turns to the window and praises the dog. You see? Even Diaku is going crazy from your low-class trick. Chiron, with her mouth covered by Kijin, stated she doesn't remember him having a dog. It wasn't here before. Kijin smirks. Well, I do now. Do you see her? She's barking for you to get the hell out of here. Diaku is the jealous type. Chiron reasons. I don't think Diaku is barking at us. It seems like she's looking at the gate. Kijin voices. No, she's telling you to leave. I won't be responsible for what happens later if you don't leave now. The woman acknowledges the situation and says, then I'll leave now, while Kijin watches silently. Kijin looks disgusted, reflecting on how things are unfolding according to plan, but admits that he feels terrible about it. The scene flashes back to 30 minutes ago, showing Kijin stepping out of the shower in a robe as the doorbell rings with a ding-dong. Kijin opens the door, calling, Mr. On, thinking it was him. Instead, it was a woman. The woman warmly greets Kijin, saying, It's good to see you again, Mr. Ma, with a cheerful smile. Kijin looks confused and asks bluntly, What are you doing here? Chiron asks, How do you feel? To which Kijin responds, Fine, as you can see. She asks, What about your head injury? Kijin internally suspects she's testing his memory and wonders if she'll pretend to be his lover if he doesn't remember, then outwardly asks why she's curious. Chiron expresses her feelings and asks Kijin why he never came looking for her, showing emotional vulnerability. Kijin's hand rests on the door as he says, Come on in. I've got some questions for you too. Once inside, Kijin accuses Chiron of being Yumi's spy. She seems shocked and asks why he thinks that. Kijin explains that something felt off, even after thinking just a little bit about the situation. He points out that they've been together for 8 years, but the scandal only happened right after his marriage. He finds the timing suspicious. He questions the oddity of the situation, implying her story doesn't quite add up. Chiron remains quiet. She's thinking about her answer. She wouldn't want to risk the entire operation by giving him an answer before making sure his memory is back. He directly asks her if Yumi ordered her to approach him. She admits she liked him and reminds him that he reciprocated those feelings. A flashback shows the man and the woman intimately close. She says she must have liked him to even take that photo with him. Holding onto the photo, Kijin tested, I guess I did since I even took that photo with you. Shocked, Chiron thinks to herself that his memory hasn't returned yet, realizing he doesn't remember the emotional significance of their past. She remarks that he still doesn't remember anything about her, while he admits his memory gaps are filling in, but she remains a blank. She beams with joy, exclaiming, finally, showing her happiness and excitement, possibly about a breakthrough in her relationship or plan. She recalls Yumi telling her, the man she likes doesn't know her feelings because she only watched him from afar for 8 years, and she suggests Chiron should try to seduce him now. Chiron listens as Yumi adds that if Chiron is lucky, she might even get to be the man's real wife, planting an ambitious thought in her mind. Chiron reflects on how their affair was exposed before Mr. Ma lost his memory and now believes she might truly become his wife if she takes advantage of the situation. She expresses disappointment, saying she thought he would look for her after waking up, hinting at deeper emotional expectations. Kijin interprets her words as blame, and she denies it, clarifying that she assumed they were deeply involved due to their past. Apologetically, Chiron suggests that their past relationship must mean nothing now because he doesn't remember, but admits she still holds on to hope. Kijin refutes her assumption by saying their past is not meaningless. Losing his memory is different from losing his feelings. He tells her that seeing her now makes him feel curious, indicating a possible rekindling of emotions, or at least interest. Chiron is touched and surprised, emotionally moved by his words, asking in disbelief if what he said is true. He observes her joy and thinks, she sounds like she found her long-lost lover, showing his disbelief at her emotional reaction. He confronts her, saying, let's make one thing clear. I heard that you're the one who leaked our affair to the tabloid. Why did you do that? She admits, I wanted to have you. explaining that she hoped their scandal would ruin his marriage so she could be with him. He asks for the truth behind her actions. She insists she did it out of love, but he doubts that was the only reason. He warns her, "This incident will affect our relationship in the future," and gives her one last chance to come clean. She finally admits, "I was ordered by President Yumi," revealing she was paid 1 billion won, approximate $833,333 to spy on him. She explains she hasn't received the full payment yet, as the money is locked in a Swiss bank account, and she only got an initial fee. He's shocked and repeats to himself, "An untraceable Swiss bank account," realizing the depth of Yumi's manipulation. He mentally connects the dots, realizing the laundered money from Sama using the Yakuza must have been in Switzerland all along. He questions her again. "What's the account number?" She says only she knows, and that Yumi instructed her not to share it for confidentiality. Kijin tells the Chiron that he can't treat her like he used to because his memory hasn't fully returned. However, he acknowledges, "I guess I can't abandon you either." He challenges her by saying that if he truly loves her and isn't just following Yumi's orders, she should prove it to her. They move in closer as Chiron reaches her arm out towards Kijin and wraps her arms around his neck. She smiles warmly and asks, "Would this be enough proof?" implying that her closeness and affection are genuine and not just part of a plan. Before the kiss can land, he abruptly blocks her with his hand, surprising her with his rejection. He coldly states, "The Swiss bank account. That's the proof I need," making it clear that material evidence matters more to him. She responds, "That's a very calculative way to prove love," clearly disappointed and emotionally hurt by his response. She questions his motives, asking how she can trust him if he wants President Yumi's weakness and worries she'll be abandoned later. She gives him a condition, saying, "If you really want me to be on your side, you should get a divorce," drawing a line for commitment. To her surprise, he agrees easily, replying, "Sure." She begins to suspect he really did lose his memory due to how quickly he accepted. He proposes a deal. "How about we exchange my divorce papers with your bank account number?" She hesitantly agrees with an "okay." While gently stroking Diaku, he asks, "Why were you going berserk earlier?" He talks to the dog saying, "Are you also lonely because you miss Siohan? I feed you, bathe you, and take care of you in place of her." He reflects, "I think things are going to work out better than I expected," against a serene backdrop of autumn leaves and sunset. He thinks about leveraging a bank account and divorce for personal gain, saying, "If I get my hands on that bank account, everything else will follow." He plans to bring Siohan back when things settle down, and they can be a real couple then. Kijin turns to look at the setting sun on the horizon and says, "I miss her already." On the phone screen, an incoming call from a maid came in. The maid informs a man that Ms. Zhang is home. He had wanted to be notified when she came home. She's currently upstairs. Would he like the maid to put Ms. Zhang on the phone? The man declined. He cannot head over anyway, and to not tell Siohan about him. Seo-jun tells the maid not to inform Siohan about them and thanks her for the call. He hangs up the call and tells the person sitting across from him something came up and he needed to get back. The man across asks if he's okay. He drank a lot. 3 soju bottles sit on a table, indicating he had been drinking. Arriving at the manor, Seo-jun, standing in front of a door, reassures himself by saying, "Calm down. I'm not here to do anything bad to her." He reaches for the door handle and thinks, "All I'm going to do is look at her face. I'll be in and out before anyone knows." The door creaks open, and he sees Siohan lying on the bed, seemingly asleep and unaware of his presence. Siohan was peacefully sleeping, her posture relaxed and vulnerable. Seo-jun silently confesses, "I missed you," revealing his emotional motivation. A flashback or memory shows young Siohan and Seo-jun together. He recalls, "I always hugged you and held your hand when we were young." He reaches his hand toward the sleeping Siohan, his hand hesitating just above her shoulder. Siohan's eyes suddenly open. Startled and frightened, Siohan jumps up and shouts, "WH, what the hell? What are you doing here?" Still alarmed, she asks, "Are you drunk?" While holding the blanket to her chest in defense. Siohan angrily tells the man he reeks of booze and accuses him of repeating the same behavior, threatening to call the cops if he doesn't leave. Holding the phone behind her, he looks shocked and confused, asking why Seo-hun is looking at him in that way. He defensively says, I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch you. He insists the maid invited him in and argues that even her accusing look feels like harassment. He tells Seo-hun he only came to look at her face and accuses her of provoking him. Seo-hun responds, disgusted and angry, calling him insane. The scene escalates violently as Seo-jun grabs Seo-hun and pins her on the bed while she screams in fear. He yells, You treated me like a monster this whole time. Is that what you really think of me? Seo-hun pleads, Go away. Please don't do this, showing her extreme fear and desperation. She grabs a nearby lamp with the intent to defend herself. In a dramatic moment, she smacks the man in the face with the lamp, using it to fight back and protect herself. Seo-hun desperately thinks, I need to get out of here, as she runs away frantically. He chases after her, shouting, Seo-hun, stop, as she rushes down the stairs. Seo-hun sprints barefoot down the staircase, appearing panicked and determined to escape. As she descends, her bare foot twists on a step, causing her to cry out in pain. Seo-hun loses her balance mid-fall. Her hair and body tumbles down. While falling, she thinks, if I fall now, not only will I get hurt, but I'll be caught, revealing her desperation. She lands safely in someone's arms with a soft, plop sound as she calls out, Kijin. Kijin responds gently, I'm right here, and Seo-hun looks up at him in relief. Still in Kijin's arms, he asks worriedly, Are you okay? Are you hurt? Showing concern for him. From the stairs, Seo-jun watches them embracing in disbelief and yells, Seo-hun. Kijin furiously confronts Seo-jun with a kick into Seo-jun's gut, questioning if his warning wasn't enough. Before Seo-jun could gather himself, Kijin grabs him by the collar and threatens to kill him if he ever appears again. Seo-jun retorts bitterly, calling Kijin a hypocrite and accusing him of cheating on Seo-hun with his secretary. Kijin, enraged, slams Seo-jun against the wall while saying he should have kept his mouth shut. Seo-jun, with a smug look, claims he thought the message was received loud and clear previously, but he didn't care. Kijin angrily tells Seo-jun that his lies dragged Seo-hun into hell, showing his deep resentment and pain. Seo-jun tries to defend himself by saying it wasn't a lie and blames Kijin for jumping to conclusions based on imagination. He continues to push responsibility away, asking why he's being blamed for the other's assumptions. Kijin acknowledges that it's his fault and states that he will accept the punishment for it. With a determined and intense expression, Kijin throws a powerful punch at Seo-jun. Kijin yells along with his punch motion for Seo-jun to die. Kijin punches Seo-jun brutally, sending him crashing into the wall with blood spurting, accompanied by a loud wham. He continues to throw punches relentlessly. Blood splatters on the ground. Seo-hun watches in shock and horror, covering her mouth as Kijin crouches after the intense blow. Seo-hun runs to stop Kijin, grabbing him from behind and pleading, Kijin, stop, while Kijin prepares to strike again. Kijin's bloody hand, and Seo-hun notices and expresses concern. Your hand. Kijin finally stopped throwing punches and directed his attention to Seo-hun. He reassures her, saying, I'm fine. Don't cry. Trying to comfort Seo-hun despite the violence. She ties a cloth around his injured hand and says, Let's cover this for now, as they begin to calm down. The couple stands together, with the defeated Seo-jun lying on the ground, showing a moment of stillness after the conflict. Seo-jun lies on the floor bloodied and breathing heavily, huff and puff, clearly defeated and humiliated. Kijin tells Seo-hun, Don't look, but she insists, No, I need to set things straight once and for all, determined to confront the situation. Seo-hun holds a phone playing a recording of Seo-jun's incriminating words, proof that he entered uninvited and lied. Seo-hyun holds up her phone and firmly tells the injured man, I recorded everything you said. Don't come near me again. This is your last warning. She warns that if he approaches her again, she will report him to the police and expose what he did. He lies on the ground, bloody and defeated. Thinking to herself, Seo-hun expresses how much she wants to kill him, but chooses not to cause further trouble at the moment. She walks away, thinking this is the last act of kindness she can offer him, leaving the man bloodied on the floor. Kijin watches her go, surprised. Kijin calls Mr. On and instructs him to come and take the injured man to Dr. Choi immediately. Now outside, Kijin appears to be in a hurry. He realizes something urgent. She must have. Earlier, a conversation reveals confusion about Seo-hun's whereabouts. Kijin learns she was supposed to be in America, but she had returned that morning. Kijin, now realizing the truth, internally questions if Seo-hun being in Korea explains Diaku's earlier outburst. He urgently thinks to himself that if Seo-hun saw him with another woman, he needs to clear things up before she leaves again. Kijin spots Seo-hun outside and shouts her name, running toward her in desperation as she walks away from a large building. Seo-hun looks back and softly says, "Kijin," acknowledging his presence in a moment filled with emotion. As Kijin tries to approach her, Seo-hun yells, "Stay back," maintaining distance between them. She admits, "I don't want to see you right now either," hinting at mutual pain and unresolved tension. Seo-hun reflects inwardly that she shouldn't be so cold to someone who got hurt for her, but she feels conflicted because he was with Song Chiron earlier, causing her emotional pain. She closes her eyes and says, "Go home. I want to rest," expressing her exhaustion from everything that happened. Kijin grabs her wrist and pleads, "Wait, please listen," desperately trying to explain himself. Seo-hun struggles against him, shouting, "I don't want to. Let go of me," as they physically pull away from each other. In an emotional outburst, Seo-hun slaps Kijin across the face. Shocked by her actions, Seo-hun apologizes. "I am sorry, I didn't mean," and Kijin calmly says, "It's a misunderstanding." Still surprised, Seo-hun listens as Kijin explains, "What you saw was a complete misunderstanding. I made a deal with Chiron." Kijin explains his plan to exchange the divorce papers for Song Charon's secret bank account number, revealing a strategic move. Seo-hun reflects internally, realizing she misunderstood the situation and regrets pushing Kijin away without knowing the full truth. She further empathizes with Kijin, acknowledging he must have felt tortured when he suspected something between her and Seo-jun. Kijin apologizes sincerely, expressing remorse for hurting Seo-hun again and admitting everything was his fault. He shares that he understands her fear and pain, and worries she may be hiding more emotional or physical wounds. Kijin expresses that despite everything, none of it is enough to stop him from loving her. He emotionally confesses that he wants to be her support, her reason to cry, and the most important person in her life. Kijin confesses, "I love you, Seo-hun," and pleads for another chance in a heartfelt moment. Seo-hun reaches out tenderly to touch Kijin's face, showing her softening and emotional connection toward him. "You come to save me every time I am stuck and don't know what to do." She expresses gratitude for always being rescued and emotionally supported by him. A tender kiss happens between the two, signifying mutual feelings and a deepening connection. "You only look at me even when you get hurt by me and need to let go of your pride." She acknowledges his unwavering love, even in the face of pain. "I love you unconditionally." A heartfelt confession solidifies the strength and sincerity of their love. Kijin asks, "Is this your answer?" But the answer was there all along. Seo-hun confesses, "I love you too," Kijin as she gazes warmly at him, and they seal their mutual confession with a passionate kiss. Sitting on the bench, Seo-hun suggests, "Let's go to the hospital. We need to get your hand treated." He wants to savor their emotional reunion and expresses a desire to remain close. "I just want to stay with you right now. Don't look at me that way. It's been a long time since we've been together. I can handle this much pain." Despite his bravery, she sternly reminds him that his injury is serious. "That's out of the question. Your hand's all messed up." She offers a sweet deal to ensure he prioritizes his health while reaffirming her care for him. "I'll grant one of your wishes if you go to the hospital with me." Kijin's mind changes instantly. He asked, "Should we go right now?" A report reveals Sama Construction's unreasonably hectic schedule led to the accident. When victims and their families protested, they were labeled as rioters. An anonymous whistleblower confirms the Yakuza were involved. Takashi Yumi is revealed to have laundered money and brought them into Sama through her influence. Mr. Ma watches the scandal unfold and cynically compares the media to a pack of hyenas. He admits to arranging Kijin's marriage to protect the company's reputation after learning of the Yakuza involvement too late. He doesn't know how the story was leaked. Angrily reacting to the scandal, he demands to know who the whistleblower is and vows revenge on them. He concludes he can trust no one except his own son in this crisis. A conversation reveals that only executives knew about the Yakuza leading them to suspect there is a spy among them leaking information to the media. Someone knocks on the door, diverting his thoughts. Kijin enters and asks if his father called for him. He asks Kijin if Kijin watches the news. Things are pretty bad. There must be a spy among us that's trying to take us down. Kijin, seated and serious, takes responsibility for the situation and promises to handle it. Kijin confidently declares that everything happening now was part of his plan all along. His father is shocked and angered by Kijin's declaration, exclaiming, You crazy bastard," in disbelief. Kijin quietly sips his tea, unbothered by his father's reaction. His father furiously confronts him, accusing him of leaking information to the press about the Yakuza's involvement in the crane collapse incident. The whistleblower, Kijin, responds calmly, implying that exposing the corruption is part of cleaning up their organization. "I thought you wanted to get rid of the snakes in our group. We should prune infested branches before the roots start to rot." His father accuses, "You didn't only get rid of the branches, you cut through the stump. Are you trying to destroy Sama Construction entirely?" A graph illustrates a major stock drop. "It only took a day for our stocks to drop this much, but it will take 3 to 4 months to recover. There is a chance that we won't recover from this at all. I cannot believe my son is behind this mess." Kijin remains calm, unbothered by his father's fury, put down his teacup and insisted, "We will get rid of the stump and replant it. We needed to create the Sama that you desire." Now overwhelmed and uncertain, his father asks what Kijin's real plan is. Kijin asks, "You know President Ro Tae-jun from Zaha Construction, right?" His father stated he knows. "Mr. Ro is a very stubborn guy." Kijin agreed. That may be true but talented, noting Zaha's growing market presence grew to almost 40% of Sama Construction. Mr. Ma dismisses Ro Tae-jun as a minor threat, claiming he's far behind Sama despite Zaha's gains. Kijin informs his father that Zaha Construction recently bought 65 acres of land next to a strategic site Sama had been eyeing, hinting at growing competition. Shocked, Mr. Ma asked, "How? We did everything we could to buy that land. They refused to sell it." Kijin reveals that a few of the landowners are quite close with Mr. Ro. They got their hands on an extra 40 acres of land nearby by collaborating with Wuwang Industry through project financing. Mr. Ma's mood lights up. "It's good news for us." Kijin begs to differ. "Soon it will be theirs. They will merge with Zaha Construction." Shocked, Kijin's father realizes that if the merger succeeds, Sama Construction will become the top construction company in Korea, but questions if it's really possible. Kijin explains that Zaha Construction spent all their funds on land and is now financially unstable. If things persist, they will go bankrupt. His father retorts, Zaha's expansion plan was rushed. Kijin acknowledges Mr. Ro as a capable entrepreneur. His father asked, "Then how such a capable man allowed the situation to worsen?" Kijin answered confidently, "I told him to." Kijin stated that President Ro would have never allowed it to happen. However, the person who bought the land is Ro Byung-kwan, the youngest son of Mr. Ro. In Kijin's mind, the youngest son playfully pouted, "My dad needs to learn how to make big investments." Kijin's father sighs, realizing he and his counterpart must clean up the mess caused by their sons. Kijin proposed to replace Yum with Ro Tae-jun. His father is concerned about the director's disapproval. Kijin elaborates, Sama Construction stock dropped by 30% due to the scandal, and more damage is expected with the Yakuza link exposed. Kijin's father became furious again and scolded, "And whose fault is that?" He replies that he pushed the company to the edge to save it. Again, the father explodes in frustration, accusing his son of having an answer for everything. Kijin advises that Ma Ki-tai, Yumi, and their allies must all be removed in one sweeping action. His father warns that Yumi will fight back with everything she has. She is desperate to make everything go away as soon as possible. Kijin insists it won't work this time. He has a victim who will testify on his behalf, and that it took effort to convince Han Yong-soo. Flashback to when Kijin was trying to convince Han Yong-soo. Kijin offers to have Sama Construction to sponsor Han Yong-soo's nephew. Han Yong-soo went as far as engaging in a one-man protest in front of the courthouse to get his story heard, and even abducted Seohan as revenge. Nothing will bring him down. Han Yong-soo will expose the truth no matter how much Yumi tries to suppress it. Though he and Han Yong-soo were once enemy, they now have the same goal, to make Ma Ki-tai and Yumi sink. Kijin's father smiles and concedes. Fine, I'm in. Tell me what I need to do. Admitting his age has finally caught up to him. It's time for him to step back. The month-long reconsideration period for their divorce finally ended, and today is the day to finalize it. Seo-hun stands outside the courthouse, reflecting quietly. The narration simply states, today, indicating the significance of the moment. Kijin approaches the courthouse and asks, yes, shall we go in? The two face each other in front of the courthouse. They are getting a divorce. The divorce documents are shown, displaying their names, Ma Kijin and Jong Seo-hun. Seo-hun holds the papers while thinking, I know this is just for show, but it still feels weird. Both she and Kijin sit silently. The official tells them, your divorce has been finalized. You may leave now. The decision is final. As they walk away, Seo-hun reflects that it took 6 months to prepare for marriage, but only 1 month to prepare for the divorce. She continues walking ahead of him, thinking that their marriage began with a contract and ended with an agreement, reduced to a few papers. As she walks, Kijin reaches out towards Seo-hun sneakily and whipped her off the hallway. The stairwell door slams shut, and the couple shares an emotional embrace in a secluded stairwell after finalizing their divorce, highlighting their lingering connection. Kijin expresses his emotional turmoil over pretending nothing happened during the divorce proceedings and asks why she dressed so nicely. He reveals someone followed him, likely sent by Yumi, which is why he can't stay long. Kijin presents Seo-hun with a gift, an ornate brooch, telling her it's for her. He explains it's a wireless alarm brooch. She jokes about whether it's for protection. It's so random. Kijin explains the brooch is a safety device that sends an emergency signal to the nearest bodyguard in him, showing his ongoing care. Seo-hun, touched and emotional, expresses her desire to be with him but acknowledges their current situation. She gives Kijin a surprise kiss on the cheek, showing affection and gratitude. She thanks him for the thoughtful gift, calling it the most meaningful one she's ever received. Kijin softly says her name in return and then kisses her. They share a heartfelt kiss. Kijin tells Seo-hun to wait for him and promises to prepare the most amazing proposal, asking her not to go anywhere. They embrace tenderly in the stairwell, holding on to the emotional moment. Chae-sung questions whether Ma Kijin and Seo-hun are really getting divorced. He reminds Chae-rin of a promise made if she becomes the first lady of Sama. He puffs a smoke, expresses his frustration, stating he lost his security job and was injured doing something for Chae-rin. She turns around angrily and arrogantly declares she has Ma Kijin under control and that he's signing the divorce papers today. Her brother, lying on the couch, asks about the importance of an untraceable bank account, showing interest in a secret financial matter. She says she doesn't know the bank's location, only that Yumi gives access to her people, and Chairman Ma tried hard to trace it. It is revealed that Kijin believes getting one untraceable account will lead to others falling like dominoes, possibly causing a major collapse. She confidently says she has already aligned with a different group and mocks the older men for being unaware of the storm ahead. She turned to her brother and added, "But more importantly, I need to ask you for another favor." He replies, "What is it?" Chae-rin looks calmly but coldly asks, "Can you take care of Jong Seo-hun before Kijin and I marry?" Startled and holding a cigarette, he responds with hesitation, "Are you?" An ominous thought bubble as he finishes the thought. "Suggesting that I kill her?" Chae-rin angrily explains that Jong Seo-hun took Kijin away from her while she was in a coma, implying betrayal and emotional turmoil. Chae-rin is shocked by her request, questioning her sanity and expressing disbelief that she's truly his sister, concerned that she might be leading him to jail. She scoffs at his reaction, wondering if he's finally realizing how twisted things have become. She reflects darkly on her resentment, stating she has always wanted both Song Chi-sung and Jong Seo-hun out of her life, viewing her brother as a leech. She tempts him with money, promising a huge payout if he agrees to her plan, while he reminds her she's not even married yet. She receives a phone call and answers professionally as Song Chae-rin, shifting the scene's mood as the man looks alarmed. She agrees to attend a meeting, even if it means making time she doesn't have. She warns him she's going out for a meeting. He smells and should shower if he doesn't want to be kicked out, asserting dominance as she prepares to leave. At a luxury high-scraper building, Chae-rin arrives at a luxurious rooftop restaurant. Reflecting on how expensive it is, and how hard she worked to reach this point. She revealed her struggles, studying hard, paying off her mother's gambling debts, and supporting her brother, emphasizing her resilience and drive to escape her past. She even ended up acting as a spy in the end. She decides it's time to move on from the past, mentally preparing herself while standing in an elevator. With determination in her eyes, she affirms to herself that Ma Kijin is my lifeboat, expressing her emotional reliance on him. Chiron arrives at Ma Kijin's location, announcing herself as she steps into a room where he's waiting. Ma Kijin calmly tells her to have a seat. He observes that she looks thinner, to which she replies she's been struggling to sleep and has had a lot on her mind recently. He teases, saying she should have called him so he could have taken her for a ride. Caught off guard, she blushes at his offer. She thanks him for the flowers he sent every day. He explains he did it instead of calling, as he wanted to try to make their relationship work. Chiron nervously fidgets with her hands and asks, "How's your memory?" Ma Kijin answers that her presence feels familiar to him, especially now that they are facing each other like this. Ma Kijin smiles gently and says he doesn't care if his memory never comes back, because his life will move on with her always by his side. The woman blushes and looks touched as Ma Kijin asks for reassurance about her staying by his side. She responds warmly, affirming she will never leave him and has always wanted to be with him. A close-up shows him handing over the finalized divorce papers, stating, "Here's the document I promised." Holding the document, she cheerfully confirms, "You divorced her to be with me, right?" She thought, "This will finally be the end of my one-sided crush." She expresses deep emotional satisfaction, saying she waited a long time for this moment and feels like she's finally arrived after enduring much. She excitedly mentions she has something for him too and starts searching through her bag. She pulls out a note containing a Swiss HBC bank account number and asks if it's enough, though she doesn't know the password yet. Ma Kijin internally confirms that the account is legitimate because it starts with the VVIP-only number, 5468, thinking to himself, "This is it." Ma Kijin makes a phone call to Mr. On and instructs him to check the message he just sent. Mr. On confirms the account is authentic and still active. He assures Ma Kijin that they can find something valuable if they dig deeper. Song Chiron expresses relief that she could be of help to Ma Kijin. Kijin suggests they should get going. Confused, she asked, "Already? We haven't even had our main course yet." Ma Kijin abruptly stands and insists they act immediately, emphasizing they've struck gold and can't waste time. Chiron reassures herself that once they're married, she can have all the luxuries she wants, such as steak. She cheerfully supports Kijin and encourages him to defeat Yumi, showing her enthusiastic approval. Ma Kijin reflects internally that while Chiron claimed to love him, her greedy eyes betray her true intentions. Kijin continues thinking to himself, believing everything is now falling back into place. News broadcasts report rumors surrounding Sama Corporation, including its link to the Yakuza and a recent crane collapse. The media identifies Takashi Yumi, the president of Sama Department Store, as the person behind the incidents, shocking the public. The reporter exposes Takashi Yumi's background, revealing she's the wife of Chairman Ma Jinchul's nephew and from a Yakuza-linked immigrant family. Takashi Yumi, surrounded by flashing cameras, angrily resists arrest, insisting she can walk on her own. Media coverage intensifies, exposing a massive slush fund just before the board meeting and rebranding a tragic crane collapse as a scandal tied to the Yakuza. 5 days after the slush fund scandal came to light, Yumi is officially arrested. Chairman Ma Jinchul addresses the public, introducing himself and preparing to make an official statement. He sits solemnly and begins to apologize for the numerous controversies involving Sama Corporation. Sama Corporation acknowledges our responsibility in the crane collapse incident. It was wrong to bring the Yakuza on board to threaten the victims and label them as rioters. Kijin, watching the news, thought of the plan his father told him. Although Yum has been arrested, the moral accusations against Sama continue. "I need to hold a press conference and draw a line between us and Kitai. You need to lead Sama from now on, and I don't want this to taint your reputation. Since I am going to resign soon, I need to take this with me." In the TV, his father ends the press conference with an apology. "I sincerely apologize to the victims, and I promise to hold Takashi Yum responsible for her heinous actions." The board of directors meeting continued as planned. Yumi's dismissal and Ma Kitai's suspension got confirmed without any problem. Ma Kitai could not speak a word when it was time to appoint the president of Myri Technology Center since he lost Yumi. He is shown panicking and in haste. On the phone, Seohun receives good news. Mr. Ma won the vote in the meeting this morning. Chairman Ma practically announced him as the next chairman through this. Seohun was ecstatic. Kijin won. Thank you for letting me know, Mr. On. She is overjoyed by the news. Knock, knock. As Seohun prepares herself, Kijin enters the room. She ran up to him, and they embraced lovingly, showing a heartfelt and emotional reunion now that Kijin is confirmed as the next chairman. She, smiling brightly, says, I just heard the news. Great work, and asks, how did you get here so fast? Kijin responds, I rushed over so I could be congratulated by you. You've been through so much because of me. It's all over now. Seohun softly says his name, Kijin, as he gently cups her face in a tender and emotional moment. Let's go back to our house together. Then they shared a passionate kiss, symbolizing a fresh and loving start. In a restaurant, two women whisper while glancing toward Chiron, saying, Do you think Ma Kijin will really show up? Isn't she lying? Song Chiron anxiously waits, thinking, why is he so late? He said he'll come before my reunion starts. It's been 2 weeks since the meeting took place, and he hasn't contacted me once. Is he really busy? Then the doorbell chimes as the door opens. From across the restaurant, Chiron notices someone's arrival and exclaims, Oh. Kijin enters the scene. Kijin, dressed formally, smiles mysteriously and says, Sorry I'm late. A spotlight shines on Ma Kijin and Chiron as they stand by the door, and someone says, Gosh, it really is Ma Kijin. A smiling woman warmly greets them, saying, Please, have a seat here, inviting them to join the group. Kijin sits between Chiron and the woman who welcomed them. The group started talking one after another. It's an honor to meet you in person. We've heard a lot about you from Chiron. Kijin questions, from Ms. Song, addressing her formally. Chiron thinks to herself, I wish he'd call me by my first name in front of others, showing a desire for more closeness and acknowledgement from Kijin. She reflects, No, maybe I'm asking for too much. It's a lot for him to show up here in the first place. I was worried that he wouldn't even contact me today, expressing relief and cautious hope. Then she notices something shiny on his finger. Someone said, Oh, what's that ring? Chiron looks shocked as her gaze falls on Kijin's hand, which is now resting on the table, clearly displaying a diamond ring. Kijin responds, This? It's my wedding ring. Someone reacts below, What? A wedding ring? When someone points out, But didn't you get a divorce not so long ago? Kijin confidently replies, I plan to propose again, signaling his intentions moving forward. Someone questions, Chiron said you two are in a special relationship, which surprises Kijin, who responds with, Excuse me. Kijin questions, Ms. Song, did you say that? She explains, Oh, it's just that we had that scandal, and I needed to explain myself to my friends. I did say that we might get married soon. It's not like I was making things up. That's what you had in mind as well, so I thought, but is abruptly cut off with, You talk too much. Kijin firmly says, Because I cherish my wife so much, I want to make myself very clear so as not to give the wrong impression. With a shocked expression, Chiron hears him declare, We never had any special relationship. Others at the table discuss among themselves. One asks, Then what was that scandal? Kijin clarifies, It was fabricated. A refuting article will be printed tomorrow afternoon, even though it is a bit late. He turns to Chiron and apologizes. I'm sorry you got involved with our family feud. He finishes with a piercing stare and says, I dropped by to tell you that. Chiron stands up and asks, Mr. Ma, can I have a word with you? Several people are seated at a restaurant table, gossiping cruelly, whispering and giggling. Wow, was she delusional? Poor girl. Serves her right. She bragged so much. Is she a compulsive liar? Clamor and murmur fill the background as Ma Kijin and Song Chiron walk out of the restaurant, drawing attention from the guests. Outside in the alley, Chiron yells, What are you doing? Kijin answers, What did I do? I only corrected the wrong information. She accuses him, Weren't you going to marry me after divorcing Young Seohun if I gave you the Swiss bank account? Did you use me? He responds, You told me I could. Her eyes show her disbelief as she says, "When did I?" A memory flashback shows Chiron smiling and saying, "You're welcome to use me." Back in the present, Sharon's legs are trembling as she says, "Your memories." While she staggers, Kijin finishes her sentence, "Have completely returned." Chiron accuses loudly, "But still, how dare you?" And tearfully adds, "I would have left you if you had just told me the truth. How can I face my friends again after you publicly embarrassed me? Please go and explain again. Tell them that we were together for a bit, but not anymore. If you do this for me, But he coldly interrupts. "You should know your place, Song Chiron." Kijin confronts Chiron and says, "You kept taking advantage of me by spying for Yumi and leaking a fake story to the press. I am only ending it here because you gave me the secret account number." He continues sternly, "I gave you the opportunity to start fresh, so you should be grateful. Don't you agree? Get back in there and come clean." Chiron stands alone as Ma Kijin walks away. Sharon's tear-streaked face as she angrily whispers, "Just you wait." With tearful resolve in her eyes, Chiron says, "I'm not going to let you get away with this." Alone in an empty place, Seohun finishes her work and says, "Phew, it's already 8. I let the others go early because I thought I could wrap things up here on my own. Maybe I shouldn't have done that." She decides, "I should head home as well. Oh, did I leave my phone upstairs?" As she rummages through her belongings. She walks through the hallway and thinks aloud, "I should go back up and grab it," as a door creaks open ominously. Looking startled and confused, a man dressed in black approaches her. The mysterious man is now fully visible. He wears a black cap and jacket and holds a thick rope in both hands. He smirks and says calmly, "Hey, long time no see." Seohun looks shocked and confused. She asks, Why are you here? Do you need something from me?" Then she notices the rope and says with alarm, "A rope? If this is about not paying you." Song Chae-sung smirks and replies, "I don't kill people over that." Seohun, terrified, processes his words, "Kill people." Then she says out loud, What do you gain from killing me?" The man says her name chillingly, "Chiron. I heard that you two embarrassed the sh*t out of my sister." Earlier, his sister demanded him to kill Seohun. She scorned with hatred, "He played me. I'm going to make him regret everything. Ma Kijin may have tricked me, but I still have the money Yumi gave me. I'll give you half of that. I'll forward you 100 million won right now. Head to China after you are done. Side note, approximate. $83,333. Although it's risky, it'll be worth it. After all, those bastards played me too." Her brother gulps, considering the weight of the decision he's about to make. "I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll get revenge and get paid for it. Plus, I finally get to act like a big brother for once." At present time, Seohun shouted, "Song Chiron? What are you talking about? I don't know anything." Chae-sung grips a thick rope tightly, clearly threatening with his actions. "Well, if you don't, just know this. Your husband is the reason why you are going to die." Seohun turns to flee. "I need to run away." Chae-sung begins pursuit as Seohun runs at full speed down a corridor. "Stop right there." Seohun panics while fleeing. "What do I do? I'm dead if he catches me. What should I?" She huffs and puffs, then recalls the earlier warning while staring at the brooch. Kijin said, "It's a wireless alarm brooch. Press this button in case of an emergency. This will deliver a signal to the nearest bodyguard and me." The brooch appears to be the wireless alarm device introduced earlier. She presses the brooch while running. She sprinted to the door and slams it shut. Chae-sung bangs the door, shouting, "Open this door right now." Seohun stands in front of a door, clearly terrified and praying, "Please, Kijin." Chae-sung continues to bang the door, yelling, "You think I can't open this? I can just break the door. This isn't going to change anything." Seohun continues to close her eyes and clasps her hands in distress. She silently prays or braces herself, thinking, the door's not going to hold long. Then she heard something different. The voice asks, "Huh? Who the hell are you?" She quickly turns her head in shock toward the door. She heard more noises behind the door. She looks at the door anxiously and says, It suddenly became quiet. A voice from outside calmly states, "You may come out now." The woman looks visibly startled. This sounds like... The woman thinks to herself while walking cautiously. This sounds like no one that I know. Who could it be? She listens and hears reassuring words from outside. We are the security guards of the building. We have apprehended the culprit. You can come out now. She peeks out the door and is greeted by two uniformed guards. The guard asks, "Are you all right?" Seohan answers, "Yes, I'm fine." She steps out and sees Chizung being restrained by security. Chizung shouted, "Let me go, damn it." The guard restrains him. "Stay still." He looks angry while being held by a guard. Seohan looks directly at Chizung with disbelief and hurt. "Song Chizung, I can't believe you really tried to kill me." Is that her shocked eyes as she sees something unexpected? She sees Kijin, who appears injured and is holding his bleeding arm. Kijin. Kijin runs toward her, concerned. She asks, "Kijin, what happened? Are you all right?" Instead of answering her, he asks with concern, "Are you okay, Seohan? Are you hurt anywhere?" Kijin stops in front of her, visibly worried, checking her condition. Seohan looks at Kijin in concern and says, "I'm okay, but you're hurt. What happened?" A security guard explains from a distance. "Although he planned to attack you with that rope, I guess he came with a knife in case things did not go his way." The security guard recounts the fight, saying, "It seems Mr. Ma was injured while trying to subdue him by himself before we arrived." The guard continues, praising Kijin's effort. "He still had him restrained until we came. It's amazing. We called 119, so the police and an ambulance will be here soon." Seohan, visibly emotional, softly says, "Kijin." Kijin starts to walk off despite his injury, but Seohan pleads, "No, Kijin, don't move." He replies, "I need to finish something. Just wait for me here." Kijin approaches the restrained Chaisung with a firm stance and clenched fists, visibly determined, and says, "I have only one reason for sparing your life right now. I'm going to make you regret this until you die. You'll only spend a few years in jail for attempted murder. The real hell will begin after you serve your time. I swear with the name of Sama that I am going to make your life hell with all the power I have." He looks dead serious, swearing revenge. The restrained Chaisung protests, yelling, "What? Hey, you there, did you hear him? He just threatened me." The security guard holding him yells back, "Shut up and hold still," while Kijin walks away calmly. Kijin, now calm, approaches Seohan and says, "Everything's fine now. You must have been so shocked, Seohan." She looks up at him and softly says, "Kijin, how did you get here so fast?" Kijin explains, "I was going to pick you up since you told me that you were going to be late. I was already here when I received the signal from the brooch I gave you." As Kijin begins to say, "Thank God I wasn't," Seohan cuts him off with a sudden emotional hug. Seohan continues the embrace and emotionally says, "Thank you. I was really scared." Kijin comforts her, holding her tightly, and says, "It's okay now. Let's go back." The two remain in a heartfelt embrace. In a dim room, coats discarded on the floor, Kijin and Seohan passionately kiss before pushing her onto the soft bed. Seohan lies on a bed, looking up with a calm but slightly uncertain expression, seemingly lost in thought or emotionally moved. Kijin looks at Seohan with concern and asks, "Are you sure about this, Seohan?" Clearly worried about her decision. Seohan reassures him she's fine, but expresses concern about his injury, reminding him of the doctor's warning about not rupturing the stitches. Kijin gently replies, "Don't worry, I will be careful." As the two gaze into each other's eyes, their faces close. He notes, "I just want to feel that you're safe next to me right now." The two share a tender kiss, eyes closed, clearly lost in the moment and comfort of one another. Major news published in the media. Content stated, there was a lot of media coverage about Song Chizung's attempted murder after he was arrested. The scandal is explained in more detail. There were rumors of a love triangle between Song Chiron, Kijin, and the narrator. It's revealed that Song Chiron was the one who leaked the story to the tabloid, and the scandal is framed as her fraudulent act. Their remarriage also helped put an end to the rumors. Sama Corp began to stabilize at a fast rate. Sama Construction's stock price soared after merging with Zaha Construction. This success helped cover previous losses and demonstrated Kijin's competence as the new chairman. Takashi Yumi and Song Chizung were sentenced to prison. Song Chiron escaped legal consequences, but was effectively blacklisted from the industry. Seohan reveals that her father lost the general election, marking the end of his political career. In a quiet meeting, Her father solemnly apologizes to his ex-wife as they sit across from each other on a pair of sofas. They settle their unfinished business. Her father promised to take care of her mother for the rest of his life. As for her, under the grand mansion, Seo-hun stands in a wedding dress, holding a bouquet, radiating joy and peace as she prepares for her second marriage. Kijin is dressed in a tuxedo, standing confidently with a composed expression, ready for the ceremony. Kijin and Seo-hun exchange compliments. He tells her she's beautiful, and she replies that he looks great as well. Seo-hun smiles warmly and admits that although this is her second wedding, she feels even more nervous than during the first. Kijin smiles gently and says, "Honestly, I feel the same," expressing that he shares her emotions. Reflecting on their past, we didn't realize our true feelings for each other even though we were close, showing a memory of the couple sharing time together. A tender moment between them. We misunderstood one another and walked on a painful path for a long time. A voice announces, "It's time for the bride and groom to enter." The bride responds with, "Okay," as they prepare for the ceremony. We now walk toward our new beginning after finally understanding each other. The bride and groom begin walking down the aisle together under a cascade of flower petals, glowing with light and joy. Era claps and joyfully exclaims, "Seo-hun, you're so beautiful." Kijin's parents in the audience join in clapping. His mother comments, "They look great together." He extends his hand towards Seo-hun as they swear, "We are now ready to take each other as husband and wife." Their hands clasp together with the vow, "And for better or for worse," signifying the beginning of their marriage. The bride and groom are standing in front of an altar, facing each other. They exchange their vows. Kijin smiles gently as he expresses his feelings. "I'll never lose you again. I love you, Seo-hun." The bride, Seo-hun, who is holding a bouquet and smiling back with tearful joy, "I love you too, Kijin." Seo-hun and Kijin share a kiss, symbolizing the sealing of their vows and love in the wedding ceremony. They gaze into each other's eyes lovingly. Then Kijin carries Seo-hun bridal style, both of them beaming with happiness.